So you started the trucking company, like you didn't have an existing trucking company. Wow.
It's just like a drug under your influence. It's hit me over, you're the magic in my veins. This must be love. Boom, clap, sound in my heart. The beat goes on and on and on and on. And boom, clap, you make me feel good. Come on to me now. Boom, clap, sound in my heart. The beat goes on and on and on and on. And boom, clap, you make me feel good. Come on to me now. No silver or no gold, it could dress me up so good. You're the glitter in the darkness of my world. Just tell me what to do, I'll fall right into you. Going under 'cause the spell, just say the word.
Yeah, you're mapping.
I feel your love. Boom, clap, sound in my heart. The beat goes on and on and on and on. And boom, clap, you make me feel good. Come on to me now. Boom, clap, sound in my heart. The beat goes on and on and on and on. And boom, clap, you make me feel good. Come on to me now. You are the light and I will follow. You let me lose my shadow. You are the sun, a glowing halo, and you keep burning me up with all your love. Boom, clap, sound in my heart. The beat goes on and on and on and on. And boom, clap, you make me feel good. Come on to me now. Boom, clap, sound in my heart. The beat goes on and on and on and on. And boom, clap, you make me feel good. Come on to me now. Boom, clap, sound in my heart. The beat goes on and on and on and on. And boom, clap, you make me feel good. Come on to me now. Boom, clap, sound in my heart. The beat goes on and on and on and on. And boom, clap, you make me feel good. Come on to me now.
Slow it down. What do you want from me? Yeah, I'm afraid.
Did that
What do you want
was it
from
full
me?
battery electric? Did you have to recall?
What do you want from me? There might have been a time when I would give myself away. Oh, once upon a time I didn't give a damn, but now here we are. So what do you want from me? What do you want from me? Just don't give up. I am walking it out. Please don't give in. I won't let you down. It messed me up. Need a second to breathe. Just keep coming around. Hey, what do you want from me? What do you want from me? What do you want from me? Yeah, it's plain to see that baby you're beautiful, and there's nothing wrong with you. Yeah, it's me. I'm a freak, but thanks for loving me, 'cause you're doing it perfectly. Yeah, there might have been a time when I would let you slip away. I wouldn't even try, but I think you could save my life. Just don't give up. I am walking it out.
All right, Trey, we're ready to go. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Electrify Expo here in Orlando. How's everybody doing this morning? There we go. All right, you are listening to the voice of myself, Matt Teske. I'm the founder and CEO of Chargeway, and we are here at the EV Reality Check booth, and this is brand new this year. It's powered by GreenCars.com. Really, this entire experience right here at Expo is to talk about the topics of debunking myths, asking and answering questions, and chatting with industry experts about the work that they're doing to make electrification possible. And today I'm also joined by Miss GoElectric. Hello.
Hello, everyone.
So what are we going to be talking about here in this first session?
So as you mentioned, we're going to be talking about EV myths all day, and we're going to be debunking them. But the first thing we want to talk about is one of the obvious things that's probably hurting people the most at this point, which is the cost. And a lot of people think that EVs do end up costing more than an internal combustion engine vehicle, but we have someone here that is going to explain in a different industry than just passenger cars. We have Jake, who is the CEO of EV Semi Fleet, and he's actually tackling this in the industry where we're talking about Class 8 trucks. And that doesn't seem like it's possible for you to have cost savings with such a massive vehicle, especially when the cost up front is a little bit high. So, Jake, we want to talk to you a little bit more about your strategy and why you're choosing to go electric with your semi fleet.
All right, sounds good.
So yeah, well, kind of starting at the high level is, as Lisa was mentioning, seems it's expensive. There's costs involved, but we were talking before we started about how you've already been doing the math and the homework. Kind of walk us through where you started and what you're finding out already about how this is going to work over time.
Yeah, so EV Semi Fleet is a trucking company at the end of the day. So what we're doing is we're implementing heavy-duty units into freight routes, all electric units. And what we're finding out is that if the route is set up right with charging and the proper truck for the route, it's actually extremely efficient, and the route gets completed properly on time, and the scheduling just works. The trucks are a little more the trucks are a little more expensive, but when you're talking about charging the truck, electricity rates are much less than diesel fuel, and so it's really just about aligning everything properly and getting the right route for the right truck.
Well, go ahead, yeah.
Yeah, can you kind of elaborate on that? Like, what is the typical average cost of running, say, a Class 8 semi-truck with a diesel fuel system and maintenance versus the switch to going electric that you're seeing so far? Because you're still doing some of the mapping of certain routes, correct?
Yeah. Currently, we're running a Mack all-electric Class 6 box truck.
Okay.
We've done some routes in Amazon. We've pulled some freight out of Orlando for Disney, and we're really just testing different routes. But as far as the cost goes, if you can charge behind the gate at commercial electricity rates, it's about 12 cents a kilowatt. So you're per mile, it costs about 25 cents versus diesel is about 70, 80 cents a mile.
Wow.
That's a massive difference.
Yeah.
And that cost that you're talking about, like 12 cents a kilowatt hour, that is a very cheap price for electricity. If you look around the country, like most people don't look at their like utility bills, whether that's like private or even businesses, they just pay it and they just kind of deal, right? Mm-hmm. But as you start breaking down the math and really looking at it, as you just said, it's like the cost difference of just the per mile aspect of it is massive.
Yeah.
And then on top of that, the maintenance costs. So what are the typical maintenance costs you're seeing in comparison as well?
Yeah, so oil changes in our diesel semi-truck, it's hundreds of dollars, every 6 months or so, just to change the oil. And then you have all the diesel components that could go out over the course of the life of the truck. With an electric truck, we've had zero maintenance so far. And it's really because it's just like a normal electric car. It has the batteries, the drivetrain, which is an electric motor, and a couple fluids. And so it's
a super
really
simplified
basic.
drivetrain, right?
Yeah.
And that's the biggest difference. I think that people there's the benefit of things like instantaneous torque and things like that about how you can haul a heavy load even more effectively in that way. But really, it's the nuts and bolts of it from a fleet perspective. I mean, in the sense of like we don't have to do near as much, and then once you get the beam counting involved, that's when you start to have that like aha moment. But that
To that point is we can only incentivize things for so long, right?
It's becoming available on the market.
Yeah, so a couple years ago, we had a Nikola electric semi-truck. We ran that for a little bit. Right now, we're using a all-electric Mack box truck, a 26-foot box truck, testing those types of routes in the smaller freight lanes, like the Amazon Relay and things like that. But as far as the future goes, we are really looking forward to the Tesla semi-trucks. We put 50 orders in 3 years ago. It wasn't cheap, but
Not 5, but 50.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like we've been testing this one, we've been testing this other, but we got 50 in the pipeline. That's the idea.
Yeah. It really comes down to Tesla technology that's seen in like a Model Y with the FSD, the mapping functions, the fast charging, the phone as a key, tracking. It's all in there, and if that translates to the semi-trucking side, it's really going to have a lot of benefits.
You bring up a great point, just the driving and ownership experience of it. I mean, you can electrify any kind of vehicle, big battery, electric motor, but the other aspects of the driving experience that we're talking about are things like the software integration and how well the mapping system works inside the vehicle. Are you seeing that others are getting better at that and competing to what you've seen within what you're testing with Tesla, or do you think that that's still something that they can improve upon for the other vehicles that you're testing?
I definitely think a lot of the OEMs can improve on the technology side with the software, over-the-air software updates, fast charging. The tech behind it definitely.
And again, even on the vehicle side of it, if we're talking like a planned route within fleets, like you kind of know where you're going, right?
Yeah.
There's the behind-the-fence charging as we talk about it. It comes back to home, it goes to bed, it's plugged in. Yay, it's fine. But on an actual outbound drive out and drive back in, that's the kind of thing that a lot of people here at Expo are also asking questions about of how do I road trip this thing? Yeah. So infrastructure-wise, it seems like in California, like the I-5 corridor, they're doing a lot of planning around what's going to be the MCS charging capability to really get trucks back on the road quickly. Is that translating to other states like here in Florida, or is that something that because of the testing, you want to go and talk to policymakers and others and say, this is what we need?
Yeah, so right now we're working with like the charging hub companies that are building out charging infrastructure, and we're really focused on I-10 from Jacksonville, Florida to Southern California.
Okay.
Just the whole way along the southern border. That's really our first goal, to be able to move heavy-duty freight, long haul, along I-10 coast to coast.
Now, I think most people associate with trucking with obviously logistics of moving goods like Amazon and things like that. But are there other areas of industry where you feel like even maybe in the medium duty segments, they're going to really proliferate? Like, what use cases do you see this super benefiting for going electric?
Yeah, definitely the port work. The current models right now work very well in the ports. But right now you have a lot of hub-to-hub transfers with Amazon, Walmart. I mean, it's Target, Costco. They use a lot of third-party logistic providers, trucking companies, to move their freight hub-to-hub, and that's really where I think it's going to expand.
That was me. But that's where you see you fitting in. It's like really by design is you will be that that connection point. Is at the end of the day, they have a lot that they're operating on a regular basis for their businesses, but you take away a pain and a stress by also saving them money and time. Mm-hmm. Is that really is that kind of the value proposition?
Yeah, and really, so like a big distribution center, they can go green and have their freight transported with electric semi-truck carriers if they install chargers at their hubs to make it possible. And so whenever we talk to the shippers, you know, we let them know that the best way to attract a zero-emission fleet to move their freight is by installing chargers at their locations to make it possible.
But they got to get the right ones. They got to know
Yeah.
what they're installing, because that oftentimes happens where someone says, well, yeah, we installed a charger. It's like, was it the right setup based on the dwell time for the truck? And then did you talk to the utility to get the right amount of power if you needed to upgrade? Is that something that you think you can provide some insights to for those who you're talking to?
Yeah, definitely. I would first look into ABB. They really have a great charging network and you know, really quality products. ABB and Tesla chargers, I think, are the top two that if anyone installs a fast charger, it needs to be one of those, in my opinion, right now.
Now, as far as when you're managing this fleet, are there some benefits to certain softwares that you've used in order to track these cost efficiencies and things like that with, I mean, you're going to have 50 semis, so that's a lot. But I can imagine you expanding over time, you need to kind of keep track of all that and make sure all your ducks are in a row to optimize. Yeah,
and that's really where, like, Tesla comes in. You know, every driver just has an app on their phone. So you no longer have the exchange of keys between drivers. Little things like that really add to the profit margin in a trucking operation. You know, that and Teslas have the tracking on their app, so you could track all your phone, or I mean, all your trucks from, you know, from your management portal. And so, like, the technology play on their back end is really going to help and save companies money. Yeah, because fleet management tools, we hear about it a lot, where they want to know how can they monitor everything from the vehicle to the charging to everything. And as you point out, really Tesla's done a great job of that. And we've mostly, again, seen it on, again, everyday people driving everyday cars, Model Y, Model 3, etc. But this is kind of a paradigm shift. If they can walk in and through a third party such as, you know, again, such as yourself, and say, hey, we're going to do all the thinking for you because they've got a great product and we know how to manage it on behalf of the shipping you need to do. So where do you think they are in a competitive advantage that way? I mean, I hear what you're saying, like, you know, ABB's got great hardware, they do. Tesla's got great hardware, but ABB's hardware, that's one component, whereas Tesla's got the hardware, the software, the vehicle, and everything. So do you really think that's the secret sauce? Yeah. I mean, they make the truck from ground up specifically for an EV unit. You know, they have solar, battery bank storage, charging. And as far as, like, the fleet management aspect of it, if you ever met someone that ran like 50 Teslas within their Toro, they have it all right there. They're able to track the speed, see the location, and I think and that's going to translate over as well. So, cool. Yeah.
Now, you mentioned that there are some challenges in the trucking industry. I'm sure there's quite a few, but one of them, I'm sure, is also the availability of drivers. And when we talk about electrification, there's a lot that's enabled with that, not only by tracking all the little data points for the fleet management and stuff like that, but also because it enables things like autonomous driving. So how do you feel the impact of autonomous driving is going to have on your EV semi-fleet in the future? Because we're not there yet, but it seems as if we're getting closer.
It's not going to be like just you sitting at home on your phone going, my 50 trucks are driving fine.
That's the dream.
Okay. I was about to say,
like, that's why I got it.
Are we, like, cracking that open right now? Yeah, he's like, actually, no, you just completely broke it open. That's what I want to do. It's like, I'm sipping a Mai Tai going, the trucks are doing fine. But yeah, I mean that's where we can go, and the promise of it, like you said, it's going that way. But so again, we're 5 years out from, like, the vehicles itself being viable. But what about that aspect of it?
Yeah, I mean, currently there's autonomous semi trucks running in Texas right now, you know, along some major routes. So there's already autonomous semi trucks, but I definitely think the FSD and a Model Y, Model X can transfer over to a Tesla semi. Easier than putting a whole bunch of LiDAR and other components on a unit, but I do believe the drivers are going to have to be in the, you know, at least in the truck over the next 10 years.
They still matter right now, right?
Yeah, and really in trucking, the driver does a lot. You know,
without a doubt, yeah.
Yeah, like the driver's very very active in every single load. So in order for it to be full autonomous, you have to be pulling the same type of freight every single day along the same route, positioned the same way, because freight shifts. Yeah, you
exactly.
know, and so there's a lot of variables, but I think we will get there within 10 years.
Well, I gotta say,
Crazy.
this is something that most people probably don't think about every day because we don't actually interact with heavy-duty vehicles. Like, we're not actively
Yeah.
thinking about it on a regular basis. But it's going to be something that continues as electrification continues to grow in the sense that batteries improve, energy density improves, the infrastructure improves, but then the bean counting becomes obvious. All of a sudden, we'll have more and more people asking these questions, which is, for you, that's a lot of runway for opportunity for growing what you want to build.
Sure.
So I guess that being said, Jake, closing remarks. Like, for where you're at now, what is it you think people need to know most about what the opportunity is for what you could offer them? If there's someone listening today that maybe has a business that needs to be thinking about fleet, but also what's your take on where we're going to be in the next few years?
Yeah, well, EV semi-fleet, we move freight for others. So if you want freight moved, reach out to us, and we can move your freight with zero-emission units. Currently we're working with Volvo and Mack on what's available right now. And I definitely think they're moving in the right direction as well. And so you're going to see trucks from all different OEMs really improving over the next couple of years, and it should be interesting.
It's exciting times.
Yeah.
Cool. And how do people find you online, social media? What's the best way for them to get in touch with you?
Yep, just evsemifleet.com.
Keeps it easy. All
Yep.
right. Well, Jake, thank you so much for coming by today. For those listening, let's give Jake a round of applause for all the work that he's doing in the industry. Thank you so much. And hey, Trey, let's spin that and come back here in about 10, 15 minutes. We're going to have another session here at the EV Reality Check booth, powered by GreenCars.com.
I see dead people.
Oh, I thought someone was like, what?
Hi. Monster on the beat. Debo, any rap. He a freak though. Man down. Call like Amber Lambs. Tell him breathe, bro. Nella new to the cross. He walk around like Tizo. What's up with these jabroni air? Trying to see Compton. The industry can hate me. Marlon B. Mama. How many options you really got? I mean, it's too many options. I'm finna pass on this body. I'm John Stockton. Beat your and hide the Bible if God watching. Sometimes you gotta pop out and show. Certified boogeyman, I'm the one that up to score with him. Walking down whole time, I know he got some him. Pull on him, extort, bully the flow on him. Say Drake, I hear you like I'm young. You better not ever go to cell block 1. To any that talk to him and they in love, just make sure you hide your little sister from him. They tell me Chubb's the only one that get your hand-me-downs. And party at the party playing with his nose now. And Baca got a weird case, why is he around? Certified lover boys, certified pedophiles. Wop, 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 wop. That fuck him up. Wop, 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 wop. I'ma do my stuff. Why you trolling like a ain't you tired? Trying to strike a chord and it's probably A minor.
Not bad.
They not like us. 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 You think the Bay gon' let you disrespect Pop? I think that Oakland show gon' be your last stop. They cold foul. I don't know why you still pretending. What is the owl? Bird, Lucas, and Bird. Go. The audience not dumb. Shape the stories how you want. Hey Drake, they're not slow. Rabbit hole is still deep. I can go further, I promise. Ain't there some B-rest that's for bitchin'? You Malibu most wanted. Ain't no law boy, you ball boy. Fish Gatorade or something. Since 2009, I had this jumping. You to get a wedgie. Be flipped over your boxes. Or over your foe. The other option. Better straighten they posture. Got famous all up in content. Might write this for the doctor. Tell a pop star quit hiding. The caption won't action. No accident. I'm hands on it. Round get polished. Don't rain grow like he was in jail. That's conniving. Then get his face tatted like a bitch apologizing. I'm glad these roads came home. Y'all didn't deserve him neither. From Alondra down to Central.
All right, okay for the first one. That's yeah, that's fine. He's seriously having an issue with that.
Don't forget to check out the custom EV bikes. Custom at Envy Mods. Envy Mods.
I was thinking that you could be trusted. Did you have to in my taxi cab, everybody's looking at me now. Like, who's that chick that's rocking kicks? She gotta be from out of town. So hard with my girls not around me. It's definitely not a Nashville party. Cause all I see is the letters. I guess I never got the memo. My tummy's turning and I'm feeling kinda homesick. Too much pressure and I'm nervous. It's when the DJ dropped my favorite tune. And the Britney song was on. And the Britney song was on. And the Britney song was on. So I put my hands up to play my song. The butterflies fly away. Nodding my head like yeah. Moving my hips like yeah. Got my hands up to play my song. You know I'm gonna be okay. Yeah. It's a party in the USA. Yeah. It's a party in the USA. Feel like I've been on a flight back to my hometown tonight. Something stops me every time. The DJ plays my song and I feel alright. So I put my hands up to play my song. The butterflies fly away. Nodding my head like yeah. Moving my hips like yeah. Got my hands up to play my song. You know I'm gonna be okay. Yeah. It's a party in the USA.
Queens is in the house.
It's a party in the USA. Put my hands up to play my song. The butterflies fly away. Nodding my head like yeah. Moving my hips like yeah. Got my hands up to play my song. You know I'm gonna be okay. It's a party in the USA. It's a party in the USA.
Ladies and gentlemen, showtime. Right in front of the Yokohama tire booth. Also, shout to the good people.
Hello, hello, and welcome back to Electrify Expo Orlando. How's everybody doing in line for that free t-shirt? Let's hear it.
Okay.
I love Orlando. It's so great. All right, so we're in the EV Reality Check booth. It is powered by GreenCars.com, and this booth exists to answer questions, dispel myths and rumors, anything you have to ask about an electric car, charging, how this whole industry is coming to pass. This booth is here for you, and you get a free t-shirt. It's kind of great. My name is Matt Teske, and I'm the founder and CEO of Chargeway, and I'm joined today by Miss GoElectric.
That's me.
Miss GoElectric, for those of you that don't know, Miss GoElectric also has a lot of social media content you can go and check out, because she's going to be also here as an industry expert all weekend chatting about everything. So what are we talking about now?
Well, what do you know? I have an expert here on this next topic. So
All right, Trey, you got to join us. Oh, okay.
no, not him. We are actually going to cover the fact that people think that EVs are too slow to charge. And we want to talk about that because Matt here, he mentioned he's the CEO of Chargeway. And you'll notice we have a couple of these screens on either side of us. These are the beacons from Chargeway that actually give you a lot of information about charging stations, where they're at, and how fast they charge. So a lot of people complain that maybe at this stage of the game, they don't want to adopt an EV because it is very slow with charging. So tell us why that is not always the case.
Not always the case. That's the best way to say it. For those who own an EV, you kind of get a sense to learn about how you can kind of pick your poison on how fast you want to charge. And that's the fun part, is that you can basically let it charge slow if you have the time to hang out at your house or if you go somewhere and your car's sitting for a long time. But the beauty of it is fast charging is now as fast as about 15 to 20 minutes to get you back on the road. And the fact that that has gone from it takes hours to fill up at a lower level charger, but now we can charge up in about 15 to 20 minutes, That's been game changing. But I think the thing that's a struggle is most people then say, okay, but where do I do that? Where are my options? How do I know it's going to give me that fill up in that time frame? And that's what we wanted to build with Chargeway, was a way to visualize where you can have that faster fill up. And so using Chargeway, if you look at the map, the simple numbers on the map show you power levels 1 through 7. If you're at a level 7 charger, that's like a 15 to 20 minute fill up. A level 1 charger, well, that's like plugging into your wall outlet at home. That's going to take you a long time, but you have the options, and now you can find the options.
Yeah, and I think another thing that people don't consider is that, you know, you want to be able to match your dwell time of whatever you're doing with charging. And if you don't have level 2 charging at home, that is extremely important.
Oh, yeah.
So say you're going to the grocery store and you know you're going to be there for about 45 minutes. Well, you don't maybe necessarily need to hop on a DC fast charger. Maybe they have a level 2 charger right there, or, you know, a slower DC like 50 kilowatts or something along those lines. And you can hop on one of those chargers and it will match exactly the time that you plan on and going and doing that activity. Whereas when we think about typical refueling with gas cars, you're like, oh, I don't have to think about it because I'll just find one on the corner, which is totally fine. But it's also becoming that same thing with EV charging, just at the places where you're actually going.
Yeah, well, and you bring up some great points about the dwell time piece. Is we don't naturally think about how long is my car going to sit somewhere so it can fill up. That's a new paradigm. Like that, you're kind of retraining your brain there. Whereas we've been conditioned to think, I got to go find a fast fill up. I got to go. It's got to take me 5 minutes because otherwise this is not going to work for me. But that's where EV charging is dynamic, and it gives you options based on what you might want to do. So in that respect, so we were talking about even like kilowatts you just mentioned. The way that something like Chargeway works is if your battery's down to 0 or 1%, if you even use the Chargeway mobile app, you can tap on a number. It'll tell you your wait time based on where your battery's at. So you can adjust your battery to say, I am almost empty and I want to go to 80%. Any power level you click on will give you that charge time back based on what you can get at that station with your car. And that's what people want to know, but you have to learn how to navigate that, and that's what the number system for Chargeway using multiple levels gives people a way to understand. If I'm at a green 4, 50 kilowatt, that's like an hour and a half, 2 hour fill up, but I'm going to go see a movie, I don't care.
Yeah, exactly.
But if I'm on the road trip, it's like, I want to find something fast. Oh, that's 7's a 15 to 20 minute fill up. Then I'm back in the road quick, or maybe I want to grab lunch, a level 6. That's like more like 30 to 45 minutes. That's what that level system allows you to see, and that's because we don't have any signage.
Isn't that crazy?
How's that still a thing? We don't have signage for charging here.
Well,
it's
and
crazy.
I get all the time people say, well, there isn't charging, anywhere around me. Well, the thing is, for one, if you have a home charger, you don't need a charger around you.
Right.
You need it maybe a couple hundred miles out when you are doing a road trip, or if you're going to visit a friend or something along those lines. But the other side of it is that when you are on a road trip, and I can speak to this a lot because that's basically what I do, is almost always road trip in my EV. I have a Rivian R1T. Now, I chose to get the bigger battery pack in it because I drive a lot and I drive cross country a lot.
The Max Pack, right? That one?
Max Pack,
Yep.
yeah. And a lot of people think that you can't cross the country in an EV at this stage, but I can tell you that it is very possible. I was actually on a TV show on NBC where they had us go across the country from New York to LA back in 2021.
So
even
this
at
is
that
years
stage,
ago.
yeah,
Yeah.
that was like the charging networks were not as reliable as they are now, but also the proliferation of how many chargers there are available. I literally don't even have to think about it. And that's the nice thing about something like Chargeway, is that you have this system that not only shows you all the chargers and what the speeds are and everything like that, but you can also map out your trip automatically with that system.
If you're standing in line right now, you're killing time. You can obviously shop on the GreenCars.com shopping EV guide, but also download the Chargeway app to your phone. And you can plan a road trip. And that's a big question that comes up all the time is, I do want to go from, let's say, Orlando to Atlanta or DC or Miami or wherever it might be. And the cool thing about Chargeway is once you've chosen your car, it tells you exactly where your stations are for your vehicle. It color codes your plug type. So if you're driving, for example, a brand new Tesla, it's going to show you red stations because you have the red plug. If you're driving a brand new Ford, it's going to show you green stations because you have the green plug. It's a way to kind of Sesame Street out how to do all this. But that's a big part of the visualization, is knowing that what you need awaits you and visualizing that. And that's, again, where's the signage? But without that, we got something like Chargeway.
Well, and to your point there, what also is interesting is that we're seeing this major shift with DC fast charging, where now everyone has adopted the NACS standard or is going towards NACS.
The red plug.
Right, but actually, I love how your system allows you to actually include that. It's like, I have an adapter, and I want to be able to use that to open up way more options for charging. And also different speeds for charging.
That's also
true.
true.
Because the networks all provide different specifications, and we're starting to see them track more towards the higher speeds for road trips. But how hard was that to implement on that? That seemed like
that's
an
the thing
interesting challenge, because everyone's coming out at a slow rate for the introduction. We just saw on the news a couple days ago that Honda and Acura are receiving access this June. So that's got to be a little bit of a challenge on the software side.
Well, if you know how to anticipate it, then you can actually kind of plan ahead. And that's what we've been working on at Chargeway is if it's based on the vehicle type and the brand type, we can basically just say, okay, well, once we know this goes live and Tesla, for example, flips a switch and says, Honda, Acura, you've got access to all of our chargers now. Well, we just flip a switch. And then boom, all of a sudden if you own a Honda or an Acura and you're using Chargeway, you can just turn on your red fast adapter, and all of a sudden all these red level 7 chargers appear on your map, because that's where you can use your adapter to fill up fast. And that's I think thinking about it in that way so people can visualize, okay, green I don't need my adapter, red I do, 7 is fast, a green 4 is slow. I'll use the red 7 across the street because I want to charge faster. That's how we have to help people navigate all this engineering.
Well, I think not only that, like, people obviously want to have fast charging, but also when they want to stop at a fast charger, they're looking for certain amenities. You know, I know I have my favorite stops when I go certain paths. Like, I drive from Michigan to Tennessee a lot, and I know I can recognize on my route planning, I'm like, oh, that's the one I'm stopping at. I know that I can go and have a pizza there or a coffee or whatever, so that I know when I want to eat something or I want to use the restroom, I know what I'm getting into in that regard. But does all that data show up on that too? Yeah,
that's the fun part is that when you're using Chargeway, if you click on any station pin, it's going to say amenities right on the station information. You tap that, it's going to show you how many feet away the amenity is from the charger. That's the fun part. It'll tell you if it's open or closed. And so those little features that you just described it great. Is like, well, if I know I'm going to be there for 30, 40 minutes, I'll grab lunch. Well, what's for lunch nearby? You don't have to have something else, some other way to figure that out. We built that into the app so you can just see it.
And one of the things that I personally advocate for, because of my experience of driving EVs all over the country, is, you know, at this stage, a lot of OEMs are implementing vehicles that have a certain battery size. Some are huge. They're like, 200 kilowatt hours. It's like,
basically
that's a monster.
The battery in that Model X, for example, there's some trucks on the road that have a battery that's literally 2 of those batteries.
Yes.
It's incredible.
Exactly. And maybe that's not always it has 460 miles of range with those big 200 kilowatt hour batteries, and that sounds really lovely. But if we can optimize the energy efficiency in order to make smaller battery packs and still travel far distances, I think that's obviously the end goal. But I personally like to have more range, and that's because I know that when I'm leaving for my destination, I want to have a full charge of, say, my car that gets 410 miles of range for the EPA estimate. But I want to be able to travel as far as I can on that cheap electricity that I'm getting right from my house, instead of having to pay for, the public fast charging. Of course, it's still more affordable than what you would see as a counterpart for internal combustion engines on like nearly every single case, regardless. But now that we're seeing more and more DC fast chargers pop up, and the, costs are starting to get a little bit more expensive, do you see that there's going to be like this heat up competition that is ultimately going to bring the cost of that kind of stuff down?
Maybe.
Or do you see them like faster charging means more?
I think, well, at the end of the day is there's a lot of expense that goes into building a fast charger, and not just one, but like if you have 10 chargers lined up, there's a big expense there. And then based on when you're buying the electricity from the utility, it could be more expensive. So there's a lot of things to consider with that as well. I mean, out of curiosity, for those who can hear the sultry sound of my voice, if you're standing in line right now waiting to get a free t-shirt, by show of hands, how many of you have a house where you park your car at night and you have a garage? Okay, boom, boom, boom. So all of you, again, you can get like a $10 fill up at home basically anytime you want to go from 0 to 100%. Like you were saying, that's the fun part, is if you have that option, it's like, oh my gosh, it's always a cheaper fill up. Whereas when you're on the highway, that's when it becomes more expensive. So to your question, I think people that are homeowners that can fill up at home on a regular basis, that's the biggest benefit right now. And for those who are going to have to go on road trips, it's such a small part of what their normal fill up experience will be. For those of you that don't have a garage where you park at night and you have to go find your fill up like you always have, that's where you are going to have to navigate not only the plug type and power, but inevitably what is the most cost-effective charger you might want to use, and that's where competition is going to come into play for sure.
Yeah, and I think also with fast charging, we're seeing more innovation go crazy right now. Even more recently, we saw the SAE, which is the Society of Automotive Engineers, start to enforce standardization for plug and charge. So
let's unpack plug and charge. What does that mean? It's like, well, that means you just drive up with your vehicle, plug it into that charger, and you don't have to think.
Yes.
Your car goes, hi, charger, and the charger goes, hi, car, and all of a sudden, boom, you're charging. Credit card's charged in the background. You don't have to think about it whatsoever. That's pie in the sky.
Yeah, and I mean, there are some vehicles out right now that offer that experience.
Yep.
Tesla has that system figured out. We know the Ford vehicles on certain networks have it as well. A lot of them are starting to make sure that that is a priority, because that's even better of an experience than what we're getting in internal combustion engine vehicles, where you have to sit at a gas pump and tap your card or swipe your card or go inside and pay or whatnot. So that there's a lot of innovation happening in that regard to speed up the process itself, not only with fast charging physically with your car, but the whole experience.
Anything that
in
removes
total.
barriers of like the learning curve, right? I think that's what a lot of people that come to Expo over the years, we've heard that question. Just like people that can admit, that's like, I don't know what I don't know. But I've read a few things that make me just think I don't have enough knowledge about this to feel comfortable. And that's part of why this booth exists, is to say if you have a question, there's no dumb question, because we're all trying to understand this more effectively. Plug and charge is a great example. And the cool thing about one thing we've done in Chargeway is if your vehicle has plug and charge capability, you can literally just go into your filters for your networks and hit a switch that says plug and charge only, and it only shows you the networks that have plug and charge.
That's a nice feature too.
Yeah.
Well, you were saying if you have questions, ask questions.
Yeah, we do.
And we actually are
we have a
have
microphone
spot
stand. Randy,
for
where's the
anyone.
microphone? So, no, if you have questions either right now or after we're done with this session, again, you just walk right up and ask. I mean, that is why we're here, is we want to make sure that you feel not only that you're enjoying the day, but also learning something in a way that is approachable.
Yeah. And another thing that I wanted to mention about DC fast charging is a lot of people ask me when they own an internal combustion engine vehicle, well, how long does it take you? And honestly, there is no set answer that is an easy answer for that, unfortunately.
It's variable based on a lot of factors, yeah.
Exactly. But I always tell people, it's like, you should probably time how long it takes you to stop for gas, because I think it's probably taking a little bit longer than you expect, for one. But for two, I don't see it as me stopping and filling up 100% every single time either. So when we are traveling on a road trip, the ideal scenario is that maybe you're coming in when you have a lower state of charge, because that is when you get the fastest rate of charge, is when your battery is a lot lower. So I pull in at maybe 10-15%, and then I know how much further that I need to go in order to get to my next point, whether it's my destination or another charging station, because those faster charging rates, since they're at the lower states of charge, and at the higher states of charge, it gets a lot slower of charging. So it takes a long time to get, say, from 80% to 100%. It might take, an hour more instead of the 20 minutes that it usually takes down low. So then I can consider going to the next charging station, which saves me time as well. So I think there's still a lot of misconception about that too, because they think they need to charge to 100%.
Well, that's how we've always filled up. It's like my needle's an E. I want it to be on F, because then I can go And I think we've been conditioned as consumers for 100 years. This magic liquid goes into this tank. It goes from E to F, and I feel better. And I think that I don't blame anybody for saying that makes me feel good.
Oh, for sure.
And I think that
it's security.
So without a doubt, and I think that the idea of switching from gasoline, a liquid fuel, to electricity, an electric fuel. The complexities we're talking about. So one thing that we built into Chargeway as an example on the trip planner is all the things you just described. It does that thinking for you. So if you say, okay, I want to go from, again, here to Atlanta, and you say I'm driving this car, and it also takes into consideration temperature and speed, because just like in a gas car, if it's cold out, your miles per gallon go down. So it takes into consideration those factors, and it shows you, based on calculating, you want to arrive with around 10%, and you want to be gone at around 80%. It does that math for you in the Chargeway trip planner. And it works for any EV. So if you're test driving a bunch of EVs today, you can just punch them all in and see which one's a better road tripping car.
Now, what is your take on faster charging speeds? Like, a lot of people are pushing in the industry for, say, 500 kilowatt or, higher charging speeds. Like, what do you think is realistic for most people?
Well, we're asking the question of where have people come from, and they want it instantly because it feels that way. But to your point, also, when people go to the gas station, they're filling up. They're not exactly taking 30 seconds. It might be, I'm on a road trip and I'm dawdling. I went to the bathroom. I'm grabbing a snack. I'm kind of letting my
Chill
feet
mode.
stretch.
Yeah.
I was here for 15, 20 minutes. So I think where we're getting to now is that people are asking about how fast can I fill up, is partly because we just have as an industry, we haven't done a good job of explaining how it all works in a way that makes them feel comfortable. And I think that we can say this vehicle fills up in 15, 20 minutes, but then it's okay, but where? And I think that's one important aspect, but then combining it with lifestyle is once you know as a vehicle owner and the lifestyle aspect of owning an EV, if you've got that house, the amount of times you're thinking about the fast fill up, it doesn't vanish, but man, it goes down. And so I think that's part of it is we as an industry are just needing to do a better job of explaining the value of that to every driver. And right now, I think for fast charging, literally, if you're stopping, whether it's in a brand new Tesla or, for example, there's Hyundai and Kia and Lucid, many of these are getting to be what we call in Chargeway level 7 cars. They can take a level 7 charge. That means that's a 15 to 20 minute stop. That's happening now today. If we get to a place where they just announce in China, hey, we've got a 5-minute fill up, that sounds great. That won't be marketable for 10 plus years, and not every station will ever be able to offer that. So we have to have a way to navigate all of those options. So 15 to 20 minute fill up though for fast charging to me seems like it's great for everybody, but for the people that want it in 5, we're almost there.
Yeah, I think that there's going to be a blend of, all types of situations when it comes to charging, because once people realize, as we talked about, matching your dwell time with the actual activity that you're doing to charge instead of having to worry about, I got to make a detour to go charge.
Find my fill up, yeah.
Then it's going to be a whole different animal for a lot of people. The other thing is that, we're starting to see other technology, as you mentioned in China, with the 5-minute fast charging battery swapping technology. So
that was actual charging. That wasn't the swapping, though.
Right.
Yeah.
No, I know, two separate things.
The battery swapping thing is going to be tough because that's a lot of raw material that you're just putting in the ground and waiting for someone to come use. And I think I don't know. My opinion is, it's fast to switch out a battery if you do it right. But it's a lot of material to use, just have hanging out waiting for people. And what if you get a battery that wasn't as good as your last one?
Well, that's the thing about it is that you can maybe subscribe to them or lease them, and you don't have to worry about that.
Yeah, NIO's done a good job of that in China. They prove they can do it. So I think we're still at a place where I think we're battling out do we want to plug in to fill up or maybe have that kind of a feature where you can just swap it out? The swapping out part is, we've already proved it's tough to get the same plug type for every vehicle. So getting the same battery type for everyone, that might be a little bit harder, I think. I don't know.
The standardization is the challenge. I will say that is a big feat to overcome. And that's the same with charging. So, yep.
I think for those that are here today at Expo for the first time, if you've never driven an electric car, obviously that's what you get to do today. You get to go drive them and experience them. For those of you that are thinking, okay, I might fall in love with this car, but I don't know how to trust it because, there's that other part. The car's great, but how do I fill it up? That's what we want you to understand as well through this conversation.
I mean, it does the work for you in a lot of cases, and most of the cars that are available today is that they figure it out, or they have compatibility with Android Auto or Apple CarPlay, which then allows you to use your favorite apps like Chargeway to be able to do all the work for you. It's like, ultimately, you just want someone to do the work for you, and whether that is Chargeway or the car itself, that's the best solution.
That's really what it is there's so much to learn, and whoever does the best job of making it feel like it wasn't a learning experience, but more so just a fun experience, that's who's going to win. And I think, again, brands like Tesla have done a great job with that. Other brands have adopted their charging experience because they see it's so valuable. But as you described, there's adapters involved, there's still power levels involved that you have to know how to navigate, and that, again, is what Chargeway is designed to simplify.
Well, I would have to agree with you.
Well, so I guess for those of you who are in line getting your T-shirts, we're going to be hanging out right here front of stage. If you want to come by, check out these Chargeway beacons, this kiosk here. You can download this software right to your phone. It's free for iOS and Android. Add as many EVs to your account as you want. And really, it's a way to just visualize not the car experience, but really the fill-up experience. That's really what it's all about. So for those who have questions, let us know. We're going to be back again here at the EV Reality Check booth powered by GreenCars.com for some more sessions throughout the day. But for those listening, thanks again. Enjoy your free T-shirt. And Trey, let's spin that.
When he speaks, by himself. Okay. And they're always switching. Okay. Yep, so it's very tight. Okay. That works. So you can just go back to
Say, baby girl, you know you're my sexy love. Oh, baby, what we do, it makes the sun come up. Keep on loving till it goes back down. And I don't know what I'd do if I would lose your touch. That's why I'm always keeping you around. My sexy love. Things you do, baby. Keep me running back to you. I love to you. Say, baby girl, you know you're my sexy love. Girl, the things you do, sexy love. Keep me running back to you, running back to you. Love to you, baby girl, know you're my sexy love. On the back of my neck, stand up. Just one touch.
If you proud to be Latino right now, stand up. Grab a cup, let's go. SBK. Alive, we coming up, What you say?
Morena, dominicano, colombiano, boricua, morena, cubano, mexicano.
You see, that's just what they want. They want reggaeton. What? They want reggaeton. Esto lo que quieren, toma reggaeton. Get, toma reggaeton. You see, I know we keep my story, I always kick it. When I bone shorty, I slap culo and this again. Soy el tema estrella cuando canto lo que dicen. Una nalgada en el culo, ella grita. You see, a body got a reference on. And before Aldo, San Juan, Bayamón. Soy del campo, Santiago, tabaco y ron. Allá en Puerto Rico con Bacardi y limón. And this is all that, and you can tell Spanky on it. The remix to the remix with Yankee on it. Esto es un fongo, un chini con nori on it. Un reggaeton con Zen Star and Big Mato on it.
Morena, dominicano, colombiano, boricua, morena, cubano, mexicano. Mi canto.
para que sientan el encaje. Brother, en la pista muévase contra salvaje. Yay. Sigue y yankee, give it to them. Yay. Este es el que reina en la calle. Con mis latinos en los bloques, ahora stand up. Oye, mi canto con el nori, ahora en dembow. Muévase bum bum bum, mami, no pierdas tiempo.
Yeah, and it's the first time this ever been done. Because there's never been a rapper do a reggaeton album, and he a veteran. Padrino, while laying a casino. No matter your race, because today you're Latino.
Con mis latinos en los bloques, ahora stand up. Oye, mi canto con el nori, ahora en dembow. Muévase bum bum bum, mami, no pierdas tiempo. Who's this?
Boricua, morena, dominicano, colombiano, boricua, morena, cubano, mexicano.
Yes.
That's
Test.
one.
All right, welcome back to Electrify Expo Orlando. Those of you waiting in line for a free T-shirt, how you doing? One more time, how you doing? All right, cool. So we are at the EV Reality Check booth powered by GreenCars.com. This space is here to answer your questions. If you are concerned, nervous, thinking about like, okay, I want an EV, but how do I go about filling it up, or what's the maintenance look like, or all those things. We're here to dispel a lot of myths, rumors, talk about what's happening in the space that's based on reality. And a big part of that is chatting with folks in the industry that have been working on this for a long time, that have answers that maybe you hadn't even thought about asking questions about. So my name is Matt Teske. I'm the founder and CEO of Chargeway, best EV mobile app out there. Give it a download. But I'm also joined today by Miss GoElectric.
Hello.
Hello, hello, hello. So we have an opportunity today to chat with, as I said, a lot of different people from this space. And we're joined today by William Ty, Will. And so, Will, your background is you have seen how the sausage is made at the electric utility companies. And now you're working as a managing partner for your own firm, own consulting firm. But we want to know, how's the sausage made, Will? No, okay, I'm not going to do that. But seriously, what have you seen already through your career and what we need to evolve to? I'd like to just kind of jump right in and say, what is it you think is the most important thing we need to be working on to make EVs more accessible based on where the utilities could be coming from?
So I think to make EVs more accessible, the infrastructure needs to be built out. But I think even as customers adopt those electric vehicles and install their own residential chargers and even commercial and industrial chargers, you have to kind of keep the utilities in the loop because they have to do that forecasting and that planning to make sure that the grid can support the infrastructure and support the additional EV load as well. When they're kind of, when those are coming online.
So it's a combination of the amount of chargers that are being basically put into homes and also for the public, but it's not just the volume of the chargers, it's also how much power are those chargers putting out at a given time. So,
Absolutely.
and we were just talking about that basically. I mean, that's a big part of what people need to learn.
And one of the big things that people think when they think of adopting an EV is that the grid cannot handle the amount of EVs that are going to be coming online here pretty soon in the next few years. And even so, I mean, we do have to consider that we're still at about a 10% market share for EV adoption. Of course, it's growing every single year, but what do you foresee needs to happen on the grid level in order to support mass adoption for EVs?
I think at the grid level, there needs to be some additional upgrades or capital investments made at the utility level in order to support that. But part of it is understanding what EVs are coming online and what's being forecasted in order for them to do their long-range planning, because they have to plan that out at least 1 to 2 to 3 years ahead of time to understand, because it takes that much time to do the design, the engineering.
Are you trying to say
procurement.
permitting takes a long time in this? No, you're not saying that. No, but that's right. It's just we're again, Wayne Gretzky, like skate to where the puck is going. It's like, okay, but the utilities are all having to think that way. Whether that is, and you've worked at what are called investment-owned utilities, and those are publicly traded utility companies. Many of you have power from them, but you've also worked for the ones that are run by cities. And how the sausage is made from one to another is even different there. So for the planning stages about that, is there a way to make that more uniform, even based on the different structures of utilities, or is it more that they kind of have to figure it out on their own?
No, I think I think the kind of part of it is very localized, right? Each utility is very different based on the region that they're in. So it's very localized, but each individual state has their own regulatory authority, right? So each market is very different as well. So each utility, they'll put out their own different incentives. They have their own timing for their planning and all the infrastructure upgrades. But at the end of the day, every utility is really out there. Every utility I've ever worked for, they're very focused on safety as number one, right? But also customer experience is number two, and providing safe, reliable service to their customers, right?
Yeah.
So the more information that they have available to them, the better that they can plan to kind of help enhance or continue to maintain that level of safety and reliability and customer satisfaction.
Well, I think that's a good point you're bringing up, is the more data, the better, because even when you consider new technology in the EV space, like vehicle to grid or vehicle to home technology, where your car's battery can become super helpful if you have a power outage or something along those lines. Can you kind of talk about the secret, elements in that help the utilities figure out how they can plan their power? Because not only can EVs help support the grid in that regard, but even just tracking energy demand is important when you
Yeah.
don't have V to G.
Yeah, so I mean, originally the grid was kind of planned for one-way power flow, right? It was never designed for two-way power flow.
I think that's the most important thing to say.
Yeah.
It's like, no, we give you the power, and then we're done. When you say V to G, and for those who aren't familiar, V to G, V to X, V to something, we're talking about vehicle to something. So what does that mean? So literally what you describe is the idea that your vehicle that has an energized battery could be sitting there plugged in at home, but the utility could all of a sudden say, that power we just gave you, well, now we have all these batteries all over the place that we could kind of tap into to make sure we could balance the amount of energy we're using across a city. I mean, that is an intricate way to think about how energy is managed. And to your point, is they weren't thinking about that 100 years ago, 50 years, 20 years ago, 10 years ago. So breaking that down, how does that work that they plan that out?
Yeah, so originally it was designed for static loads, right? So now, with the EVs, they're more dynamic. They're dynamic loads, so they're constantly moving around. But for like you mentioned, for V2G, now you have a mobile load and a mobile storage source as well. So there are a lot of different utilities are running a lot of different pilots, based on how they're gonna do that implementation and how they're gonna help balance off the system. They call it a non-wires alternative, right? Rather than making the capital investment and upgrading the infrastructure, they're looking to integrate with, I'm going to call it behind the meter, right? So integrate with the EV chargers. They want to integrate with the EV telematics to understand, where are those loads, what is the status of the EVs, and how charging or day of week or time of year as well. So they call it managed charging programs. So as they implement those managed charging programs, they can have insight into your vehicle and your charging patterns and be able to kind of balance that out for you, so you're charging at the most optimal cost-effective time, but also the most optimal time for the utility as well.
So this is a big topic. This really is. And for those listening, for those of you that have a home, the idea of charging at home is really beneficial. It's the idea of I can just plug in, fill up, I don't have to think about it, it's cheap, and I can just kind of get it when I want. But the thing we're talking about is the opportunity for the utility to say, you're plugged in and your vehicle has, let's say, it's at 80%. We'd love to maybe tap into that to get 10% back. To me, that's a very interesting thing to explain to the public, is to say, have you ever gone to a gas station and you filled up to full and then you went into your garage and someone walked in and said, I would like to siphon a quarter of your tank off and I'm going to give you $10. That's where the mindset is, I think, for consumers. So the value proposition, like you said, it's like, are we paying people? Are we compensating them back? Is it a discount on their bill? What are the structures that if someone says, hey, I'm plugged in and I don't got to go anywhere and my car's at 80%, if you guys want to tap into that, you guys can tap into it. Or if you want to stop my charge and make me charge later in the day, I don't care because my car's going to be hanging out for 6 hours. How do we explain that as a value proposition to everyday people?
Yeah, so I think some of the most basic programs that they have out there is they call demand response programs. So basically for us to kind of curtail that or to stop that charging or curtail that charging during critical peaks, right? So that they want to reduce the peak or reduce the load on the system.
So basically that's like a day in Orlando when all of a sudden it's like, okay, humidity's at 1,000,000,000%. It's 100 degrees outside. Everybody's cranking their AC. And you guys are thinking, okay, your AC is going, cool, but can you guys charge your cars later tonight, please? So when you say demand response, that's what we're talking about, right? It's like,
exactly.
Don't charge it right now because we're using a ton of the grid right now. If you guys wait 4 hours, let the sun go down a bit, then charge your car up, and you guys are cool. That's really what you want to manage?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think there's a misnomer sometimes that, they don't, most folks don't want utilities to kind of have insight or to have control over their charging.
Big Brother's looking in or something.
Yeah.
Right.
Or you're going to take it all, you don't have control on deciding how much you can take.
Yeah, exactly. And then, there's kind of that psychological effect of range anxiety, right? I want to be at full charge all the time. But in reality, you probably only need, a few percent to kind of get to your normal work day and home back home.
The average is 40 miles per day for most people for their commute, so
Yeah.
that's typically what they need.
Right. As American consumers, we want what we want. It's like when I stop at a gas station, I want to go to full. I don't want to go to half. But oftentimes we're saying I'm only putting $10 in. I'm only putting $15 in, or whatever it might be. It's a psychological switch on how what you're purchasing is effectively controlled after you buy it. But that's where, again, the value we add is, yeah, but you're not going to notice.
And you could potentially be benefiting because it could cost you
Get
less,
you-
or you could be making money.
a discount on your bill. I think so. That part of it too is what's called, for example, like net metering. For example, people that have solar panels here in Florida, for example, you've probably heard of this. That's something that is, again, it's managed about how you're using energy, how you see financial benefit. To me, the path forward is financial benefit. And I guess, but we talked a little bit about how regulators need to figure out how to make that easy for people. Is that something that you think we're seeing improvement on for how we can make those demand response programs more effective?
Yeah, I think there is some slow improvement on that. I think it really the direction really does kind of need to come down from the regulatory level to kind of help utilities kind of push that along, right? Like I mentioned, I haven't worked with one utility that does not want to help the consumer, but I think a lot of times they're bound by what they have to do at the regulatory level.
Right. I think. Well, so that's a good point. So how do we, as again, Electrify Expo as an event, the public here that wants to buy EVs, how do we help regulators understand that this is something that we need to have some support from their side, as opposed to having it be how they've done things forever? We can't just play the game of like, well, this is how we've always done it. It's changing, like you said. We used to just give you power. That's what we did. It's like, well, now that's changing. So how do we help them understand that?
Yeah, I think that's almost $1 million question, right? I think how do we help them understand?
For those of you that would like to make $1 million, Will has pointed out this is how you can make $1 million. So, but I guess is that it? Is it the human factor? Is it politics? Is it we just don't know what we don't know as regulators? Because the utility industry is now working in automotive. That's a brand new thing for utilities. Is that really what it is? It's just a learning curve right now?
I think part of it's a learning curve, but part of it is that the industry is very conservative as a whole, right? They want to have enough historical data and enough real live data in order to kind of base, their rate cases off of, right? But they have to kind of prove that point. So a lot of times they'll do lab evaluations, they'll do pilots, but those rate cases are developed 3 years ahead of time, so it's really slow moving.
And when you say a rate case, what you're basically saying is when the utility's planning out in advance what the load is going to look like and how they make a point to the PUC, Public Utility Commissions, the regulators, hey, this is how we're seeing this is going to come, and we've projected and forecasted, and this is how it's going to work. Is that really what you're getting at?
I think it's more than just load. I think it's load, capital investments, and the cost to actually operate and maintain that infrastructure as well. But what the benefit is back to the customers as well. But also, how is this going to improve or maintain, where we currently are, right? Are we going to be able to maintain, this quality of service to the customer, right? So it's a matter of understanding what is the most optimal or cost-effective way to kind of maintain that service. But honestly, it does take years from evaluation to pilot in order to kind of build that rate case. Could take up to anywhere from 3 to 6 years to kind of build that out. But I think if there's a way to innovate or accelerate that regulatory process, that goes back to $1 million.
If you would
question.
like to make $1 million, Will is like, hey, come on, help.
Well, do you foresee that for the utilities, it's going to be kind of a mixed bag as far as the investments for them for growth for the grid? When EVs are becoming more mass market vehicles, like the combination of a vehicle to grid style for EVs along with maybe say solar and battery integration for the grid in order to make sure that the investment is balanced? Or how do you see, what's the most beneficial path?
I think it's going to be a combination of factors of both infrastructure upgrades, but also the implementation of new technologies, right? And a change in customer behavior and kind of the way that people think is that in order for the utility to better serve us as a customer, to allow that insight, to give that insight to the utility to say, hey, this is exactly what I'm doing, be a little bit more transparent with them and let them monitor, because they really are the experts on, what the
and they're predictable. So as even on the commercial side of things, it's becoming not as much of a factor as what you would expect, because they're going to a depot every night and they're charging at slower rates. But in the case of where someone's delivering something to a depot and they need to charge in between that stop in order to make the next run, can you talk about like the implementation of the upgrades that might need to happen and what the grid is working on or the utility is working on in order to try to make that a little bit easier on the people that want to go electric in the fleet space?
Yeah, I think in the fleet space, the best example that comes to the top of my head is the electric school buses, right? Those were kind of the cherry picking. Those were the easiest ones to use because you knew those routes, you knew what time those buses were leaving.
Oh yeah.
You knew what time those buses were going back, and they weren't being used over summer, not as much at least, right? So they weren't being used over summer. So those were the easiest fleet applications to tackle first head on. But also in your example with the routes, right? Same thing. They're going back to the depot, and you know what route they're driving. You know how much distance, how much state of charge that they need to go back and forth. Right?
It's all these predictable things that, again, data is king at that point, and with that predictability, you can start to model it really well. It's the unpredictability of all of you in line getting a free T-shirt. That's the.
Well, I think part of that message is that if your truck, if your fleet is sitting there doing nothing, why not work with the utility to get some type of incentive off that as well, right?
Well, I think it's what we're talking about too, especially on the V2X side of it. It is kind of a blend. The promise of what a very wide distribution of privately owned vehicles could be for stationary storage, these batteries just hanging out, is huge. It's really huge. But to your point, we're starting small with the predictable stuff where you can really test it out and get a good sense for it. So, well, you're doing the Lord's work, Will. I got to tell you. I mean, I'm waiting for that $1 million idea. For those of you who are listening, Will, he flat out said that's $1 million idea. So if you want to help us out. I'm assuming he's being very clear on the fact that that's probably very valuable to the utilities to say, how do we fix this? But I guess so, again, kind of closing arguments, next steps moving forward. I mean, are we on the right path? I mean, are you confident about we're moving forward?
Yeah, no, I absolutely think that we're on the right path, right? Everybody, a lot of the clients that I've been working with, they've been running pilots, very heavily focused on EV adoption. And how do we upgrade, or what systems do we need to put in place, or what do we need to upgrade to help support that? Like I said, they've been running pilots on direct control through telematics directly to the EV, but even integration to communications through the EV charger as well. So they're taking a lot of different paths to help identify what the current status of all the EVs are and understand what those customer behavioral patterns look like, but also to forecast that out to say what else do we need to put in place in order to support that.
Absolutely. And when people say nobody's talking about this, guess what? They're wrong.
Everybody's talking about it, especially the people that everybody that keeps your AC running, keeps the lights on. They're thinking about how EVs are going to work inside of that system every single day. So, Will, I got to say, thank you so much for taking the time to chat with us today.
Thank you.
For those who may want to find you and ask a question, what's the best way for them? Maybe LinkedIn? How do they reach out and find you?
You could look me up through LinkedIn or through my website at www.wtpartners.us.
Yeah, WTPartners.com or .us?
.us.
WTPartners.us to find Will if you have questions about where's the utility going, how's it work. But thank you again for taking the time to chat with us today. For those in line and for those who can hear our voices, things are happening. We are making sure that everything's going to work.
This is that ice cold Michelle fight for that white gold. This one for them hood girls, them good girls, straight masterpieces. Styling, wildin', living it up in the city. Got Chuck's on with Saint Laurent. Gotta kiss myself, I'm so pretty. I'm too hot. Call the police and the fireman. I'm too hot. Make a dragon wanna retire, man. I'm too hot. Say my name, you know who I am. I'm too hot. And my band bout that money. Break it down. Girls hit you, hallelujah. Girls hit you, hallelujah. Girls hit you, hallelujah. Cause Uptown Funk don't give it to you. Cause Uptown Funk don't give it to you. Cause Uptown Funk don't give it to you. Saturday night and we in the spot. Don't believe me, just watch. Come on. Don't believe me, just watch. 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 Hey, 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 oh! Stop. Wait a minute. Fill my cup, put some nigga in it. Take a sip, sign the check. Julio, get the stretch. Right to Harlem, Hollywood, Jackson, Mississippi. If we show up, we gon' show out. Smoother than a fresh drop skipping. I'm too hot. Call the police and the fireman. I'm
Girls hit you hallelujah. Girls hit you hallelujah. Girls hit you hallelujah. Cause Uptown Funk don't give it to you. Cause Uptown Funk don't give it to you. Cause Uptown Funk don't give it to you. Saturday night and we in the spot. Don't believe me, just watch. Come on. Don't believe me, just watch. 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 Hey, 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 oh! Before we leave, let me tell y'all a little something. Uptown, funk you up. Uptown, funk you up. Uptown, funk you up. Uptown, funk you up. I said uptown, funk you up. Uptown, funk you up. Uptown, funk you up. Uptown, funk you up. Come on, dance, jump on it. If you sexed and flown it. If you freak dead and own it. Don't press it and flown it. Well, it's Saturday night and we in the spot. Don't believe it, just watch. Come on. Don't believe me, just watch. 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 Hey, 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 oh!
Lo que manda se acabó, por ti ya no siento nada. De nuestra serie ya no sale en temporada. Así que vete lejos, dile al diablo que te envíe el ping. Hace tiempo que no somos un team. Para nuestro aniversario y San Valentín. Ya no hay más Cristian Lunis, lo trae en satín. Sigue lo que está verde. Que tienes la culpa, es lo que te muerde. Quédate con el perro pa' que de mí te acuerdes. Y piensa en todo lo que te pierdes. Pero te deseo suerte, ahora soy más fuerte. Gracias a todo lo que me hiciste. Tú nunca me quisiste. No sé por qué me insiste. Pero te deseo suerte, ahora soy más fuerte. Gracias a todo lo que me hiciste. Tú nunca me quisiste. No sé por qué me hiciste. Nadie te está aguantando y la puerta está abierta. No te preocupes por nosotros dos, nuestra historia ya está muerta. Espero que seas feliz y que te diviertas. Pero pa' que no vuelvas, no, 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 no. Vete, nadie te está aguantando y la puerta está abierta.
Look at weekend cars, because weekends work. All you ladies, clap your hands, stomp your feet, and grab your man. Okay, man, it's your time. Show the ladies what's on your mind. Jumpin' music, slick DJs, fog machines, and laser rays. Look at weekend cars, because weekends work. I work hard every day. It's all work.
that was taught in our country. We shall all be free. Follow me. Why don't you follow me to a place where we can be free? Come with me over there. Let's put an end to racial hatred and let's learn to share. Can you feel it? It's in the air. Now it's time for changes. Time for us to care. Follow me. Why don't you follow me to a place where we can be free?
Hello, 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 and welcome back to Electrify Expo Orlando. My name is Matt Teske. I'm the founder and the CEO of Chargeway. We're coming to you live from the EV Reality Check booth powered by GreenCars.com. And the EV Reality Check is really here at the show today to answer questions for those of you that are maybe looking at an EV for the first time. You're checking out all the cars, you're test driving, and then you say, I actually have some more questions today. Well, that's what this booth is for. We're going to be talking to industry professionals throughout the day, getting questions about what they're working on, really providing insights as to what's happening inside of the industry. And throughout the day, I am joined by Miss GoElectric.
That's me.
Well, hello. And so, Lacey, this has been already quite interesting. We've had some pretty cool conversations related to EV fleets. We've talked about what's happening with the grid. Obviously, there's people that come up and ask a few questions. But one thing that sometimes comes up in the news and in the media is, well, hey, EVs are just, I mean, it's a passing fad. I mean, these things aren't, like, they're not going to stick. And it's like, well, what are you talking about? I mean, there's a lot of things to point to. Aside from how big the expo has grown, there's a lot to point to that's like the momentum is, I mean, the ball is rolling downhill with ease now, right?
That's a fast ball that's rolling.
Okay, there you
I
go.
will say.
Even better, yeah.
Well, I think a lot of people don't realize that the #1 selling vehicle on the planet, no matter what powertrain, is an EV. So that is
Yeah, that's true.
something to point out real quick. Not only that, but yes, we're at about 10% market share in the EV space for adoption here in the United States. It's growing across the globe. But I think one point to bring up and to prove that it's not a fad or a trend is that I think we can always look back at technology and how it has moved us forward in a lot of different ways. And this is a technology that is continuing to advance and continuing to become more modernized. When we look at the car business has been very traditional and stagnant in a lot of regards. But when you look at an internal combustion engine vehicle, they pretty much have maxed out the efficiency of that technology.
Yeah, physics is not on their side, essentially.
It's not. And
Yeah.
there's still a lot of growth for EV technology. And one of the most important things that I think a lot of people struggle with, which is the cost of things. So although we are seeing at this earlier stage that EVs cost a little bit more, ultimately in the long run, and when you run the total cost of ownership, it is kind of an inevitable that people are going to make the switch because it's a great value proposition.
Yeah, well, and to that point, it's there's thousands of people that come to Expo every single weekend for every city that it's happening. It's like this is not something that, again, it's not niche anymore. It's not EV car clubs that wanted to make their own EV. We've got every major automaker now has a plug-in car, full electric, plug-in hybrid, however you look at it. And I think the evidence is in. It's like, okay, they're still just cars. We don't need to overthink this too much. And I think that the benefit that comes along with ownership is the prices have come down. Used EVs right now, good Lord. Like, I mean,
some great deals.
yeah, that's the thing is I've got friends that have always kind of said like, okay, Matt, like you're an EV guy, that's fine. But now again, the news keeps coming back around. It's like, oh, this isn't something that was just kind of a quiet conversation. It's sticking around. And then you see events like this and you see the amount of people coming here looking for information. It kind of paints the picture of, okay, no, we're moving past that. Like what's that adoption curve start to look like, right? So are we at the chasm now for adoption,
Well,
the old sense of it?
I think we still have a long ways to go as far as affordability goes, but if you take in consideration what the average cost for the new car at this stage is, which is about $45,000
It's gone up
the
again.
US, it's got like 46 or 7 maybe even.
Wow.
It's under 50, but regardless, there are a lot of EVs that are available in that space that
Oh, yeah.
will allow you to get into with a good amount of range, at like 300 miles of range, which is really impressive.
Yeah.
And I think that we're starting to see more model diversity, which is also part of the mix.
It's a big
is
deal.
that people need to have options. You know, one brand can't just be the only one that succeeds throughout. People like certain things and they have brand loyalty. So for brands like Porsche or Lexus or Ford or Tesla, all these options to have in the same segment, or even the more compelling segments that most people think can't necessarily go electric, like pickup trucks. There's
yeah.
like 10 of them now.
It seems like it almost, for those of us in the industry that think about it, talk about it, look at it all the time, it almost feels like for others, it's like, this feels like it happened overnight. It's like, no, this is a progression that's been happening. But all the plans that have been made to bring EVs to where they are, it required it required first movers like Tesla and others to really set the stage for this is what the technology can be. But it's pushed all of the brands that we see here today to take their innovation, their R&D, and just step it to a whole new level. And I think that's the fun part about what we're seeing is the diversity of the product line. Everybody that is in the mix now, from a brand perspective, they're saying like, no, we're viable in this. They're not just playing in this space. There are multiple models from multiple brands.
And good models. That's the other
Yeah.
side of it, is that back in the day, there were compliance cars. You saw things like maybe the Ford Focus Electric that was very minimal range, and it was really a great city car that could get you like maybe 80 miles if you were lucky. But now it's like the standard is becoming 250 to 300 miles. And as we kind of touched on earlier, the average commute for the driver in the U.S. is 40 miles a day. So pretty much every EV on the market nowadays offers that.
Oh yeah, I think the compliance
And then
piece
some.
you talk about is just kind of like, it's like, yeah, that, like, I think that's part of it is EVs have been in the topic now in the news for, again, we're talking 10 plus years at this point on a mainstream level. And what people heard a long time ago, they sometimes still think, well, that's what they are. And the answer is no, that's what you first heard maybe a decade ago. But to your point, it's not that this has 80 miles of range. It now has 300 plus miles of range. It's not that it takes hours to charge. It takes 10, 15, 20 minutes to charge, depending on what your need is and what the power level you get. All of those things are proving that, again, it's the industry has matured, not to the place where it's fully mature, but we're not crawling. We're walking. We're not running.
Well, and that's also why I just don't think it's a trend, because we see that there's a lot of opportunity for improvement, and even the EVs on the market right now being so good,
Yeah.
to get even better is like, man, that's just like a dream come true. And not only, I was mentioning the value proposition in it, and when we would think about how we would use our vehicle on a day-to-day basis, it was just a car to get us from A to B. But now EVs allow you to use your vehicle to do so much more. I mean, I use mine to go camping, and I can use that power to plug in my e-bikes so that when I do go on a camping trip, I have basically unlimited reign on where I want to be able to go throughout the woods and
Yeah.
stuff like that. Or even just thinking, as we touched on a little bit ago, with vehicle-to-grid technology or vehicle-to-home technology, where your battery pack becomes so useful and a valuable asset where you can even make money on the energy you're selling back to the grid just by owning your EV.
And that's, yeah, it becomes something that we've heard oftentimes of years, like, are EVs an appreciating asset? Like, can they be that? Some of the reasons maybe not fully matured yet for, like, it could drive itself or things like that. But to your point, if you have energy stored in your car and you can then do something with it, like monetize it down the line, that's huge. You can't do that with gas. You get gas, it's just in the tank. The only way to get rid of it is to burn it.
Yes.
Like, that's it.
And you brought up a good point, because when we think about vehicles being an appreciating asset, I think we're at a stage right now where there are a lot of used EVs that are very affordable at this point, and I think it's because people haven't realized the longevity of the powertrain, whether that is your insurance company or, there's a big question mark on it, so people are like, oh, it's only going to last X amount of time. Well, we do have the federal mandate where there is a 8-year, 100,000-mile warranty on every single battery and every EV on the market here, but they're also going to last longer than that. They're not designed to just last for that period of time. They're actually now coming out with studies where these vehicles are lasting much longer than they expected, 15 plus years. And hundreds and hundreds of thousands of miles. Whereas, you know, when you think of a traditional gas vehicle, you're like, oh, I probably should get rid of this at the 100 or 150,000 mark.
That's right when the head gasket decides to just go, bye.
Yeah.
No,
or to your wallet, bye.
well,
It's
and
like-
that, no, the money part of it is a big deal. And I think the used vehicles that are coming to market, you know, on market now, we're talking about people that also may have just leased. And they said,
Yeah.
I just want to dip my toe in. I just want to give this a shot. Give it like 3 years of time, see what I think. The fun part is that 3 years ago time, in that 3 years, how much has the battery technology improved? It already has. The vehicles we've seen on market for 10 years, those are 10-year-old technology. Comparing all of that to what's happening on brand new cars, that means vehicles that are leased today, 3 years from now, they'll be even better and better and better. So it's progressing. That's the best part, is it's constant progress, which is cool.
Yeah, and that's the thing, is at least you can lease. You know, at this stage, there are a lot of options for you to decide to, you know, try it out for the 2 to
Yeah.
3 year period of time. Did you have a question? Yes.
You were talking about sale of used vehicles.
Yeah.
But the powertrain may last a long time. Can you comment on the battery life and the cost of replacing the battery?
Yeah. I mean, you go first. I got a few things I can say.
Yeah, there's actually great development in this segment, but essentially when batteries first started getting implemented in EVs, the idea is that they would build it in a way where it was made out of modules. So you could diagnose per module, and then you would be able to have the technician replace if a module went bad. Your vehicle is not necessarily just going to stop working. And essentially with EVs, there is degradation. So over a long period of time, you may have less range, but your battery is not going to completely quit. There's also warranty periods on that too, though. So a lot of brands offer at least 70% of the health of the battery to remain for that period of time of the 8-year warranty. So there's a lot of fail-safe in that regard as well. But the cost of batteries is what's significantly dropping down, where once we get more volume in the market of these raw materials, on top of battery recycling programs that are in effect right now, new packs can be made for a lot less. New modules can be integrated. But what the truth of the matter is that brands really aren't seeing a lot of having to do like a full pack restoration. If they are, it's either on a module base where they need to fix it, which is a more affordable means to fixing it, or the pack itself is bolted on with like a few bolts to be able to drop out quick, so you're not paying all that labor cost for them to replace it. Now, back when EVs were first starting to take off, the prices were tens of thousands of dollars, and now it's starting to look under that price point for a full pack replacement. It's very unlikely that you will have to do that, like I said, because the most likely thing that will happen is the degradation. It's just going to give you less miles when you have 100% state of charge versus when you first bought it. It's different. I mean, it's just like an internal combustion engine vehicle where it depends on how you take care of your vehicle, and also it depends on the vehicle. Early Nissan Leaf models, for example, had what was called passive cooling of their battery. And essentially that was just like, if the air blows over it, then that's what's going to cool the battery down.
It's like
if
one of those
you're in
little
hot
fans
weather.
at Disneyland when you want it to have the spritz on you, but you don't have the spritz, and it's just hot air blowing in your face. You're like, oh, this could be better.
So the technology has advanced so much now that everyone has liquid-cooled batteries. So on the market is liquid-cooled. So that's why, to Matt's point, is that the longevity is so much more than what we expected from early EVs at this stage, because we're taking care of the batteries. So that's built in from the OEM from the start now.
Yeah, the people that were buying EVs 10, 15 years ago, these were the ones that were saying, I'm going to go for this tech. I'm going to give it a shot. We had to get that information back from those experiences to say, are these batteries going to last the way that we want? But to the credit of the learnings over the last 10, 15 years, that, as you mentioned, like passive cooling or air cooling, it was realized, no, these battery packs have to be managed with a cooling system inside. So now every major EV on the market has that. And that's what's going to ensure that whether you're driving the car at, you floor it and you go 100 miles an hour, it's using all that energy out of that battery, you're putting some stress on the battery. But or if you're charging it fast and you're putting a lot of heat into the battery because you're charging it fast, In either instance, it's managing the temperature of the battery pack in a way that is protected. And that's been the
And
biggest improvement.
What's kind of cool about it now is that most EVs on the market that are sold today also have a preconditioning system. So say I'm doing a road trip and I'm driving far in my EV and it's hot out. My battery, I can see on my screen, it's like 100 some odd degrees. Well, it knows that I'm about to stop at a charging station within the next 30 minutes. So it automatically starts to precondition the battery, and basically it just starts to cool it down to get it closer to that 70-degree temperature, so that when I do plug it in to charge it, it gives me the fastest charging speeds as possible for that state of charge that I'm at, in order to give me the most optimal charging time, so that I don't have to wait as long. Because if it is too hot, in some cases, the vehicle will throttle the amount of energy that can come into the battery, because it's like, man, I'm too hot and I'm just going to keep adding more heat to it. Could be very dangerous. I don't want to damage this battery. So there's so much software in these vehicles that are going to make sure that as best as possible, it's going to try to maintain and prolong the life of the battery.
Yeah, good. So basically, it's a combination of factors. It's navigation combined with software of what's happening by what's called the battery management system, BMS. Yep. It's, as Lacey was mentioning, they're thermal managed, so they have a cooling system built in, like a liquid cooling system built in. But the software and how it controls what's happening with each battery management system, that's being built out by each automaker. So the software in each vehicle, that's one of the biggest challenges, frankly, that we've heard, again, to the credit of the CEO of Ford, Jim Farley. He's been very vocal about how they had to reimagine how they build their cars. Because he said, from a software perspective, we've got multiple vendors we rely on to give us these products. And that's how we've been able to do it with combustion engine cars, because we have a prowess in mechanical engineering, and that's who we've been for decades. But now reimagining themselves, having to understand software really effectively, means they have to simplify down how they manage all of that. So we've seen progress over time with brands like Ford and others who have been implementing better software, even on vehicles that are a couple years old, because they are improving on their practices. And each automaker that's been building gas cars for a century, they're all having to go through that same process. But this isn't a fad. Look it around. All these automakers are doing that.
Follow the money, I will say.
Yeah,
'cause
yeah.
If there's money involved, people will invest to make sure that they can collect some of it.
But over on the battery conversation, I think one of the coolest things we've been seeing is there's a company called Redwood Materials that was founded by the former CTO of Tesla. His name is JB Straubel. And when he was designing the batteries for Tesla, even over a decade ago, 15 years ago, he was thinking of how do we make these things, again, high energy density so we can get good range out of these cars, but then how can we build the cells in such a way that when we're all done, and if this battery is depleted to the place of, it's at 60% of its original range, we got to replace it, how do we then take the exact same materials and minerals out of these batteries and make new batteries again? And they're already doing that today.
And also the other thing about that is that maybe necessarily the battery can't propel a vehicle anymore, but it can be used in a second life application, because say at a festival like this, you could put one of those batteries here to power a bunch of things, or at your home, or a charging station, or, let your imagination run with it.
Batteries, I think a lot of us, again, this is interesting, is like generationally speaking, a lot of us are familiar with batteries in the sense of, like, you go to turn on the TV and the remote's dead. And you go, well, this is stupid. I don't want to get off my couch and turn this TV on. I want my remote to work. Or, again, growing up as a kid, I had RC cars. I full throttled that thing until it just died. And how long did that last? Not very long, because that was like 1987. The thing is, the technology has advanced so far. It has truly advanced in a way that the trust you can have in buying a car that has a battery in it as opposed to a gas tank, the reality is you can drive it long distances. You can charge it up very quickly, in the sense if you want to stop for a 15, 20-minute break on a road trip, it's totally possible now. And we're building more of that functionality into all of these vehicles on the market. And so the competition is what is most important now, is the diversity of brands getting involved. Now it's the proof point. Is your battery the best battery? Is your software the best? Is your technology the best? Is your charging capability the best? Now that is what is the new front lines of how EVs will succeed. And the reason why we know that all of these investments are happening is because, again, look around. We did not have 100+ EV plug-in models on the market 5 years ago. And now we have all these brands that people say, when are they gonna get involved? We now have trucks. Again, that's the biggest thing, is the challenge of getting a vehicle that is popular in the United States of America to be electrified. You've got brands like Rivian and Ford and Chevrolet now stepping in. And there's things like the Cybertruck that reimagine things about what a truck could be. but they all are showing that the technology has advanced so quickly, and it's still progressing every day.
That's for sure. And I think the value proposition is just the key story here, is that you can now use your vehicle for more than just transporting yourself. And to that point, it's also going to enable a lot more, because when we think of internal combustion engine vehicles, they can't necessarily do some of the same things that these EVs are going to be able to do, like autonomous driving and things like that, which are going to change the landscape of how people move. I mean,
Oh, yeah.
to be fair,
The complexity of the beauty of what the automakers built in the last century is that mechanical engineering is amazing. And what they became so good at was building these, again, gas engines that they squeezed every ounce of efficiency out of using gasoline as a fuel source. And they did a phenomenal job. But then all it took was, I remember I had a conversation with my dad when I was in high school. I was literally underneath my car wrenching on a turbo kit. And he walked out, we're talking about cars, and he said, by the way, in your lifetime, whoever makes the best battery is going to win. And my dad is a very, again, lifelong engineer, but I rolled out from under the car and I went, what are you talking about? I was like, my car's got a battery. He's like, no. I mean, if you get a battery with enough energy in it, you can go a long distance. He goes, you put that alongside an electric motor, game over. He's like, simplicity will reign supreme if that happens. Well, it's 2025, and I'm like, Dad, are you Nostradamus? What else you got for me? But it's amazing how fast it's progressed, and the beauty of that is now it's about all of us that are just here today shopping and looking and asking questions of, okay, but how do you make it work for me? First questions I would ask, where do you live? If you live in a house and you got a garage or a driveway, you're going to fill up at home almost exclusively, and here in Florida you can do it for $10. That's the fact. And if you want to go on a road trip, there are 100,000 plus charging stations out there where you can road trip and going to a level 7 charger, fill up in 15 to 20 minutes. That's a fact.
you can literally go across the country.
Yeah,
like,
I've done it. I've driven my car from
Yeah.
Portland to Chicago, back through North Dakota, and every time I pulled into charge and I'd go just go to the bathroom and come back, there'd be one person standing there going, hey, come here. How? Like, I see your Oregon plate. Like, how did you get here? It's like, oh, and then you have these conversations. But the fun part now is that a lot of these brands have built their vehicles to a place where that's all a fact. It's all true. And so the next step is you go and find the vehicle you want, but then from a lifestyle perspective, if you can fill up at home, it changes everything about how you know how to use a car. If you still have to go find your fill up, if you, again, street park, you rent, and you can't fill up at home, there are fast chargers all over the United States of America and North America that you can actually go and just say, I'm going to get that 15, 20-minute fill up. Or I'm going to go to a movie and fill up for 2 hours, and that's fine too. So all these are true things. I think the best part is, for those of you who are here listening and for those who are coming to Expo, you're here getting a chance to listen to the experts from each of these automakers and brands that are making it possible. And we're here at your disposal to ask questions. So thank you again for the question you asked about the batteries. But if anybody else has another question, that's why we're here.
Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, my voice is kind of going out today.
You sound amazing.
Thank
Talk
you.
about it.
So me and my family are actually full-time RVers. We travel
Okay.
around the country in an RV. And we have had a love for EV ever since it first started. Tesla, everything down the way. My question is, I travel in a 42-foot trailer. What are your thoughts on what it's going to do to the RV industry, EV, how things are going to change, and how soon can we expect to see those changes?
Well, I'm really excited to tell you that there are some compelling options coming to market this year. For those of you who don't know me, I am Miss GoElectric, and I do reviews on cars, on electric RVs, on bikes, scooters. I cover everything electric. And recently, I was lucky enough to visit a few companies that have electric RVs coming to market, whether they're a travel trailer or there's something like what General Motors offers with the Bright Drop, which is their fleet van that has 250 miles of range. And there's a company that is called Grounded RVs that is converting them into campers. So the time is actually, those are available on the market right now. And the travel trailers that are coming are so exciting because what they're doing is they're implementing a battery and electric motors in order to help propel them behind a vehicle, so that way you don't have the range loss that you would get typically from a travel trailer that you're pulling behind you, especially if you're in an EV. You know that what's really important when we're towing something is your aerodynamic drag. That's really what affects your range very much so. And another company that's out there that is called Lightship, is coming out with a travel trailer that actually accordions up and then folds down so that it reduces that aerodynamic profile in order to basically have no range loss when you're pulling it behind you to go camping. So I know that sounds like a distant future, but it's actually here now where these brands are coming out with these types of models. And Airstream most recently announced a smaller electric travel trailer that's probably about at least half the size of what the Lightship is. But it's incredible the options that are starting to come to market for people like you who want to go out and experience nature. The other nice benefit about it is that one that I've reviewed called the Pebble Flow is a travel trailer that has the ability to hitch itself onto the hitch for you, which seems wild, but what that also enables is for people that aren't used to camping or traveling with a travel trailer, now that unlocks for people that want to do it, that are intimidated by the experience, to make it super easy. And this is what electrification can enable, you know, giving the ability to have people have more experiences that are seamless. And in those cases, they have heat pumps and solar panels so that they can run off the grid. You're going to run out of water essentially before you run out of energy in your battery pack when you're out in the woods. So it's pretty amazing what the technology is getting to at this point.
No, I think everything she said is a fact. Is a fact. And I think the fun part too is that what we're seeing is that the batteries that existed 10, 15, 20 years ago, what we're seeing today now with energy density in the battery pack, is to get the big range out of heavy vehicles, it still requires a bigger battery. But the advancement that's happened in the last 10 years because of that, for the price of the batteries coming down and the technology going up, is only going to continue to progress. And that's the best part about it. So we'll see more of that, I think, for bigger vehicles that people are interested in. Again, as you described, it's happening.
And the efficiency is the key there, because you know, at this stage, it's true. When you think of a bigger battery, that means more range. But that doesn't necessarily have to be true. It can be more efficient so that you're getting more energy out of a battery pack that is right sized to the vehicle.
You have one more question? So the question was, what about home charging and how much does it cost? And also, if you change brands, how does that work? And by brands, you mean brands of vehicle, if you decide to get a different car. So the home charging question is basically, where's your breaker box? So wherever your breaker box is and how far away or close it is to where you park your vehicle, that will dictate, number one, is you have an electrician check out your breaker box, and if you have room in it, they can install basically a circuit for your home charger. That's number one. Number two is how far is the conduit they have to run to where you want to put your charger. So if you have a home that was built recently, most breaker boxes are in the garage and they have room on the circuit. So that's pretty straightforward. Older homes might need to be upgraded. So that's it. So cost-wise, if you have to upgrade your panel, that will cost you thousands potentially. And then if you aren't parking near where your breaker box is and they have to run conduit, that's where the price also goes up. If we're talking averages around the United States, it's going to be probably to install and get a level 2 charger, as it's called, at home. You're going to be around $1,000 to maybe $2,000 depending on your setup.
But something to consider is that there are incentives for that. Yep. So whether that is through your utility or a federal incentive for you to have that subsidized, the other side of it is that there are brands right now that are offering to install a charger for you. Whether that's Ford, Hyundai, they're offering that, or in Hyundai's case, of either that or a $400 credit for fast charging. So that's something to consider right now at this stage of the game is the brand that you're looking at offering some installation and a complimentary charger for you to be able to reduce that cost by a significant amount, if not have it be complimentary, completely free. So definitely take that into consideration.
And if you do change vehicle brands over time, so one thing that's happened is for example, every brand has said we're going to switch to the Tesla plug type. So that's happening right now, but that means you can use an adapter. If you, for example, buy a non-Tesla today that has, in Chargeway, as we call it, the green plug, you can get a green level 2 charger for your house, but then you can also get an adapter if you decide to switch to a Tesla down the road, and that is perfectly fine.
And
totally works.
I personally, at this stage of the game, recommend everyone load up on the adapters so that they have the flexibility and they just have it, so that if they get in a scenario where they're in a pinch or they need to charge somewhere, you have the tool available for you to plug in wherever you want. But also Tesla makes the universal wall charger that has both the NACS connector and the adapter built into it for the J1772. So that was actually my charger that I used for a long time because I personally have a Rivian, which has the J1772 standard, but then my significant other has a Tesla. So that way we can use one charger. We don't need to get two installed. No one needs to use an adapter. It's all seamless. So there are quite a few options out there depending on your preference.
We got time for one more question, then we got a session we're going to be having here in a minute to talk about eVTOLs. But any more questions? Yeah.
Hi. Actually, I'm a huge fan. I love the Current.
Thank you. We
Yes.
just filmed it this morning.
Oh, okay,
Stay
cool.
tuned on
Boom.
Sunday. We do a weekly EV news show called The Current. So thanks for watching.
Right
My
on.
pleasure. I just had a question. What do you feel about Chinese EVs and them not being allowed to be sold or operated here in the U.S.?
You know, I
Ooh,
think
political football.
Yeah, it
Have
is.
fun.
You know, it's a tricky situation. I understand all the politics involved with it and what it could mean for the automotive business. I personally like consumer choice. I advocate for that on a regular basis because I think the people should be able to decide what they want. To that end, there are some extremely compelling Chinese EVs that are under $30,000, and I think a lot of people
Under $20,000.
Yeah, exactly. And there are many people that come up to me and say, you know, as far as my background in automotive, I worked as a product expert for a lot of different car brands. And I used to have people come up to me at displays like this where they would say, I will never buy anything Chinese. Or, you know, I worked a little bit with Ford and someone was saying, you know, I will only buy American made. And there is some truth to that there are a lot of people that have those loyalties or that will only buy a certain way, which is totally fine, but that's someone's choice. Whereas I think there's a lot of people that would want that competition in order to force everyone to become better and to make more affordable products. And so I wish that they were available here. We'll see what the future holds. But at this stage, I also understand what it would do as far as chaos in the automotive business.
They have great products, and they really do. And to their credit, they've invested heavily in the last 5 to 10 years on it. And also to their credit, they really never had a prowess in making automobiles when they were running on gas. That wasn't really what they did in China. But boy, are they great at software.
They knew that they could not compete in the automotive business if they continued down the path of dominating in internal combustion engines.
Exactly.
They knew that the EV was the path. And so they, even further from 10 years, they've been doing this for about 15, 20 years as investing in the development of EV batteries and everything that goes along with it. So they've got a leg up in that regard because they kind of saw what the path was. Whereas there's a lot of profit to be made in the current situation. Continue to stay profitable, but it is a pretty drastic shift that they have to kind of ease into and prepare for because it's pretty significant.
They're retraining their brains. I mean, it's a corporate shift in a huge way. It's not just a car. The entire rethinking of how you build a car is being reimagined. So we got one more question here.
Thanks.
Yeah.
So my question was geared towards batteries and due to American demographic and choice in wanting to drive longer and use heavier vehicles, and how that contradicts with most of the global, like in Europe and the way they tend to drive. I think that like the brute force usage of like just increasing capacity is not going to help because a lot of people don't want a more expensive vehicle.
I agree.
And with the rare earth minerals and lithium and stuff. So I just wanted to hear your perspective on solid state batteries and where that is currently and how long you think before we see something like that?
So there are certain phases with the testing procedures for solid state batteries, and it has been the promise of great energy density and great charging performance for a very long time in the business. To be realistic, I think it's still maybe 5 years out from when we actually see production models with some solid state. There's semi-solid state batteries on the market right now, but full solid state is a whole nother ball of wax to solve. And one of the main problems is the manufacturing process and getting it to be a clean run, nice sample unit, taking the sample unit and then bringing it into not only mass production, but also integrating it into a vehicle where you have all these lab tests where you can make sure everything is perfect and the conditions are controlled. But when you get out into the real world, it's not like that. So that's been like the huge hurdle for solid state. I will say there are some samples, they call them B samples, so they're kind of, I would say, more closer to halfway in the process, maybe even a little bit further in the testing procedures in order to get these to production. And Mercedes just announced just a few weeks ago that they're testing those out right now. So everyone is investing in this. I mean, it is a huge business, and if it is a problem that is to be solved, it's going to be a huge deal.
Yep.
It's just going to still take more time because there's a lot of development and research that's getting put into it. But to your point, I completely agree with you. The answer is not raising the price and putting more batteries in something when we can make it more efficient. And not only that on the battery side, but also when you think about, you know, the electronics that are utilizing that energy from your car. I know a lot of them on the market today offer cameras all over the vehicle, and that sucks a lot of energy. It uses a lot of energy to be able to, you know, have that type of feature, but people want it. So it's a holistic type of effort in order to get to the point where we need to have more efficient batteries in order to reduce the cost and make it seem, you know, sensible for the automaker to spend. But it's coming.
It's more than a promise. I always joke it's a promise of the solid state battery. But if you look at the brands that have, I mean, we have Toyota that's been working on it for a long time.
Yep.
Mercedes has their vehicles they're testing in market.
QuantumScape. There's a lot of companies on their own that are doing it. Volkswagen.
Yep. So it's. I would say that again, we've done a lot with lithium ion as kind of as far as we can. We've kind of taken it as far as we can, which is still amazing for what we've gotten it to do. But then you have all the other battery chemistries that are even on market today, like lithium phosphate. They've been testing boron batteries. So as my dad said when I was a kid, whoever makes the best battery is going to win. So what's going on behind the curtain right now is all of that. But what's amazing is that it's not required to just achieve that for this to, I think, really take off. We're already seeing how it's taking off with an existing tech. But think about that moment. If someone says this is a solid state battery that can refill in 5 minutes, you know, and it goes 600 miles, even without weather conditions considered. I mean,
yeah, and I think lithium iron phosphate is going to become the new lithium ion battery in a sense, because even the technology there, it used to be that the energy density wasn't nearly as good, and maybe you see a little bit of that still on the market today, but in China, they're getting the energy density up so high for lithium iron phosphate that it's like, wow, that's pretty impressive. And those have very good thermal properties. So basically what that means is that you could charge it as fast as possible, and the battery maintains a certain temperature. It doesn't get too hot like a traditional lithium ion battery. So I think that there's going to be on all spectrums of chemistries available. I mean, we're even seeing things like lithium sulfur, unexpected chemistries that are going to break through, and I think be really great for different applications. But I mean, there's a lot of opportunity in the
sky's the
EV
limit
space.
basically right now. Yeah. So
it's exciting.
Great question, by the way. That was awesome. So I think we've got a session we're gonna have right now, but please stick around, listen to this session. It's gonna be talking about a lot of things that are happening beyond just this open Q&A. But again, thank you for your questions, and Jerry, we're ready for you.
We're going to be talking about eVTOLs.
So why don't you just meet me in the middle? Oh, in the middle, baby.
My life. So yes, we cover everything.
That's me.
Actually, I would like to introduce you to Tim, who is my producer. He. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Yes.
Till we cross the line.
Marilyn is she's in the
Game to play in the world of day.
Just the thought of you gets me so high, so high. You're the one I want to hold. And if you want me, girl, you got me. There's nothing I know I wouldn't do. Just to get up next to you, girl. You're the one I want to hold. And if you want me, girl, you got me. There's nothing I know I wouldn't do. Just to get up next to you.
Say your eyes, they all over me. Don't be shy. Take control of me. Get the vibe. It's gonna be lit tonight.
Baby girl, you give me 10 ton of fatness. Give me some of that.
Hello, hello. Well, welcome everyone. We are here at the Electrify Expo, and we are in the EV Reality Check booth sponsored by GreenCars. And what we're doing here today is we are dispelling EV myths, because there's a lot of misconceptions out there on EVs, and we're here to answer those kind of questions and debunk them for you. So in the meantime, while you're here, if you have any questions, please let us know. We have a mic up here. But in this session, what we want to kind of talk about is another form of transportation that is starting to really proliferate and a lot of people don't know about. But I have Jerry here, who is a founder of Vertiport 1, which is his own company that is dealing with Nolan Vertiport 1. And the company is dealing with electric vertical takeoff and landing vehicles. Now, this sounds like far in the future that there are going to be these, essentially, a lot of people are calling them flying cars, flying taxis, yes. But Jerry, give us some insight on what you're doing at your company to bring electric aircraft like these eVTOLs to life.
Thanks, Lacey. The industry right now is in its infancy, and I'd say there's maybe 500 authorities in the industry right now. I'm just using that as a number. Maybe go up 250, down 250. But there are authorities in this industry. But you look at their companies, it's NASA. You look at the company, it's the FAA. It's, you know, the level of commitment and gray matter and knowledge that is now being applied to flying batteries in the sky is beyond the automotive industry. Up until now, we've had a bunch of really smart people in the automotive industry. Ford, 100 years, they build cars. They build a great car, founder of the production car. And now they build an electric car. And they're in competition with an upstart. We're going to call Tesla an upstart, but they've been doing it for what, 5, 6, 7, 8, whatever years it has been for Tesla. How many years is Tesla?
A little bit longer, but almost like 20.
Tesla's
20 years.
But Ford, we're looking at 100 years. So they're taking this beast and now entering into a marketplace where they're going, we're going to have flying electric taxis that are, thank you. They're going to have flying electric taxis that are effectively batteries with rotors on it. And so the ability of these vehicles to take off and land is crucial because it's slightly different than a heliport. It's the same general parameters, and they're in the process of publishing what is Engineering Brief 105 and subsequent versions of that right now, and they're fine-tuning what are the specifications for these vertiports where they're going to land. Now, a commercial vertiport is going to be after a heliport. Some people will expect that they're going to be able to land personal aircraft at their home. So in your driveway, you're going to have a personal aircraft that you can be able to take off and land in it probably just as easily as you're able to have it park your car right now. But the commercial side is what I'm kind of focused on. And so there's a lot of collaboration going on. You know, am I going to be rolling out 20 different vertiports? Probably not. Am I going to find a niche market with probably 3 or 4 or 5 communities where I'm going to wedge myself in there and be first boots on the ground? And suddenly we're able to offer service between Orlando and Daytona, Orlando and DeLand, Orlando and Melbourne, you know, whatever it might be. Airports are working this into their master plan right now, and communities are working this into their master transportation plan. You know, the road outside the convention center wasn't built today without planning for it 5 years ago before they put money into an investment study of ridership and how's it going to go. And the same thing is going on in the eVTOL market right now.
And what I think is so exciting about it is that it is going to be a new regional form of transportation that seems like it promises affordability too, because a lot of people think it sounds really expensive, but what is your take on that, on how eVTOLs will change mobility?
Well, supply and demand, you're going to have a limited supply of vehicles in the marketplace, and of these eVTOLs will be coming online. Stellantis and Archer are in the process of opening a facility in Ohio that is going to gear up to like 500 units a year. Now, you extrapolate that out. I mean, they've got to get them being used, and in the beginning, they're going to be on the primary routes. People will be paying a premium for them. You're going to see the initial routes are visual flight rules, not instrument flight rules, until they transition over into having the ability to operate in a complete instrument, environment. But it'll be visual flight rules, and they'll be in areas that have great weather, like Orlando,
like here,
like Orlando, like Miami. I do believe that you're going to see the first adoption, the first national airspace is adopted will be in Miami probably, and I think money is driving it. The money in Miami cannot be matched. It's international in scope, and it's out of control.
Well, I think the other side of it is that there's a lot of flexibility. When you want to go to a city center area where there's a lot of people that are going to be able to utilize this service, but like, how do you pick which areas you're going to be putting a vertiport?
Here we go. So I'm involved with a NASA working group. It's community integration, and there are people that bounce around ideas about how our community is going to see that we have this. The Olympics this past year, there was a German manufacturer called Volocopter, and Volocopter about a month or two before the Paris Olympics said, and it's going to be great. We're going to we're going to fly all the German athletes to all the venues, and it's going to be really cool. And the Parisians went, no, I don't think you're going to do that. Now, there's some history of Parisians and Germans that don't quite mesh too well, but here's an example of a technology. They call them flying washing machines because the sound given off by one of these things at like 50 yards is the sound of a dishwasher running. And so that's the difference between a helicopter and an electrical vertical takeoff and landing vehicle, is where a helicopter is one rotor with a lot of load on those blades. Of eVTOL maybe 6 motors or 8 motors, 12 motors, and they have less load on the blades, and thus less wind and less noise. And there we go. And then I want to jump back. You did try to get me elicit something on the cost side. There's a suggestion that if you get it in a ride share on your app, whoever you use
Uber, Lyft, yeah.
Uber, Lyft, and you're going to use whatever their premium version is of Black, or what is
Uber Black
or whatever. You pay a premium for that, and I think you will see the same type of premiums offered on the initial flights that are conducted that'll be 10 minutes long from city centers out to the airport. And they'll be at the price of what a helicopter might be, but they're able to occur because helicopter can't land there because there are noise ordinances, because the zoning commission won't allow that. But eVTOLs are trying to sneak in on the side of that by saying we're quieter, we're fuel efficient, we're safe, it's the check down that they go through to get them introduced into communities that may have thought, or it gives you a 3D transportation solution. There's a lot of space that isn't being used above our heads, and we don't want helicopters, but if an eVTOL went by at 50 yards or 100 yards, we probably would not hear it while we're sitting in here. We wouldn't hear it. It would just go by and it'd be...
I mean, to be fair, there was this controversy of like in New Jersey, there were all these drones in the air. Do you think those were eVTOLs, by the way? Because I stand by that. I think they were eVTOLs that the government owned. But eVTOLs, to that regard, there's a lot of standardization on where they can fly and how low they can fly. And there's already a process from the FAA that are beginning to make sure certifications are in place for safety? Because I think that's the big concern for people.
So
is
they're
the
manned
safety.
and unmanned. That's the big thing, is manned and unmanned vehicles. And so the unmanned vehicles are what you see Amazon and Walgreens and Walmart and Kmart and whoever the companies do, medical supplies. So these are the people that want to deliver to your door in these unmanned vehicles. And so there's a little bit of disconnect. People don't want the activity in the skies above their home. But then that gets into, we then transition over to the manned vehicles, and we go into personal aircraft, which is going to be a personal eVTOL, or we get into something that's been vetted by the FAA, that has gone through all the safety, that they need to make sure that this thing is airworthy. And as far as the airspaces that they bring online, if you have a chance to look it up, Google it, NASA and the FAA are reaching for a thing called Innovate 28. Everything is about Innovate 28. And Innovate 28 is about setting the standards to ramp up our country towards the Olympics in 2028 in Los Angeles, so that eVTOLs are a part of the complete environment of transporting athletes. And so as we move forward with this, we're going to begin to see that happen. And so you've got Joby, which is invested by Toyota, Stellantis, Chrysler, and all that. They're Archer. You can go right down the line. Every eVTOL has paired up with a car manufacturer, because they know, like the Ford manufacturing, they know production. They know how to make these things. The difference is you're talking about a price point on a EV that has 4 wheels on it that you get in, that's between, I'm going to say low end, you can get in something for $40,000, maybe even a little less, up into the, we start to go up there. Whereas the cost of an eVTOL, they're like $5 to $7 million. So, but they've got to be mass produced. And so that's what the automotive industry brings to the thing. So where we had battery, here we go. I don't see efficiencies increasing in petrol and petroleum and gas-fired, vehicles. Like Matt said about his dad, you show me somebody that wins on the battery race, they're the ones that are going to win with the vehicle, with the flying car, whatever it may. It is the batteries, and they're bringing to bear hugely sophisticated, highly knowledgeable people in an industry that builds rockets.
Yeah. It's pretty amazing. And the thing that I want to kind of ask you about, 'cause since you're in the vertiport arena, is when we consider charging. So what kind of investments are you looking at in order to make sure that it's a seamless process for the vertiport to land and then refuel at your type of station? Is it like a regular level 2 charger that you would expect, or how does that work?
Yes, it is level 2 charging. There are manufacturer specific, like in this industry. What did you say? Get a good convert. Take advantage of, get every converter and put it in your trunk. Put it in
every adapter.
You want every adapter, and your availability of getting a charge is no different than a cell phone, in so much as you have converters for your cell phone. If I have an adapter for a USB, a mini USB, whatever it might be. I can plug in anywhere I want to, in any 110 outlet that I want to, and the same is about to happen for EVs with 4 wheels, where you may not need a supercharge. You may not need a level 2 charge. You may need to just plug into a 110 outlet and draw a trickle charge while you go in and have a sandwich with your buddy in his home and watch the game, and then you want to come out and there's your car, it's ready to go. So people think they have to have access to a special charger. Sure, to get a fast charge, but there's no reason you can't plug your vehicle into an electrical outlet that was installed to code. You can draw off that, and you can get enough power to get you where you need to go, I suspect, at any given moment. You will find more electrical outlets tomorrow than you will find gas stations. Okay, so gas stations are probably reducing in number right now, while electrical outlets are increasing in number. I mean, it's an oversimplistic, whatever, but how difficult is it becoming to find a gas station? It becomes more and more increasingly difficult, because environmental regulations. Cities want to consolidate their gas stations. They don't want a gas station on every corner. The gas stations are down there. It's not in the zoning district. Electrical outlet is
everywhere. Yeah.
everywhere.
But I mean, you do need some space in order to land your vehicle out in the open. So is there like portable, dolly-based systems that are allowing you to charge while the vehicle's out there, or how is that all working? Do you have to invest a lot for that?
Yes. No. Chargers, I think you're looking at the same cost on charging. You can they can find the technology for $2,500. I'm going to just pull that. $2,500. You got a level 2 charger. Boom. You've got your electrical technicians and builders. They come in and they install it per specifications that an architect or electrical engineer has drawn up, and it's done. Or they can have something that they can wheel around that, in the same way you might run out of a charge because of your lack of thinking or whatever, you're not paying attention. Somehow you get an emergency call, not to have your car jump start, but you need to get a little bit of juice, and then somebody comes out and meets you with a battery, and they charge you up, and boom, and you're off and going. And that same thing holds true with the heliport or with the vertiports. You can have a permanent vertiport with installed infrastructure that's hardwired, or you may have portable. In the same way you see planes that are, they run the petrol out to the plane and they gas them up, you could see the same thing happen with the eVTOLs. But the eVTOLs will tend to be closer into the buildings, a little tighter, very easy to service.
Now, I think a lot of people think that this type of technology is really far out, because we've been, I've been following the eVTOL business for a while, and it seems like there's a lot of a development period where now they're starting to get the buildings built for manufacturing. But when are these going to actually be real? And is it sooner than we think?
They are in the process of approving airspaces for operation. The ability to have that happen in your community is directly tied to whether your community was smart enough to begin talking about eVTOLs and integrating it into the master transportation plan, or there's always a planning commission, and so you want to make sure that you've mentioned it in the minutes, that the next year there's a study involved that's been cited, so that when you get to that point 5 years down the road and you want to build it, your Planning and Transportation Commission has already had it on the agenda 5 years ago. They've already hired, a company that's come in and they spent $5 or $10 grand to give them an initial study about, where they need to go with this whole thing. So the planning is starting to happen. I suspect that you'll begin to see operation, I think, in Southern California, Houston, and probably South Florida. The first run, I think, will be from the Miami Convention Center to the Miami airport to downtown Miami. And there's a lot of things driving that. They've planned ahead. They have a lot of money. They've got it going. Right now, Orlando is in the process of, there's an open bid, an RFP that's out there that closes in like a month to build the first vertiport, and I'm kind of involved with a little of this is happening.
We'll root for you.
Well, yeah, I just want to take a bite of it. And so, but that's coming online right now. So Orlando's in the process of building the infrastructure, or they've got an RFP out there to build the infrastructure so that we're ready to land these eVTOLs in 2 to 3 years in Orlando, maybe 2, but I think we'll see that sooner in Miami and Houston and Santa Barbara.
What do you think this will do for the transportation and mobility industry? Like, how do you think eVTOLs are going to affect how people move?
I think that you'll have the ability to instantly transport yourself where you wish to go, when you wish to go, without having to worry about if you hit traffic. So in the same way that somebody could say, well, you could do that with a helicopter. Helicopters are, again, limited access. You have to have a heliport. It has to be able to land there. But eVTOLs, it's gonna be where you'll get in it, it'll take you where you need to be, and suddenly we open up the skies to being able to transport people more efficient, or as efficiently as they transport people on the ground. Again, Again, batteries with rotors. Batteries with rotors.
A lot of rotors too. Like you mentioned, a helicopter has one, but the eVTOL has the redundancy, so there's no concern on whether or not if a few of them
If it
even
fails,
go down.
yeah. So one of them fails, it probably has some algorithm in the computer code that brings you down 1,000 feet. And if two of them fail, it gets you within 100 feet of the ground. And there will be computers that are able to think this through for you, but there is redundancy in the motors, and so they test this to have motors fail. They test this, that's what the FAA does. They sit there and go, is this safe to fly? They're not going to get an engineer like Matt's dad is not. An engineer is not going to get in a vehicle or anything unless they know it's safe to get into it.
Exactly.
And and that's what we have going on right now.
So when is your first vertiport going to be officially open? That's $1 million question.
That's like looking at somebody training for a marathon and going,
Right.
when are you going to
Yes,
finish your
when?
first marathon? Well, I just want to compete in the first one. I would like to have an equity interest in an operational vertiport in the next 3 years. And so it's a path. And so it starts out with being a respondent to a bid. It starts out with being a loser on a bid 2 times, 3 times. And you refine it a little bit. You get different partners, and finally you get the deal. So there are going to be companies that are far more accomplished and aspirational than I am. I'm an upstart. I'm a boutique real estate developer. I assemble land and we move it out the door. I think the same is happening in the industry right now. You're going to have people like Ford that know what they're doing. You have established fixed base operators in the aviation industry that they were like, oh, yeah, electrical eVTOLs. Yeah, we're going to go back to servicing our Learjets and our helicopters and stuff like that. And now those same fixed base operators are striking deals to be able to provide services for eVTOLs, and that's who I would be up against. But they're going to want big markets. I want the smaller market.
Sure. I mean, there's room for
there's room for
a lot of
success
growth
at a
right
high
now.
level. I just want to.
You're saying too, there's a lot of investment because, to your point, there are car companies that are investing in this. There are airlines that are investing in this. There are a lot of people that have to put this all together. So, to your point, there's a lot of opportunity there for a lot of investment to move this forward. So,
I'd like to think there's some profit somewhere in this food chain,
Right.
And so I look around, and BJ and I have spoke over the last year, and BJ being the producer and founder of this event, for those who might be new to it, we spoke about a year ago, and I was trying to get the eVTOL industry to begin thinking like this, because they need to do community orientations with eVTOLs and how they work and what's going on, so that you don't get this NIMBY reaction, not in my backyard, when they begin to come online. And why I called BJ and why I talked was, I don't need to reinvent the wheel. BJ's got the wheel. He's got these are the customers that are going to be advocates for a new vertiport in downtown Orlando or downtown wherever.
what you're saying is that you're going to be bringing eVTOLs here to Electrify Expo eventually.
You know what?
Let's go. Let's do it.
If you know what, it would be a really neat thing if it'd be, gosh, wouldn't it be wonderful?
Would be cool.
It wouldn't be cool, but it fits. This airspace is an airspace that will eventually be addressed with solutions from the eVTOL market. This is on the cutting edge of that. There's no reason that they're not going to somehow or another bump into each other in a year or 2 or 3.
The future sounds exciting, and we appreciate you coming and sharing some of your insights, Jerry, and I look forward to hopefully flying out of one of your vertiports one of these days. Thank you guys so
Lacey.
much for sticking around and listening to our session here. We're going to start another one here in just a few minutes.
Tú eres una, yo soy lo que no une. Ella sabe que está buenota y no la presumen. Si yo fuera tu gato, subiera una foto.
Dennis the Menace.
Pa' que todo el mundo vea lo rica que tú estás, Contigo tengo que apretar. Y en la calle ando suelto, pero por ti me quito. Si tú me lo pides, yo me porto bonito y subo un selfie pa' que vean lo rica que tú estás, Las otras tienen Mami, qué rica tú te ves. Pa' los 2000 escucha RBD. Y ahora quiere perreo toda la noche en la pared. Que no sé.
Mami, tú eres élite, no te me limites. Déjame hacerte lo que me diste y te levite. Dale pa'l escondite, no te me arites. Que aquí no va a poder llegar los satélites. Mami, sube algo, dame contenido. Ese súbelo más seguido. Me paso jangueando, a ver si coincido. Ey, y por fin estoy contigo. Mami, mientras nunca la olvido. Ninguna como tú a mí me ha complacido. Tú crees que a todas siempre les digo lo mismo. Quieres, pero no quieren a fijo. Ey, pero en confianza me confiesa. Dice que nadie le interesa, pero cuando sale se pone traviesa.
Ay, pa' que todo el mundo vea lo rica que tú estás, Ay, contigo tengo que apretar. Y en la calle ando suelto, pero por ti me quito. Si tú me lo pides, yo me porto bonito.
Porque estar soltera está de moda, por eso ya no se enamora. Estar soltera está de moda, por eso no va a cambiar.
Estar soltera está de moda, por eso ya no se enamora. Estar soltera está de moda, por eso no va a cambiar.
Está soltera, con sus amigas revueltas. Va pa' la disco y a nadie le rinde cuenta. Está soltera, con sus amigas revueltas. Va pa' la disco y a nadie le rinde cuenta. Ella vacila y vive en la joda. No está lista pa' un trajecito blanco en la boda. Puede perrear con uno como se lo baila sola. Batea pa' 500, siempre bota en la hora. Ponme a prueba, ve que tu cuerpo se te va a caer. La orden de cateo, las manos contra la pared. Para darle para el piso no pide permiso. Si estás soltera sin compromiso, tapa la rumba y hacer dinero. Y yo que soy un bandolero. Me gusta como tú, la que no cree en el sentimiento ni un 14 de febrero.
Lo que quiere vacilar, solita para romper la disco, ella lo que quiere es vacilar. De la hasta abajo sin parar y estar soltera está de moda, por eso ya no se enamora. Estar soltera está de moda, por eso no va a cambiar. Estar soltera está de moda, por eso ya no se enamora. Estar soltera está de moda, por eso no va a cambiar.
Se cansó de los embustes y a su vida le hizo un ajuste. Ey, si la ves en la disco con las bellas no te asustes.
That's
Está
test
pa'
one,
el
too.
problema, así que no la busques. Déjala volar como decía Tito. A él le queda chiquito. La leona no está puesta pa' gatito. Ey, y sin ti le va bonito. Hoy se siente coqueta, siempre activa, nunca quieta. Todas las moñas son violetas, el corazón lo tiene a dieta. Ey, pa' que ningún se meta. Se dejó en beat otra vez. Te has pichado todas las llamadas y todos los texts. Tú no entiendes que hace rato lo dijo Next. La nena está haciendo más tique que el ex.
Ponte pa' la vuelta que yo voy pa'l party. Si no nos vemos, mami, en el hotel party. Ponte
check.
pa'l problema,
Mic
dale,
check.
déjate ver. Lo que aquí empezamos lo matamos en el motel. Suelta por ahí, yo estoy suelto por acá. Hacer de wiki como dice Yavirá. Soltó el corazón, sacó a pasear la maldad.
Ella lo que quiere es vacilar. Solita para romper la disco, ella lo que quiere vacilar. Dale hasta abajo sin parar. Que estar soltera está de moda. Hacer lo que quiere y que se. Estar soltera
eso como cante. Lo, lo, lo.
Hello, 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 and welcome back. This is Electrify Expo Orlando, and you are listening to the EV Reality Check booth powered by GreenCars.com. So this booth here at Electrify Expo is here for you. If you're here, if you can hear my voice and you walk by the booth, the entire booth space is meant to be here for answering questions that you might have if you're shopping for an EV, thinking about home charging, charging in general, anything goes on with the EV shopping experience. And with that, we have also people joining us throughout the day, the industry experts, people that have been on the front lines of learning things that are happening, what's happening with EVs. So without further ado, my name is Matt Teske. I'm the founder and CEO of Chargeway, and I'm joined by Miss GoElectric once again.
Hello.
All right, so we've done a lot of interviews throughout the day, but right now we're going to have a conversation about basically what it means to get behind the wheel. So Amanda Klein, you are from Hot Cars, and also what do you also share your reviews on?
Amanda Reviews Cars.
Amanda Reviews Cars. So thank you for joining us.
Of course, thank you for having me.
So you have been, like I said, kind of on the front lines, and you've been looking at this from the perspective of, okay, I'm a buyer, I'm a shopper, I'm going to get behind the wheel of this. So from your perspective, there's a lot of things to unpack with the EV conversation.
Yeah.
But I guess if I had to ask a question of you is, what's the first thing that comes to your mind for when you get done reviewing and you think about an EV, how should people be thinking? Like, what's the first thing you want them to think about?
I guess it just depends what you're going to do with the car every day. And you have to think about how far you drive and like what your daily commute is like. So for me, I work from home, so I'm not really concerned with cars that have a super long range because I'm not driving 200 miles every day. You know, if you don't go that far, you're going 15 miles, and you don't really have to take all of that into consideration so much. And I think that's something that people get really confused about, like, oh, it has to have 400 miles of range, or I'm going to be charging it every 20 minutes. And that's just not true. Most people drive under, like 40 miles a day every day. You don't have to charge every day for that. You can charge every other day, you know, you can charge at work, but so many people spend time charging at home that I think that it gets really misconstrued about how much range you need. You have to kind of consider what you need out of a car and how much you are going to be driving it every single day.
So it's related to lifestyle.
Yeah.
So key point would be thinking about just what your everyday experience like normally.
Yeah.
And also the fill-up part, we talk about this a lot today already, is just how the convenience works about filling up. I mean, that's probably the biggest first step is, if you can, that changes everything.
Now, I am curious because you get in a lot of cars, and especially when we talk about EVs, there's a lot of variation. People just think that they're computers on wheels, but they're actually very different from one another. So can you talk about some of the things that you've noticed as far as the progression as you've reviewed cars, in particular EVs, and what you've noticed evolve with EVs in particular?
One thing that I kind of compare it to, it's like an iPhone. Like, you can't compare the 3G iPhone to like a phone that we have now, our iPhone 15, 3G, 7G Pro Max, everything like that. An original electric vehicle is nothing like something that you're going to get in today, one of these cars. The Porsche Macan or a supercar, the new Rimac, any of those, they're so different than something that someone might have been introduced to even like 5 years ago. So when you get into them, and even to that point, you know, there are less expensive ones that are going to be more affordable for someone who has a family and wants to put 5 people in it. There's also going to be supercars. Like, they are very different, even from brand to brand, or even just from segment to segment. Like, I'm pretty sure Cadillac has an EV in every segment now, so that you can still have a Cadillac and you can have an electric vehicle and you can have a completely bespoke $400,000 Cadillac if you want. You can have a big SUV.
I still can't believe that's the price of that thing.
I know, it's really crazy.
incredible.
I got to see it in real life a little while ago, and it is so bonkers.
You have to have like white gloves on and like walk up, get like a clean room. Like, you can go talk to it now, Amanda. Go ahead.
They let me touch it, but I was a little afraid.
Well, that's it. Like, oh, they did let you touch it. All right.
They let me touch it, but I was afraid. But yeah, they are just very different from every vehicle, and I think that, you know, it's almost like Goldilocks. You don't have to necessarily get in the first EV and buy the first one that you like. You can try them out. There are so many different cars here today that if you don't really jive with the first one that you find, feel free to try another brand.
Well, and to the idea that I think most people that are coming to events like Expo, and again, we talk to people all the time, just everyday people off the street that don't have experience with EVs, is I think part of that, the question I would hear of hearing, like, well, they're very different, it's for you. They would be like, well, isn't it just a car? Doesn't it just have 2 pedals and a steering wheel? And like, isn't that what I do? So I think to me, like, what is that difference then that they're going to experience? Because I think a lot of folks think of cars like, it is my mode of mobility. It's point A to point B. And I do just have to go find gas, and that's all I think about. So what are the primary differences that you think that they need to be thinking about as they're looking and experiencing these different cars?
Well, you don't need to find gas anymore. I mean, really, most people are charging at home. So if you're able to plug it in at home, that's really going to take care of most of it for you. I think the biggest difference is just the whole experience. It's so quiet. It's so fast. It can be very luxurious. It doesn't have to be. But they're just the whole package is a very different experience than a traditional gasoline vehicle. And I think that that's really cool. And if you like to drive, which a ton of people do, especially people here, it's kind of like a new beast. It's like an alien kind of car. If you're bored with your ICE car, your combustion engine vehicle, why not try something from Tesla or try a Lucid for that when you're there?
Well, do you have people in the comments that say, well, EVs are lifeless, they're not fun to drive? And what is your response to that?
They haven't driven one. I really think that's what it comes down to. Like, I had never driven an electric vehicle, and I got bored of saying that I hadn't driven an electric vehicle, so I just went to Tesla and test drove a Model 3.
That's I love it. I got bored of my same talking point, and I realized I could solve this talking point.
Yes.
No, but I mean that's actually a really cool way to frame it, though. Is that the amount of people that we oftentimes engage with on social media? I mean, and social media is where a lot of these conversations really get heated, and people have their obviously very, very strong opinions on things.
Very.
I think when we experience it at Expo, the people that show up here, they've kind of moved to that stage of like, I think I'm beyond my excuses. Now I think I'm gonna just go in and just dip my toe in and get like, okay, what can I learn? And so for you, that was, even as a journalist, you're like, okay, I gotta just move beyond the I haven't. So when you finally did, and you had that experience, the next step, was it that you kind of perceived like this is game changing forever? But then as you drove other cars that were electric, how did that start to, I guess, form your opinions on what people should look for?
It was a very enlightening moment, I would say. I was like, oh, it all makes sense. And you know, you hear a lot of people say that they'll never go back to a gasoline car.
I won't.
After driving an electric vehicle. And I was like, oh, I get it now. Like, you can get a different electric vehicle, but I totally understand why people wouldn't want to go back to a traditional gasoline engine. It's just so different, and it feels so different, and the torque is a whole different story. But I think that people really don't understand what they don't know, and you can't blame them. You know, back in the day, there weren't that many Tesla dealerships. There still wasn't. I think there might be a Lucid dealership in Naples now, but I just DM'd someone on LinkedIn and I was like, hey, if you guys are ever in Naples, can I drive one? And they were like, oh, sure. So they came over one day.
They were good at their job. Like, yes, we'll happily let you drive one.
I'm just facilitating test drives with people like on LinkedIn all the time. But
I love it. You're like, that's actually my shtick. Like, it's really, I just love going on test drives with expensive cars and writing about it. It's amazing. But hey, good shtick. Well, but it's led you to a place where you are now in a position where you have a lot of experience with different vehicles. And the one thing when I think, and I mean, actually, I'm curious to get your thought on this too, is when we say things like, it is different. We've been saying that for a long time about EVs. But is that part of what makes people nervous? Is we say it's different? Because is it, I mean, like, I'm just curious.
I think it's the learning curve, honestly.
Yeah.
I think that people are intimidated about this new technology that they have to potentially learn a lot about, and some people just don't want change, and that's fine too, but I think that they're intimidated by the learning and what they don't know, whether it's with charging or with how to, optimize incentives and things of that nature when it comes to an EV. They don't realize that they can get one for a more affordable price because they don't want to have to put in the work to opt for one.
Yeah. So to that point, when you say it is different, and you're pointing out those differences, I guess what are the first things you think about? That, again, as I mentioned earlier, just kind of like you had the Tesla experience, and you went and drove a bunch of other things. You apparently somehow got Lucid to bring you a Lucid.
Thank you, Lucid.
When that's all said and done, the primary differences, again, about the driving experience, I think, is that what stands out to you the most? Is because, again, at face value, if it's sitting still, someone's going to go, well, that's a car, right? I mean, we have people that tell us all the time, like, I've never seen an electric car. It's like, yeah, actually, there's an F-150 Lightning right there.
You just don't know it.
You just don't know it. Yeah, exactly. So, yeah, I guess, how would you then frame that for someone who says, well, what should, like the differences that jumped out at you? I mean, you've mentioned torque and things like that, but I guess I'm jumping on the differences word. I'm trying to understand, like, how to best frame that.
I guess it's just the total package. When you get into one and it's so quiet and you're like, oh, this isn't going to be fast. We're not going to go anywhere very quickly. The technology is going to be the same, or maybe it's so different that you don't think that you're going to understand it all. But it's almost like a new iPhone or something. You get into it, you spend 5 minutes in it, you figure out where all the buttons are or where everything is on the touch screen.
Or the no buttons. Yeah.
The no buttons. And you just kind of figure it out. So it's so quiet. I think that's really interesting because you kind of equate fast with loud with like supercars or something like that.
Well, this is America. I mean, like, we're very good at vroom vroom.
Yeah, exactly. And so people think, oh, it can't be that fast. The first time I got a ride in a Plaid, I wasn't paying attention. I was in the back seat talking to a friend, and I was trying to show her something on my phone, and this guy stepped on it, and my phone just went flying. And I was like, oh my gosh, it didn't make any noise. I didn't know we were going that fast. And you don't know until you experience it. But I think that the quiet thing is really interesting because people aren't expecting you to be able to go 120 like immediately.
I think like even for someone like me who's been driving EVs for a long time, I get into a gas car and I'm like, oh my God, I never realized how much vibration, how much noise is coming out of this. Like, it seemed quiet to me. I thought it was quiet, but then it's a whole new level when you spend so much time in an EV. One thing I was curious was, do you get a lot of feedback in your reviews from people? Because you review all kinds of cars. Like, what is the sentiment, I guess, towards EVs, or are they leaning more towards like, oh, I would rather have a hybrid version of this?
It really depends on the platform. TikTok is not very EV friendly. They love old Ford cars and a Dodge Charger.
Really?
Yeah, I don't know what it is.
That's an interesting. I would have not expected you to say that at all.
I know, it's so strange.
Because I just picture like these old school dudes on TikTok. I'm like, why are you on TikTok?
They just leave me tons of like clown emojis, and they'll just say EV with a bunch of clown emojis, and you're like, okay, I mean, I don't know what to tell you. You should try it. You should drive it.
So
it's fast.
I love your comment though. About just like, I just got tired of my own excuses. Like, there's an article hiding in there somehow how you could say that to the TikTokers who are like, yeah, I'm gonna give you some clown emojis and have you just be like, I gotta be honest, if you take the face paint off, you're gonna like it. I mean but that's, to me, that's, again, the comment part of it and how the sentiment you were saying is that something that you're seeing changing as you're doing more of your reviews?
A little bit, but I think that, there are certain people that spend time doing that, And if you're like searching hashtags for EVs and leaving comments on like stuff like that, you're either a fan or you're not a fan, and you're trying to kind of engage in that behavior negatively, I guess. But there are a lot more people out there that come on and say, oh, I bought one, I love it. I test drove one the other day, it was really cool. Have you driven this one? So that has definitely increased. I would say over the last year, there's been a lot more helpful and positive.
More
comments.
positivity around it,
more
yeah.
positivity. But it's definitely, there are definitely more people out there that are starting to get it and are starting to come around. And I think that they're curious. So a lot of people do use social media to find reviews and information and kind of firsthand experiences like that. So that's been nice to connect with people and be able to answer those questions. So I've enjoyed that part.
What has been your favorite EV to review so far?
I was like, we were waiting, like,
Yeah.
number one, number one.
I didn't review it, but I had the Porsche Macan. I did a drive with that a couple months ago, and that was so fun. That was really cool to drive. And then I got to do an event with the new Lotus Electra Carbon.
Ooh.
They didn't let me drive it.
Oh.
It was just sitting there.
Beautiful.
You didn't
But
hit them up on LinkedIn and ask them if they were going to be in Naples.
hit me up.
Hit me on
Lotus.
LinkedIn.
I'm
Let's make it
coming
up.
for you.
Facilitate those drives.
I don't think that it's like really supposed to be in America yet, the Carbon. I think that it's supposed, maybe now, March or April, they were trying to launch it. So it was very static, but that has 900 horsepower and like 1,000 pound-feet of torque, but it weighs like 8,000 pounds.
Yeah.
And I spoke to Max Trontini, who's like the CEO of Lotus America, and he was like, yeah, we're totally aware of how heavy it is and what people say about it. That's why it's so fast. And we were like, okay, that makes sense. Now let me drive it.
Well, so did Lucid, like, did you get a Sapphire to drive, or was it just like a regular Air?
It was just an Air. This was a while ago.
Just an Air, though.
It
Like,
was just
come on.
an Air.
I tried to lay on the sarcasm pretty thick. I wasn't sure if it was thick enough, but was it just the car with the best energy density,
1.8 seconds 0 to 60.
longest
or the-
range? Oh, it's just the Air. No, but so to that point of all this experience you've had, you're getting a taste of supercars, but you're also getting the taste of just the everyday car.
Yeah.
Do you think the supercar conversation is really still an angle that will maintain changing people's perceptions, in the sense that it's like, look, at the end of the day, it's like, it is pure power, it is pure fun to drive, because they seem to always still kind of lean back and go, okay, I can't deny that it actually has the power. I mean, or do you still see that they still naysay things like that?
I think that there's a little bit of both. I mean, I just think that the more approachable ones are going to be the ones that have kind of the better conversations. But there are always people out there that just want to talk about supercars. But not everyone is going to be able to afford, a $500,000 car. So it's kind of nice to talk about the Toyotas and even just the standard Lightning and stuff like that. Because those are the cars that people are researching, that are going to go out and buy,
Right.
that they're going to be driving their family around in and driving to Orlando and stuff like that. So the supercar one it's always fun to talk about that in like a fantasy kind of way. But I think that the real conversation surrounds the more like approachable everyday family vehicle more.
Do you see that a lot of people, because I know I get it in my comment section, where people are like, I'm sick of 0 to 60 mile per hour times. Like,
Actually,
but,
yeah.
Like, some people are like, I want you to talk about something else. But do you find that people are sick of the 0 to 60 mile per hour conversation?
At some point, we're going to hit zero.
I mean, EVs are proving to be the fastest vehicles, production vehicles, on Earth.
Yeah.
So they're winning all of these competitions, whether it's Pikes Peak or all these races. But do you think people still care about that? Is there too much emphasis on it?
I think people still care about it because it's an easy stat to throw out.
It's
Impressive.
relatable. Yeah, it's impressive.
It's 2.3 seconds. And you're like, oh, mine's 4.2.
Well, for those sitting here, by show of hands, 0 to 60, is it your favorite thing to know about a car? I got one hand. I got a half hand, half
These
hand.
guys are like,
oh yeah, I got a 0 to 60
kinda.
back there. All right, but everybody else is kind of him and hunt. So, what is the factor for an EV as a man is riding about them that you'd want to know? Questions, engagement. First thing you'd want to know about an EV. What's that? Range. All right. What's that?
Charging
time.
Got
Okay.
it.
So, and that's the thing is, like, to your point, like, they can't attack 0 to 60 for this is literally under 2 seconds. You're not going to hear the roar, but you will literally hear the sound of the blood leaving your face Like,
Your
is that
phone
You feel it.
flying into the
Your
back of the
phone's
car.
like-
You said about the plaid. I actually was in a back seat of a plaid as well for my first time, and I was shocked how I could feel like the blood run from the front of my arm to the back of my arm when they took. I was like, ah, you know. And
It's like
I've
it's like
worked
a
for
jet.
a lot of really like supercar brands like McLaren and the ones that go very fast.
Yeah.
So to have that experience is shocking, and to know that that technology, especially for a plaid, is under $100,000
Right.
is wild. Because in the supercar category, you're at least that, not at maybe 250 plus.
Maybe you just hit on something, though, is the fact that the supercar numbers that we used to see from gas-powered cars, the 0 to 60 was a big factor.
Really
Yeah.
was.
But if you were going out and buying, your typical everyday car, it's like, what's the 0 to 60 on this thing? It's like, I don't know, a week? It gets great miles per gallon. Like, it's fine. So maybe that's the point, is like people that have been buying everyday cars forever, the 0 to 60 thing, it's like, yeah, that's a cool talking point. But as we heard, range, charging speed, and charging time. So, I mean, I guess, do you get even engagement on that where people just want to dive in on those kinds of questions?
Yeah, and you have to kind of tailor the reviews to the car. Like, I do talk about cargo space a lot because I want to know about cargo space, but like, it's less important on some cars. Like the Miata, we know it's got like 4 cubic feet of space, so we don't have to spend that much
Does
time
it?
on it. It does. It's
Wow.
very small. The Maserati MC20, I think it's 3 cubic feet of space.
That's amazing.
So
Yeah, people aren't really using that to bring
They're
their
not, so
baby
it's like-
stroller.
Exactly.
you talk about that, but like you kind of focus on the other things that are more important at that point. So maybe the 0 to 60 isn't, something that you spend a lot of time talking about. You mention it, but then you talk about the range, you talk about the charging time and everything else that people are probably like Googling to try and find out the answer to that.
Well, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, is like, well, when we do talk about range, something is 400 miles of EPA estimated range. Sometimes even in my comments, I'm seeing people say, well, tell us what the miles per kilowatt hour is. Like, are you getting any feedback from people, or is it still kind of surface level? Are people digging into the details, or is it kind of just like, give me the basics?
A lot of people just want the basics, but it depends on the audience.
Yeah.
Sometimes on YouTube, you'll find people that are really educated about them and they want to know more details about the per kilowatt hour and stuff like that. And if I don't know the answer, I can usually find it. So I try to respond to that, even if I don't necessarily say it in the review. But it really just depends on the education level of the people that are watching it.
Yep.
And how much they know about a car. If it's newer, if it's a Tesla or even the Lucid, the older ones, they know enough about it that they can kind of ask the questions. But some of the newer ones, you just don't have all of that information yet. So
Well, I think that's a good point. I think a lot of the new cars coming out, maybe this is where the automakers are kind of getting the hint of like, we can go into the weeds all day, but is it actually translating to people being passionate about buying these products?
Yeah.
And the answer is no. They're not really saying, I want to be in the weeds with all the engineering. They're saying basics. Again, we heard it, range, charging speed. It's just like, how does this thing work so that I don't have to think hard about it and I can just love driving it?
yeah.
And so I think landing on those factors is going to be really important as we move forward and talking to more of just an everyday consumer is, look, here's the nuts and bolts of why this will work for you and the things we know they're going to need to know.
Yes. I try to think about my mom. What does my mom want to know about this car? She wants to know how far she can drive it, if it has enough room in the trunk, if it's got an annoying alarm, things of that nature. But not everyone is like that. But I feel like the general consumer can be someone like your mom, those basic details that you want to know off the top of your head that are easy to digest, easy to explain to people. And then if they do want to know more information, more in-depth stuff, you can go into that. Not everyone really wants that or is seeking that out, especially from someone like me,
Well, and how long do you have a car when you review it? Like, are you able to experience what the lifestyle of someone having that car would like? How do you put yourself in that frame of mind to give that information to try to keep it?
You have to
that seems very challenging.
A spare baby stroller. Then you've got
Right?
like 18 2x4s, 14 sacks of groceries, and you're like, okay, and a Great Dane. Boom.
Yes. My
This
neighbors,
Miata cannot handle this.
my neighbors know when I break out like 7 suitcases, I'm not going anywhere. I'm just seeing if they fit in the car.
That's amazing.
What
You're just
are you
on
doing?
Craigslist, Facebook Marketplace. I just need a very small carry-on.
Can I borrow your empty suitcases for a second?
But no, I think that's fun to think about. It's just kind of like, okay, so how do you prepare most effectively to review a vehicle in light of these things we're talking about so that people can get the information that we know they're going to need?
It really just depends how long you have it because like a mass market, a traditional car, Toyota, you have for a week. something like a McLaren you have for 3 days. That really does not give you much time. So you have to have all of the information ready when it gets in your driveway. You have to spend a lot of time driving it, and then you have to make your review. So you kind of have to be ready to review it before you even get it, and then kind of confirm and deny stuff as you're driving it around. With an electric vehicle, it depends how long you have it.
Yeah.
But you really have to have all of the information ahead of time and kind of check off those boxes like as you go. Does it have a lot of space? Is the range accurate? Does the air conditioning work? Is the alarm annoying? How quiet is it? Everything like that. You kind of just have to be able to say like yes or no, because you don't always have a ton of time with them. So you have to kind of know ahead of time what you want to be able to talk about and the important talking points of your review.
Do you have a home charger? Like, are you able to charge the vehicles that they bring to you at home, or do you go to a DC fast charger?
I just go to different shopping plazas nearby. But I didn't realize they're everywhere. Like, I pulled into a pizza place the other day, and I backed in, and I didn't realize that I was in an EV spot, and I was like, I'm getting out of the way. That's so nice of them to offer this to people.
It's nice that you nice that you move the car. That's great. Yeah.
I respect the EV spots, but they're everywhere now where they didn't used to be. Especially, I'm in Naples, so there are high-end shopping plazas all over the place, and you can charge them anywhere. I don't have a home charger right now, but I also haven't needed one, which is interesting because
You've only had the car for 3 days and you haven't driven it hundreds of miles.
Yeah,
So if they give it to you at 100%, you go
Yeah.
drive it. This brings up a really good point. There's I don't know how many automotive journalists I've met who've been reviewing EVs. They get them, they drive them, they have the experience that you're talking about, but that is only a piece of the ownership experience.
Yeah.
If you don't actually get experience going and charging it, you're not reviewing the whole car.
Yeah.
I mean,
know.
really. I guess maybe that's it. Are we landing on the automotive journalism world needs to figure out new metrics on how it's like, here's how we reviewed gas cars, and here's how we review electric cars.
So I guess I'll get on LinkedIn and ask for a home charger next.
That was a
We're just
perfect
adding
response.
tasks to Amanda's.
Oh
review.
my gosh, that couldn't have been set up better. Holy cow! No, seriously, get on your phone right now. I'm sure that's
On my way home, I won't when I go.
But I think that, one thing you're hitting on too is that you get cars for 3 days, and you're like, that's still not enough for me to fully get everything I need out of it. And so, but that brings about the importance of starting somewhere like here, where people get a chance to go for 5-10 minutes, at max, but they get a taste, but then they have something tangible they can relate that to reading a review that you might have done.
Yes.
But even still, there's more that they might need to know somehow, which is why we have this booth here at the show, is because there's questions that they don't even know they need to ask that might come up. Yeah.
Exactly. There's a lot. It's a totally different beast than a car that everyone has grown up with, that your grandma drove you around in, that your parents took you to school in. It's all very different, and I understand that there are a lot of questions around it. So it's cool that you guys are here doing this to answer those questions. And I understand it can be intimidating, but I think that it's worth the effort getting to know them and kind of exploring the different brands and the different cars, because they are so cool. And when you get to go in a Plaid or something like that for the first time, you're like, yes, I get it now.
Well, and technology is just infiltrating all cars nowadays.
Everything,
and
yeah.
we see that in EVs especially, it's kind of like the core element, like it's a big selling point. So do you think that a lot of people are intimidated by that? Do you still get a lot of people that are like, I want my old V8 with my buttons and my knobs and like, don't give me a touchscreen type thing?
Well,
Yes.
why did you have to make it sound like me?
I tried.
Is that you?
Apparently, I
Are
don't know.
you in my comments?
Yes, I am the guy that's leaving the clown emojis.
Clown emoji. Listen, I love buttons. That's probably my biggest gripe with some new cars, is everything is so touch oriented. So I get it. But also, when you do have a car for 7 days, you figure it out. You know, it takes 2 or 3 days of driving around to where yes, it's a little different immediately, but you spend 2 or 3 days getting used to it and driving it and spending time in it, and you're like, oh, well, it's just like any other car. It's just quieter, a lot quieter.
That last thing you said, though, I think is the most important thing, is that it's the differences. At the end of the day, it's still a car.
Yes.
You know, and that intimidation factor that comes in for the. This is my opinion. Take it or leave it. I think that the EV industry kind of did itself a disservice early on by trying to express how different EVs were, because I think that led people to think this is actually intimidating. When in
Yeah.
reality, as you describe, you're like, actually, once you drive it for even a few days, you're like, oh wow, it's a car.
Well, and getting a new brand of car, it's also different.
Yeah.
You know, going from a 2014 to a 2025, that's also going to be very different. So I think it's just
Levels of difference.
Levels of difference, and it is intimidating, but it's worth figuring it out. And they're fun, and they're very fast, and the technology is changing whether we want them to or not.
Mhm.
So I think getting into one and experiencing them and getting the education on them, it's going to make it easier, and it's more fun once you get to drive one. So just drive one.
And again, you're getting a chance to do it just by messaging people on LinkedIn.
Yeah,
So.
try that.
Well, we gotta get you hooked up with a home charger.
Yes.
Like that clearly has to happen.
Yes.
So I mean, we know people.
Yeah, we do know people. There's an area for that, isn't there? Somewhere here in the expo.
I was just
Sure
gonna say,
there are.
and there's a huge show you can attend in Orlando that will have
Here.
a lot of information. Wait a second. Well, these conversations are a lot of fun because again, I think it's a chance for people to hear from people that are on the front lines, getting more exposure than most people, which is great. For anybody who wants to find you online, follow you, how do they find you? What channels? What web? How do they do it?
My social media is all Amanda Reviews Cars, and on Hot Cars you can find all my reviews on the Hot Cars YouTube channel, but Amanda Reviews Cars has everything, and we'll link you out to everywhere from there.
Perfect.
Thanks for coming by.
Of course, thanks
Thank
for
you
talking
so
to me.
much.
This was great.
All right, perfect. Trey, let's hear it.
In the club with my homies, tryna get a little but down on the low key. She know how it is. I saw the shorty, she was checking up for me. From the game, she was spitting in my ear. You would think that she knew me. Decided to cheat. Conversation got heavy. She had me feeling like she's ready. She's saying, come get me. So I got up and followed her to the floor. She said, baby, let's go. When I told her, I said, Shorty got down, she said, come and get me. So caught up, got you told me. Cause my girl, you be the best of all me. Next thing I knew, she was all up on me screaming. She's all up in her head now. Got me thinking that it might be a good idea to take her with me. She's ready to leave. Well, let's go. But I gotta keep it real now. Cause on the 1 to 10, she's a certified 20. That just ain't me. Hey, cause I know if I take that chance, she swears it's gonna leave. But what I knew is the way she dance makes Shawty alright with me. The way she I'm like, yeah, just work that out for me. She asked for one more dance, and I'm like, yeah, how the hell am I supposed to leave? And I said, Shawty got down, she said, come and get me. I got so caught up, got you told me. Look at my girl, you be the best of all me. Next thing I knew, she was all up on me screaming.
Watch out, my outfit's ridiculous. In the club looking so conspicuous. And wow, these women all on the prowl. If you hold it steady, I'ma and forget about game. I'ma spit the truth. I won't stop till I get them in they. Give me the rhythm and it'll be off with they. Left the jag and I took the rolls. If they ain't cutting, then I put them on foot. to please. Ludacris fill cups like me and Ursh once more when we leaves them dead. We want a lady in the street, but a that say. Ursher got the voice to make your booty go. Take that, rewind it back. Ludacris got the flow to make your booty go. Take that, rewind it back. Lil Jon got the beat to make your booty go.
Queda, disfruta.
Walk home all alone. know and see how true love can be. This letter I write to you, love letter, love letter,
Hello, 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 and welcome back. This is Electrify Expo Orlando. For those of you who can hear my voice, how you doing today? Hello? Are we having fun? Woo! Love that in the back. Love that energy. So we are in the EV Reality Check booth. It is powered by GreenCars.com, and this booth space is here to answer all questions that you might have related to EVs. That could be the vehicles, the charging, energy. It could be, heck, if you have a question about solar, we're happy to answer it. But the booth itself is really here to bring about just awareness around different topics related to EVs, and that's why the expo is here. And also, in every single city, we get a chance to sit down and talk with industry experts and leaders that are on the front lines of making a lot of these things happen that you're seeing here today. So, my name is Matt Teske. I'm the founder and CEO of Chargeway, and I'm joined as once again by Miss GoElectric.
That's me.
So, Miss GoElectric, you can follow her on YouTube and all kinds of different fun little social channels. You will see, yeah, you can everywhere. LinkedIn, Instagram, we got it all right this morning.
That's right.
So, also joined here today by Tom Nielsen. You're with the Orlando Utility Commission, and you are the director of new products and marketing development. Yeah, see, I
Perfect.
kind of got it. So, Tom, really want to talk to you. You've been involved with the OUC now for a couple years. Prior to that, you were in automotive. Prior to that, you were even working on things that were related to just the home in general. But your career itself is kind of a collective, of energy and how it can be thought of and used. But with your work at the OUC, what does that bring about now in your planning for bringing things to market that benefit your ratepayers?
So frankly, at OUC right now, we are leaning fully into the EV revolution. So we have committed $40 million between now and 2030 to help build out the public charging infrastructure and the support systems needed to see electrification happen here in Orange County. We're really proud of the fact that there are more than 50,000 EVs here in Orlando today. We are second in count, which we're pretty proud of, only to Miami in terms of Florida itself. And then when you take a look at it on a population basis, we are actually leading on a per capita basis for installations of EVs in Central Florida here. So we're really excited. We think that we've had a little bit to play in helping people get over that range anxiety thing and deal with some of the issues associated with EVs. But generally, we see this as a great opportunity for us. We see it as an even better opportunity for Central Florida.
And what do you think is the biggest hurdle for most people that want to go electric from your perspective on the utility side?
On the utility side, we still believe that the biggest challenge and what we try to help educate folks out of is this whole idea that I need my vehicle to go farther than I think the battery is going to allow me to. And I'm not sure that if I run out of energy for my battery that there's going to be some place for me to charge. So we've committed to building 8 public charging hubs in our territory, and we're only about 75 square miles. So we're not a huge territory, but we work with every other utility here in Florida to talk about how do we get those charging stations installed across Florida. How do we make it so that you can feel comfortable that if you leave Orlando and you want to go to Jacksonville or Tampa or Miami, that there will be charging stations where you need them.
Well, it's a state level effort, right?
Well, we're pushing it to be. We're working together as an industry to try to make sure that that's there.
Well, that's important because I think the front lines of what happens on the utility front especially is consumers every day, car buyers every day, they don't actively think about their electric utility proactively in the sense of, I engage with this brand and this product all the time. We do take electricity for granted. But when the lights go out, then you get the phone calls from the people that took it for granted, But the point being is you are working alongside, I'm assuming FPL and others that are basically saying, look, we have to have a collective effort here to tell the story of how you can trust not just locally where your efforts are in your service territory, but how that links up with other service territories around the state. So that is, I'm sure, complicated. But is there a collective effort on how you can, again, is it strategy? You mentioned strategy. Is it about the public charging? Is it about the home charging? I guess, where do you start?
So we recognize that about 80% of charging of vehicles happens at home. So one of the things we try to do is help people understand what they need to do at home to make sure that they can charge their vehicles. Most folks only travel 25, 30, 35 miles a day. Most of the time you can plug into a 110 outlet and you can recharge your vehicle every night, you're ready to go first thing in the morning. If you really travel more than that, or you want that sense of confidence, we work to help you identify, trusted brands and trusted contractors that can come to your house and help you install those level 2 chargers. But more importantly, what we've discovered is that the more people see DC fast chargers, the really powerful ones that help people, in our experience at the hubs we run, they're there 40 minutes and they fill up their car. When people see those start to pop up around the community, they lose a lot of that range anxiety. And we believe, based on some of the work that we've done, that within 18 months of installing a DC fast charger, we see a lift in the number of people that adopt EVs as vehicles.
That's interesting. Now, how do you choose what area you want to? Because you're kind of in a small realm of like your territory, it sounds like. But how do you end up choosing where you want to put these hubs? And are there companies around here? I mean, obviously, Orlando is known for the theme parks and stuff like that. Are these companies looking to implement charging at their facilities too?
So we're beginning to see that. I mean, the first thing we look at is where do we think people congregate today to fill their vehicles, right? So we've got a gas station network all over the state, all over the city, all over our territory. So we look and say, where do we think people expect to be to charge their vehicles? We've been very lucky. Our friends at Hertz have approached us and said, we've got a lot of rideshare drivers that rent our vehicles, and they've been able to say, here's where we see rideshare vehicles congregate for extended period of time. And if you had a charging network right there, we could guarantee that you'd have some customers.
Out of curiosity, where are they congregating?
Surprisingly, they are in little pockets all over our territory. Some down here in the entertainment district, in the theme park district. You're like, really? And what we've discovered is that, the rideshare folks are they're the early adopters, right? They see the advantage of this. And so they're already jumping into it, and they're saying, the biggest struggle for us is finding a place where we can quickly charge our vehicle so we can get back on the road to get new customers.
Sure. So to that point, from a public fast charging hub perspective, how many have you installed to date?
We have 2 active, one literally next door.
Right, yeah.
Here at the Orange County Convention Center, we've got 6 ports. It's right across the street from the new Epic Park, so we're very excited about that in terms of access. Our flagship right now is in downtown Orlando. We have 21 DC fast chargers, 3 240, and then 18 150s.
So, but that's a huge installation, though.
It really is, and it's been interesting. We're just starting to hear from people, hey, I pulled up and I had to wait to get access to a charging station, because they've become so used to coming to the charging stations, and there's never a time when you come up and you can't charge at those. And then we're committed to building 6 more of those across the territory. We've got 3 that are currently in development, one at the new Four Roots campus, which is a local neighborhood farm that we're working on. We've got one that's going to go down in Lake Nona, an area that is sorely underrepresented in terms of high-speed charging. And then we've got a 3rd one that's coming in at the Valencia College campus here, Valencia West, part of a new partnership that we're utilizing to bring that to place. But I've got 3 more I've got to cite. So.
Well, awesome. And your title is for new products and things like that. So can you talk about what exactly you're looking at as far as new products in this realm of the business with EVs?
So we're constantly looking for opportunities to build out the public network. So we think that the more the public network is, again, the more folks are willing to adopt. The one that, frankly, gives me a little bit of heartburn in the evening is when we think about fleets as they come on. So having 1 or 2 or 5 or 10 folks in the neighborhood buy an EV, we can handle that. We've got more than enough generation capacity. Where it gets tricky is when you have a fleet of 150 trucks that need to be ready to go.
Well, that's a big difference, yeah.
Yeah, so those are the things where we want to make sure that we're ready. We've got substation capacity, we've got feeder capacity, and we can help get those companies on as quickly as we can.
So do you guys have fleet make-ready programs that you're doing outbound efforts to fleet groups and saying, hey, make sure to call us if you want to electrify?
Yeah, we've been actively pursuing fleets now for about 2.5 years. We're beginning to start to hear the first fleets that are really getting serious about making those transitions. And so we want to be there. Our message, if there's a message that I can share with everybody here, it's if you're getting ready at a fleet level to roll out EVs, please call your utility. because we've got work to do on our side, and as those vehicles roll into your parking lot, we don't want to have to tell you that it's going to be 12 to 18 months before we can get you power.
Yeah, we heard earlier permitting is one big challenge.
Permitting's fine.
Are there other challenges that you're seeing that are becoming hurdles, like certain equipment that needs to be used that is backlogged because everyone's putting in charging infrastructure?
So since COVID, the utility industry itself has had a hard time getting transformers. So those are the big things that take power that's at high voltage and step it down to the voltage that's necessary to operate the equipment. So we've gone from, basically getting an allotment every month to some cases having to wait 2 years to get transformers in.
That's insane.
That is actually starting to come down. Now we're finding some of the ancillary equipment, the circuit breakers, some of the panel boards, those things are difficult to come by. So the earlier we know about it, the more we can get those orders in, we can start to make an educated guess as to what we're going to need and have that available so that we can do it. We're very lucky at Orlando Utilities Commission that we are generation rich. We've got a lot of generation capacity. So other utilities may struggle to think about what am I going to do with this new load. For us, new load is a wonderful thing. So we want to encourage people to do that, but we need enough time to make sure that we can be prepared to serve them when they're ready to go.
So kind of overall, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, and if that's the case, are you nervous for the influx of EVs in the coming years for people to come? Because you're saying the load is good, but there's still work to do at the same time.
So I'll give you just some basic statistics. We have about 40 gigawatts of generation capacity. Our peak load today, which is the number that we were, if everybody turned everything on at the same time, the most we've ever seen is a little over 19 gigawatts of service.
That's more than almost double what you need right now.
There are 1.2 million registered vehicles in Orange County. So, and we are only a portion of Orange County. If every one of those electrified, it would be an additional 15 gigawatts of service. So
there you have it.
We're very comfortable that we have capacity to handle it. We also know that it's going to be really unusual that everybody decides to plug in at exactly the same moment. So that 15 gigawatt number is a huge overestimation. What we are interested in, though, is trying to move that charging time to the times when we have the least amount of power, because that's when it's most efficient for us to generate. When we've got base load that we can add onto very easily, it's not expensive. We don't have to start up additional units to make that happen. And so we worry about trying to help consumers get that charging at the place where it has the least amount of cost impact on our ratepayers. We can generate it. It may not be the cheapest we can do, but if we want to talk about the most cost-effective way to do it, kind of between the hours of midnight and 7 a.m., and probably not everybody right at midnight.
Yeah, it's like don't schedule your charging to go click at right at midnight.
12:05, 12:10, 12:15.
Well, but
run through that cycle.
But what you're bringing up too is I think consumer confidence in what is happening with the ecosystem of owning an electric car is important. We've heavily relied as consumers on, again, the fossil fuel industry has made driving a car possible. It's like, okay, gas awaits, I don't have to think, it's fine. But the idea of everybody switching to electric, you just did a great job of just providing some very high level look at just saying, look, if you are going to go electric here in Orange County, we got you covered. And that's I think the first thing someone needs to hear is that if we're dispelling myths and rumors here today at the EV Reality Check booth, it's one is, well, the grid can't handle it. Well, if you live in Orlando, you're in a good spot. Whereas the conversation about going beyond Orlando and going throughout Florida, is this something that your counterparts at other utilities around the state are also looking at the same way?
Yeah, so OUC is a member of the Drive Electric Florida Coalition, and we meet monthly and talk with our counterparts not only in the utility industry but in all the ancillary industries that support this as well. And we talk about where do we see issues, where are there opportunities to promote, how can we help people understand all of the challenges that are associated with it, and what challenges we've already settled. And I think people are always a little bit surprised that in Florida here especially, that we've leaned in so heavily to having EVs. So we're ready for folks to begin to make that conversion. And I guarantee you, if you're in a place where you think you need high-speed charging, there's probably somebody from your utility who's either thinking about it or working on making it happen.
Now, you said that you were a part of a community called, what was it, Drive Electric?
Florida.
So that's a program where you can kind of meet and have community, but also do some educational stuff. What other, means of education are you providing in order to let people know if going electric is right for them?
So we have on our web pages, we have a lot of information about not only for fleet vehicles, but for residential customers. How do you go about making this happen? What are some of those questions you should be asking as you go through it? We have a partnership with our local dealerships. We actually provide an incentive for you to go test drive a vehicle. If you're an OUC customer and you want to go test drive an EV vehicle, go to one of the dealers on our dealer network and you'll get a $50 gift card. If you buy an EV and you're a customer of ours, we'll give you $200 as an incentive. So it's not a huge amount of money. I don't know that makes a difference about whether or not you're going to do it, but it's a
Have
nice
you seen
way
the
to
price
get
of eggs
started.
lately, Tom? Come on.
Yeah,
There's a lot of eggs.
an extra dozen.
It's a lot of, yeah, exactly. It's an extra dozen. No, but that's a huge. I think the money talks thing is important because you've set the stage for how you've done a great job, as I mentioned, of just saying we've got you covered. But now, how do we help you just make that next logical step, which is just go give it a shot? And even if you go give it a shot, connecting with the dealers is huge. Because the dealers, at the end of the day, this event gives you exposure to the products, which is important, but you still have to go to a showroom and actually make the purchase. I mean, that's part of why even a group like GreenCars is sponsoring this booth, is to say, look, we want you to confidently go to the dealer and say, I had an experience and it was great. Does your showroom, can you help me with that? So how do you go about translating that to the buyer for like the incentive for, okay, you went and test drove and you went and bought it. Do they process that directly through you? Does the dealer process that for the customer? How's that work?
So for the test drives, we process that directly through the dealer. As you sign up at the dealership, you have the opportunity to tell them you're an OUC customer. They have a form they fill out, and we'll send you a $50 gift card. Once you've purchased your vehicle, it's up to you as the owner to report that to us. Now, the dealerships will help you do that, but it's something that you as a consumer have to do. And then we work throughout the area, trying, especially with fleet. So one of the programs I'm really proud of right now is we are actively working with a lot of our commercial customers to run ride and drive events at their facilities and talk with them about what they need to do to provide workplace charging for folks. You're going to have your car at work 6-8 hours a day. It's a great time to charge. And it becomes the first step in the business understanding what it means to have a charging infrastructure on site. It also becomes an opportunity if you want to pilot vehicles as a fleet owner. Now you have a place to recharge those vehicles on your campus.
Are you seeing a lot of pushback from some of the commercial buyers? Because I know from my experience visiting a lot of dealerships and a lot of commercial places where I ask, well, why haven't you installed charging? You know, because this is a great opportunity for you to do so. Not only because there are some big incentives from the federal level to install it, but a lot of them say, oh, you know, one big problem is to have to upgrade the service or, you know, the cost of putting in, you know, a higher fast charger. So what are you doing in order to try to, like, basically convince them that this is actually a good idea and eventually in the long run it will make sense?
So on the fleet side, money talks. So the first thing we talk about is the total cost of ownership of EVs is typically, for most classes of vehicle, more effective than an internal combustion engine vehicle. So we help them do that math and say, these are the vehicles in your fleet where you will see a return on your investment for converting. The second thing we talk about is putting together a strategy for how you want to make that pilot. You don't have to convert your entire fleet on day one. You don't have to put all of the charging infrastructure you need on day one. Now, there are some advantages if you can, right? If I only have to dig up the ground once, then that's the case. So we work to understand what is your total ambition, how do we get to the place that we can supply your current need, and how do we think about what you need going forward. Most organizations early on, they may need 20, 30, 50 level 2 chargers because the vehicles will sit overnight and charge just like they would at home.
Right.
But adding one DC fast charger to that mix means if the worst happens, oh no, I forgot to plug the vehicle in, it didn't charge like it was supposed to, in 20 to 40 minutes, you've got enough energy in that vehicle to do all of your daily driving. So that's about how, and then we as the utility have the opportunity to help with that capital program to arrange for you to repay that money on your bill over time, and you know, to bring all that to the customer so that they can make an educated decision about financially what works best for them. Ultimately, we'd love to see all of our fleets here in Orange County converted over, but we recognize that this is going to happen over time and that every individual customer has a little different problem that we need to work to solve.
Right. So for those who are listening today, a lot of folks, I mean, there might be people here that have businesses with fleets and they might want to hear about it. I guess, what are the primary takeaways you want people to hear today from you? If they're a homeowner, if they're shopping for an EV, and if they haven't done anything yet, are there things related to level 2 home charging rebates? Are there breaker box upgrades that you provide support for? Anything along those lines? What can people know they could get out of OUC?
Give us the tips.
Yeah, exactly. What's the website? What's the web address?
Yeah. So if you go to ouc.com and you look at our e-mobility page, it's got both our residential and our public charging. So I would first say, before you make the decision to put a level 2 charger in your home, really take a look around and understand there are 300 level 2 chargers in the community that OUC owns that are available. We've got another 40 DC fast chargers out in the community. You may not need a level 2 at your house. You can probably get away depending on your drive. If you're in a fleet, please call your utility first.
Please call us.
Help us get to you and help you understand exactly what you're going to need to make this happen so we can help set some expectations about how fast we can bring power to you. In most cases, you likely have enough power on your site to get a pilot started. We can talk about bringing alternative charging methods through that pilot, through that scale-up program, and that gives us enough time to think through what do we need to do at the circuit level to get power to power your entire fleet. So I think that's the second message I carry. But mostly, don't be afraid of buying an EV. These are not, it's not 2019. Where
They're awesome.
It was really difficult to worry. And we know this because we've been putting charging stations and charging infrastructure in Orlando since 2013.
Anything else we want to cover? We covered a lot.
Those are
Any
some good
questions from
tips.
anybody sitting here today? I mean, we've covered a ton, but yeah, go ahead.
First and foremost, thank you for all the great information. But I wanted to know, or my question would be, we know that you have your actual grid, and they're all using the traditional charging, and you can only limit your wattage to a certain percentage then according to the vehicle's intake as well. Have you thought about anything solar, small nuclear reactors, or lithium batteries?
So we're always looking at new generation technology. I'll give you a little bit of a heads up. In April, we're announcing, or we're actually doing the ribbon cutting for 150 megawatts of new solar that we've installed down in Osceola County. So we are all in on solar as well. The challenge that we run into with all of this is that we've got to understand how to match it. So the challenge at the utility is supply has to always equal demand. So when we talk about alternative fuels, we've got to think about, is it constantly available, or how are we going to augment it when there's a dip? You know, a cloud comes over, suddenly we've got a solar challenge. Well, we've got natural gas generating turbines right now that we can spin up really quickly to cover that gap, and then we spin it back down. We've put weather stations all around the county so that we can understand when that cloud comer is coming, so that we can be ready for it to make sure that we don't get to a place where you see a voltage sag or there's a brownout or something like that. So we're constantly looking at new generation technology. We think there's some real opportunities with battery storage. Storage, however, right now is really expensive. So we're trying to keep that balance between technologically we can do it, but how much does it cost us, and how much of that do we want to pass on to our ratepayers today?
Great question. Yeah.
So I have another question. We were residents of Orlando, and we bought an EV back in 2019. So we experienced a lot of that charge anxiety, range anxiety here in Orlando. So we're no longer here, but we travel frequently. And Orlando's a heavy tourist area. And we're seeing the problem with charging when you're not at your residence. So I guess my question to you is, do you have opportunities for small businesses that want to partner up with OUC to expand the charging network here?
Always. One of our network provider, the folks who actually do the transactions at our charging stations, is a company that's from Orlando here, a company called NovaCharge. We work with them very closely to identify issues and to help solve those issues. But we are constantly looking for partners. When we jointly understand there's a problem and we think there's an opportunity to work together to solve it, we are all in to make those things happen.
But didn't you say you have like 8 more or 6 more of the public stations? So hopefully you don't have to wait too much longer for those extra chargers to come online.
Yeah, I think the biggest challenge that we've heard, and it's a problem we're actively looking to solve right now, is the reliability of those chargers. There is nothing worse than pulling up to a charger with about 10 miles of range and discovering it's not working. So one of the things that we understand is when people call and tell you something's not working, we know how to roll a truck out there and get it fixed. And frankly, the only other person other than the person that owns that charger that's more interested in keeping it running is us, because we can't sell energy if it doesn't work. So we're actively investigating what can we do to bring service to those units for folks who don't have another solution or don't know how to go out and fix those problems themselves.
I had one other question as well, which is, you know, the federal NEVI program, the National Electric Vehicle Infrastructure Program, where there were going to be stations along all the highway corridors that the states designated every 50 miles for DC fast chargers. Some states have implemented and installed some of those stations already. Florida has not. So is there any communication between you and a program like that, which I know there are tons of stakeholders that are involved, to kind of like accelerate the pace of that? I know it's kind of at a weird position because of the pause on the you know, seeing where all the funding is going, but do you have any say in kind of influencing that?
So we've been working through the state level. If you take a look at the NEVI designated corridors, Florida is fully covered. So when we applied for the money, we could very quickly point out, look, we already know where we want to put these things. We know where there's opportunities. We've begun to build out that network already, independent of the money. You know, just the market speaking, hey, I need chargers all along 95, all along 75, along 4. Those are already built out. The challenge I think we're going to have with the federal funding is what we're hearing from the government is they want the market to speak, right? They know that if there is a company out there that sees the opportunity, thinks they can make money, they're going to make that investment with or without the government funding. The government funding's been nice. So we expect that there will still be that market driver, and because of the sheer number of EVs in Florida, there are going to be companies that see the opportunity. We're doing our part. So we were very lucky in 2022. We were the recipient of a congressionally directed spending grant. So Representative Demings at the time was able to get us $3 million as long as we matched it with an additional $3 million. We're taking that money and we're saying we will put that into making the sites ready for EV charging for businesses who want to do that. So we'll bring all of the substation, the transformer, all of the wires that need to be there. All you have to do is set your charging equipment there. And then we've gone out and identified landowners who are like, we will let you put your charging equipment on our land at no cost for at least 5 years if you'll just bring the charging infrastructure. So for the folks who own and operate that equipment, now you don't have to pay for the land. Now you don't have to pay for what we call in the industry the make-ready costs. So you immediately start to get more profitable. And then using the information we've gotten from company like Hertz, we can say we know that if you have charging equipment here, there's already customers
Drivers
who are
wanna
anxious
use
to
it.
get it.
Yeah.
We think that's the best way to show that this is a market-driven opportunity and it's not only happening because of federal incentives.
There's a ton of chargers in this state, so it's the proof is in the pudding.
Florida's done a great job. Well, I mean, Tom, it's been great. We've covered a lot. So is there any other questions at all for what we've been discussing with Tom today? If not, obviously, again, best way for them to find information about all your programs again?
www.ouc.com and look for our e-mobility pages.
That's fantastic. Well, Tom, thank you for all the work that you are doing. Again, there's a lot of sausage behind the curtains, but this has been great to hear about it. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Moving so phenomenally, you're more like the way we rock it. So don't stop. And under the lights, when everything goes, nowhere to hide when I'm getting you close. When we move, well, you already know. So just imagine. Nothing I can see but you when you dance, dance, dance. Feel good, good creeping up on you. So just dance, dance, dance. Come on. All those Just imagine. Nothing I can see but you when you dance, dance, dance. Feel good, good creeping up on you. So just dance, dance, dance. Come on. All those things I shouldn't do, but you dance, dance, dance. And ain't nobody leaving soon, so keep dancing. I can't stop the feeling. So just dance, dance, dance. So just dance, dance, dance. So just dance, dance, dance. Stop the feeling, yeah. So keep dancing. Oh, yeah, yeah. I can't stop the. 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 Nothing I can see but you when you dance, dance, dance. Feel good, good creeping up on you. So just dance, dance, dance. All those things I shouldn't do, but you dance, dance, dance. And ain't nobody leaving soon, so keep dancing. Everybody sing. I can't stop the feeling. Feeling in my body. Break it down. Got this feeling in my body. Can't stop the feeling. Got this feeling in my body.
You know you got everybody looking. Got a little boom in my big truck. Gonna open up the doors and turn it up. Gonna stomp my boots in the Georgia mud. Gonna watch you make me fall in love. Get up on the hood of my daddy's tractor. Up on the toolbox, it don't matter. Down on the tailgate, girl, I can't wait to watch you do your thing. Shake it for the young bucks sitting in the honky tonks. For the rednecks rocking till the break of dawn. The DJ spinning that country song. Come on, come on, come on. Shake it for the birds, shake it for the bees. Shake it for the catfish swimming down deep in the creek. For the crickets and the critters and the squirrels. Shake it to the moon, shake it for me, girl. Oh, country girl, shake it for me, girl. Shake it for me, girl. Shake it for me. Country girl, shake it for me, girl. Shake it for me, girl. Shake it for me. Somebody's sweet little farmer's child. They got it in her blood to get a little wild. Ponytail and a pretty smile. Roping me in from a country mile. So come on over here, get in my arms. Spin me around this big old barn. Tangle me up like grandma's yarn. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Shake it for the young bucks sitting in the honky tonks. For the rednecks rocking till the break of dawn. For the DJ spinning that country song. Come on, come on, come on. Shake it for the birds, shake it for the bees. Shake it for the catfish swimming down deep in the creek. For the crickets and the critters and the squirrels. Shake it to the moon, shake it for me, girl. Country girl, shake it for me, girl. Shake it for me, girl. Shake it for me. Country girl, shake it for me, girl. Shake it for me, girl. Shake it for me.
Here she comes walking in, cotton dress is swishing. The smoke is thick and the lights are dim, and she sure got me wishing for a little bit of time out on that old dance floor. If she gives me half a chance at romance, I'm gonna dance her home. Well, hey, bartender, see that girl? Ask her what she's drinking. Tell her if she looks this way, I'll be the one winking. 'Cause I saw her light up when the DJ played a little George Jones. If she gives me half a chance at romance, I'm gonna dance her home. 'Cause if we got to two-step and we could come a missing and find a corner booth of our own, just a hugging and a kissing like two lovers reminiscing. Man, this feeling's coming on strong. If she gives me half a chance at romance, I'm gonna dance her home. With the dancing boy. and me. I feel like I'm sinking. How hard can it really be to tell her what I'm thinking? That if we got to two-step and we could come up missing and find a corner booth of our own, just a hugging and a kissing like two lovers reminiscing. Man, this feeling's coming on strong. If she gives me half a chance at romance, I'm gonna dance her home. If she gives me half a chance at romance, no, I won't be leaving here alone. 'Cause if she gives me half a chance at romance, I'm gonna dance her home. I'm gonna dance her home.
The groove slightly transformed, just a bit of a break from the norm. Just a little something to break the monotony of all that hardcore dance that has gotten to be a little bit out of control. It's cool to dance, but what about a groove that soothes and moves romance? Give me a soft, subtle mix, and if it ain't broke, then don't try to fix it. And think of the summers of the past. Adjust the bass and let the Alpine blast. Pop in my CD and let me run around and put your car on cruise and lay back, 'cause it's summertime. Sort of a buzz, but back then I didn't really know what it was. But now I see what happened is the way that people respond to summer madness. The weather is hot and girls are dressing less and checking out the fellas to tell them who's best. Riding around in your Jeep or your Benzos, or in your Nissan sitting on Lorenzo's. Back in Philly, we be out in the park. A place called the Plateau is where everybody go. Guys out hunting and girls doing likewise. Honking at the honey in front of you with the light eyes. She turn around and see what you beeping at. It's like the summer's a natural aphrodisiac. And with a pen and pad, I compose this rhyme to hip you and to get you equipped for the summertime. Short set, yeah, I got on sneaks, but I need a new pair. 'Cause basketball courts in the summer got girls there. The temperature's about 88. Hop in the water plug, just for old time's sake. Break to your crib, change your clothes once more. 'Cause you're invited to a barbecue to start at 4. Sitting with your friends as y'all reminisce about the days growing up and the first person you kiss. And as I think back, makes me wonder how the smell from a grill can spark off nostalgia. All the kids playing out front, little boys messing around with the girls playing double dutch. While the DJ spinning a tune as the old folks dance at your family reunion. Then 6 o'clock rolls around. You just finished wiping your car down. It's time to cruise, so you go to the summertime hangout. It looks like a car show. Everybody come looking real fine, fresh from the barbershop and live from the beauty salon. Every moment frontin' and maxin', chillin' in the car, they spend all day waxing. Leaning to the side, but you can't speed through 2 miles an hour, so everybody sees you. There's an air of love and of happiness, and this is the Fresh Prince's new definition of summer madness.
holler, whether soft or harder. Of course, you're still gonna holler, mama, I'm thick. I rip up through your hooters, I'm sick. You couldn't measure my for 6 rulers. Hold up, true lie, I'm all about getting loot, but I knock that bull if you out to get cool. I'm not a player, I just crush a lot.
Still got what you're looking for.
Uptown, baby, uptown.
I don't wanna be playing no more.
I'm not a player, I just crush a lot.
Still down below.
I love from point of you can, the black brand, but last I don't discriminate. I regulate every shade of that. Long as you show class and pass my test. Fat and breast, highly intelligent bachelorettes. That's the best, I won't settle for less. I want to get a brunette with unforgettable sex. I lay your head on my chest, I feel my heartbeat. We can park the Jeep, put more deep, and just spark the leaf. It's hard to creep since I found Joe. Every pretty round brown wanna go down low. Put this boogie down, bro, professional. I'ma let you know once I put the blows. Get your clothes, cause you got to go out the door downstairs. Little brown hairs everywhere.
You nasty twin.
I don't care. Round here they call me Big Buns. If you with the big guns, big time, known to make a chick. Hot tub, poppin' bubbly, rubbing your spot love. Got you screaming punishment, but it don't stop. Watch the pun get wicked when I even look be like, don't stop, get a hot tub, poppin' bubbly, rubbing your spot love. Got you screaming punishment, but it don't stop. Watch the pun get wicked when I even look be like, don't stop, get it, get it.
I don't wanna be playing no more. Still got what you're looking for. I don't wanna be playing no more. Still down below. No more wrong with nothing but runs, unless it's pawn in the terror strong.
Sicker than your average. I'm a twist cabbage off instinct. Don't think, stink, pink gators. My Detroit players. Tim's for my hooligans in Brooklyn. Dead right. If the head right, Biggie there, air night. Papa been smooth since days of under rules. Never lose, never choose to. Bruce, cruise, who? Do something to us. Talk, go through us. Girls want to us, wanna do us. Screw us, who us? Yeah, Papa and Pump. Close like Starsky and Hutch. Stick to clutch. Yeah, I squeeze 3 at your cherry M3. Bang every MC easily. Take that. Recently, frontin' ain't saying nothing, so I just speak my peace. Keep my peace. Cubans with the Jesus peace. With my peace. Packing, asking who want it. You got it, flaunt it. That Brooklyn, we on it.
Biggie, 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 can't you see? Sometimes your words just hypnotize me. And I just love your flashy ways. I guess that's why they're broken, you're so fake. Biggie, 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 can't you see? Sometimes your words just hypnotize me. And I just love your flashy ways. I guess that's why they're broken, you're so fake.
I put the NY onto DKNY. Miami, DC, prefer Versace. That's right. All Philly, know it's Moschino. Every cutie with the booty, more the coochie. Now who's the real dick? Meaning who's really the ride? Frank White push me 6 on the Lexus LX 4.5. Bulletproof glass tips if I want some. Gon' blast sweet first. Ask questions last. That's how most of these so-called gangsters pass. At last, rap about some bras, menage a trois. Some expensive cars and still leave you on the pavement. Condo paid for, no car payment. At my arraignment, no for the plaintiff. Your daughter's tied up in the Brooklyn basement. Face it, not guilty. That's how I stay true. Richer than richer, so you come and get me.
Biggie, 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 can't you see? Sometimes your words just hypnotize me. And I just love your flashy ways. I guess that's why they're broken, you're so fake. Biggie, 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 can't you see? Sometimes your words just hypnotize me. And I just love your flashy ways. I guess that's why they're broken, you're so fake.
I can fill you with real millionaires. That's cargo, My car go 160 swiftly. Wreck it by your new one. The crew run. The crew run. I know you sick of this name brand. With flows, girl, stay heat. Sweet like licorice. So get with this. It's easy. Girlfriend is a pimp. Call me round 10. Come through. Have on rubs, that's Persian. Come up to your job. Hit you while you're working. For certain. I'm a freaking. Not speaking. Leave that leaking like rapper demo. Tell them take their clothes off slowly. Kill them with the force like Obi. Black like Kobe. Watch me roam like Romy. Lucky they don't owe me. Where to say show me. Homie.
Sometimes your words just hypnotize me, and I just love your flashy ways. This is like a broken young soul.
It's the hit of the Eagle Double G. Snoop Dogg. It's the hit of the Eagle Double G. Snoop Dogg. You know I'm mobbing with the D.R.E. Yeah. You know who's back up in this. Top dog, light 'em up, burn it. DPGC, man, turn it. CPT, LBC, yeah, we hooking back up. And when they bang this in the club, baby, you got to get up. Look, yeah, they giving it up. Low life, yo life, boy, we living it up. Taking chances while we dancing in the party for sure. Slip my when she got in the back door. Looking at me strange, but you know I don't care. Step up in this, just a swinging right. Quit talking, walk if you're down with the sick. Take a with some and take this jet out of town. Put it down for the father of rap. And if you get cracked, jet your trap. Come back, get back. That's the part of success. If you believe in the X, you'll be relieving the stress. It's the D.R.E. Dr. Dre. You know I'm mobbing with the D.O.G. Straight off the CBT. King of the beach, you ride to him in your fleet. Whoop, the bill rolling on dubs. How you feel? Whoop-de-whoop. What? Dre and Snoop down in the lag. With Doc in the... South Central out to the west side. It's California love. This California got a gang of pub. I'm on one. I might bell up in the Century Club with my jeans on and my team strong. Get my drink on and my smoke on. Then go home with something to poke on. Locust song for the 200. Coming real. It's the next episode.
Hold up. Hey, woman, be thinking we soft. We gon' play. We gon' rock it till the wheels fall off. Hold up. Hey, woman, to be acting too bold. Take a seat. Hope you're ready for the next episode. Hey.
With so much drama in the LBC, it's kinda hard being Snoop D.O.G. But I somehow, some way, keep coming up with funky ass hits like every single day. May I kick a little something for the G's and make a few ends as I breeze through. 2 in the morning and the party still jumping cause my mama ain't home. I got some freaks in the living room getting it on and they ain't leaving till 6 in the morning. So what you wanna do? I got a pocket full of rubbers and my homeboys do too. So turn off the lights and close the doors. But what? We don't love them now. Yeah. So we gon' blow an ounce to this. G's up, freeze up for a second now. Bounce to this. Laid back.
With my mind on my money and my money on my mind. Rolling down the street, smoking sipping on gin.
Laid back.
With my mind on my money and my money on my mind.
Now that I got me some secret gin. Everybody got their cups, but they ain't chipped in. Now these types of things happen all the time. You gotta get yours before
I gotta get mine. See, everything is fine when you're listening to the D.O.G. I got to cultivate the music that be captivating me. Who listen to the words that I speak as I take me a drink to the middle of the street and get to mackin' to this trick named Sadie. She used to be my homeboy's lady. 80 degrees when I tell that trick, please raise up off these NUTs, cause you get none of these at ease. As I mob with the dog pound, feel the breeze. Say you know I'm just rolling down the street, smoking sipping on gin and juice. Laid back with my mind on my money and my money on my mind. Rolling down the street, smoking sipping on gin and juice. Laid back with my mind on my money and my money on my mind. Later on that day, my homie Dr. Dre came through with a gang of Tangeray and a fat ass J, some bubonic ET that made me choke. This ain't no joke, I had to back up off of it and sit my cup down. Tangeray and ET, toe down now, but it ain't no stopping, cause I'm still popping. And Dre got some tricks from the city of Compton to serve me, not with a cherry on top, cause when I get through, I got to hit the dope spot. Don't get upset, girl, that's just how it goes. I don't let them know I'm out the dope, and I'll be rolling down the street, smoking sipping on laid back with my mind on my money and my money on my mind. Rolling down the street, smoking sipping on gin and juice. Laid back with my mind on my money and my money. Rolling down the street, smoking sipping on gin and juice. Laid back with my mind on my money and my money on my mind. 1, 2, 3 into the 4. Snoop Doggy Dogg and Dr. Dre is at the door, ready to make an entrance, so back on up. Cause you know we're about to rip it up. Give it. Snoop Doggy Dogg and Dr. Dre is at the door, ready to make an entrance, so back on up. Cause you know we're about to rip it up. Give me the microphone first so I can bust like a bubble. Compton and Long Beach together, now you know you in trouble. Ain't nothing but a G thing, baby. Too low depth, going crazy. Death Row is the label that pays me. Unfadable, so please don't try to fake it. But back to the lecture at hand. Perfection is perfected, so I'ma let them understand from a young G's perspective. And before me dig her the bitch, I have to find a contraceptive. You never know, she could be earning her man and learning her man, and at the same time burning her man. Now you know I ain't with this, Lieutenant. Ain't no good enough to get burned while I'm offended. Yeah. And that's realer than real deal, Holyfield. And now you know how I feel. Well, if it's good enough to get broke off a proper chunk, I take a small piece of some of that funky stuff. It's like this and like that and like this and it's like that and like this and like that and it's like this and like that and like this and Drake creep to the mic like a fan.
Well, I'm peeping and I'm creeping and I'm creeping, but I think I got cause my beeper kept beeping. Now it's time for me to make my impression felt. So sit back, relax, and strap on your seatbelt. You never been on a ride like this before, with a producer who can rap and control the maestro. At the same time with the dope rhyme that I kick, you know and I know I flow some old funky. To add to my collection, this selection symbolizes don't take a toke but don't choke. If you do, you have no clue of what me and my homie Snoop Dogg came to do. It's like this and like that and like this and it's like that and like this and like that and it's like this. And who gives a f about those?
So just chill to the next episode. On that, what a hellified gangster lean. Getting funky on the mic like an old batch of collard greens. It's the capital S-O-S, I'm fresh and double O-P, D-O-double-G-Y-D-O-double-G, you see. Showing much flex when it's time to wreck a mic. Pimping and clocking a grip like my name was Dolomite. Yeah, and it don't quit. I think they in the mood for some. So Dre,
what up, dog?
Gotta give them what they want.
What's that, G?
We gotta break them off something. Yeah, and it's gotta be bumpin'. City of Compton,
it's where it takes place, so when that show attention, mobbing like a but I ain't lynching. Dropping the funky that's making a sucker niggas mumble. When I'm on the mic, it's like a cookie, they all crumble. Try to get close and yeah, get smacked. My f***ing homie doggy dog has got my back. Never let me slip, cause if I slip, then I'm slipping. But if I got my Nina, then you know I'm straight tripping. And I'ma continue to put the rap down, put the Mac down. And if your talk, I have to put the smack down, yeah, and you don't stop. I told you I'm just like a clock when I tick and I talk. But I'm never off, always on till the break of dawn. See you when PTO in the city they call Long Beach. Putting the shit together like my DOC. No one can do it better like this, that, and this, and it's like that, and like this, and like that, and it's like that.
All right, we're back. Welcome back. This is Electrify Expo Orlando, and you are hearing us coming from the EV Reality Check booth powered by GreenCars.com. My name is Matt Teske. I'm the founder and CEO of Chargeway, and I am joined once again by Miss GoElectric.
That's me, and I run a weekly EV news show, so follow along on Miss GoElectric YouTube.
There you go. Get that done, folks. So what we're doing every day here this weekend, Saturdays, Sundays, we're answering questions that anyone might have related to anything EVs. We're talking industry professionals. We want to bring all of what's happening at this event down to earth for everybody. And really, that's the goal, I think. We've seen a lot of questions. Even today, throughout various sessions, people have been asking, just what seems like simple to people that do this every day. But that's part of what Expo is all about, what the EV Reality Check booth is about, is how do we help people that have these beginner questions learn what they need to know?
Yeah, and I think a point that we touched on a little bit earlier today was the cost benefits, but I think we could dive a little bit even more into that in regards of, what does it cost to own an electric vehicle? Because some people, although think that it's more expensive to pay for it up front, is it expensive overall?
Right. Well, there's the cost of ownership discussion. I think the big thing that happens all the time is you'll hear people say, yeah, I can get an EV and you can tell me I can charge at home, but I don't want my electric bill to go up to like $1,000. It's like, wait a minute. That's not what happens. That's not what happens.
And, I know you drive an EV, I drive an EV. So from my experience, when I would charge at home especially, it is very affordable. But for me, I have a pretty big battery pack. And I have a Rivian R1T that has a max battery pack. So it's like close to 150 kilowatt hours. So that's big in our industry. And to refill it, it might sound like it might cost a lot, but actually it's like $15 for me.
The simple math is you can use it sometimes like 10 cents a kilowatt hour. Here in Florida, for example, it is about around that on average. And so to your point, it's 150 times 10 cents.
Yeah, and I think that the industry average, or the state, nationwide average, sorry, it's been a long day, is like 13 cents per kilowatt hour.
Right.
So
Not
for most
that
people,
much more.
Yeah, exactly. It's still really affordable. And in some cases, you might see in like California and stuff that it's higher up into the high teens or 20s or something like that.
Yeah.
But typically, I mean, it's expensive for gas there too, so it's still more affordable in that regard.
And then the question comes up about, okay, that's home, then about public charging. And public charging, you might see it's going to be about 40, 50 cents a kilowatt hour at a public station. So public charging is, depending on where you live, can still be cheaper than gasoline or on parity with gasoline. But that, again, that's if you're only public charging. If you're charging at home, that $10 fill-up or $15 fill-up that happens when you need that full charge, that is going to save you a ton of money over time.
And when you think about it, when you're trying to purchase an EV, one thing to look at is the efficiency of the vehicle itself too, because a lot of people don't realize that, I want a bigger battery, I want more range, but that is going to cost you more when you go to a public charger in some cases, because some of those big battery packs, they take a lot. Yeah, they're huge. So that cost of going to a public charger might be more expensive, but the more efficient the EV is, actually, it can still have a good sized battery pack and still give you the range that you're looking for, but you can't always associate the size of the pack with the amount of range that you're going to get necessarily because of that.
Well, that's a good point. Is people have been talking about MPG forever, for decades, right? And I think if we look at it from that perspective, if you think about, okay, what's the best car that gets miles per gallon? And it's like, okay, small car, efficient, right? That heavier vehicle, you can't fight physics. At the end of the day, it's like if it's a heavy EV or it's a heavy gas car, you cannot fight that, so you're going to end up spending more money. I think, but as an example, the battery sizes you're talking about, some of the new trucks come out, they get the range, but they're only getting maybe 2 miles to a kilowatt hour, as it's referred to, which is like, that sounds like, tiny. Someone goes, my car gets 30 miles per gallon. It's like, yeah, but that's a 200 kilowatt hour pack. So this is where the language gets kind of weird and the verbiage gets kind of odd. And that's why I always think to myself, it's like, just think the units. It's 200 units, and that's going to get you 2 miles. There's your 400 miles, right? But then if you're spending 50 cents a kilowatt hour at a public charger, that big battery that's not as efficient, that is going to be an expensive public fill-up. Still cheaper at home, but an expensive public fill-up.
And you can kind of plan that out too, because there's such wide availability for DC fast charging now, and it's even getting better over time. Like, I know a lot of people say that maybe reliability and DC fast charging is, you know, they dog it a lot, but I personally believe it's like the best time ever that has been for DC fast charging.
Oh,
so
it has improved a ton.
It has improved so much, and now that more stations are becoming online, you now have the opportunity to choose. So maybe one across the street charges 40 cents per kilowatt hour. Maybe one charges 35 cents. And I know it's not much, but hey,
Well, it adds up.
the competition forces those prices to go down. So that's also a good benefit.
I mean, back in the day, I mean, I would go to find that gas station had the cheaper gallon of gas. I mean, it's going to happen the same thing with public charging. But the cool thing is now, half of America that can fill up at home, that doesn't need to be on the forefront of their mind. They can always be saying, I always have a $10 to $15 fill up at home. That to me is the game-changing aspect, but then it's that, to your point, it's that trust away from home and that reliability piece that it's gotten a lot better. That's the beauty of it.
In your opinion, since you do own an EV, what have been the biggest misconceptions that you have to kind of fight people on with? I know you're going to say charging because you have your Chargeway beacons here.
I do think it's a big part of the conversation.
It's like, I put my whole life behind it.
I'm like, I think it's the linchpin.
But what is the secondary, I guess I would say then, because we know that charging is significant.
Well, I think that we talked about this a lot today, actually, as I think we spent a lot of time as an industry talking about how it was different for a long time. And I think people like familiarity. And if you get down to it, if your vehicle's filled up, whether it's with gasoline or electricity, it's a very reliable car. The difference is how much can it save you over time by owning it? An electric is better. How much can it save you over time in filling it? Electric is better. How much will you enjoy it because it can be updated or maybe improved over time? Electric is better. So I think that's, I mean, to me, maybe I think that's the thing that the Expo is an example is where we change the conversation. Is we talk a lot about differences, but in reality, the similarity of it gets you where you want to go reliably. It is just about, again, going back to the fuel, how do we think about the fill up? And I think the biggest challenge then is just talking about lifestyle. Is we've never had to ask ourselves, where do we live? You know, oh, does that impact how you fill up? Now it does. And that's part of it. I mean, if you think about someone who's like rich that drives a Rolls Royce, actually, if they own a Rolls Royce, they're not driving it. They're being driven around. But you know what I mean. But then they will pull up at a gas station next to someone who rents a small apartment, just starting out in their career or something, and they've got a small car. They have different lifestyles. But the great unifier that has existed forever is gas. But now with electricity, it's different. You genuinely can have a different lifestyle filling up with electricity, and I think maybe that's a thing that is just still so misunderstood.
And affordability-wise, like when you're talking about the Rolls-Royce, I just think of luxury models are like kind of the best to go EV first because people are already expecting to pay a little bit more, but they also are expecting the quietude and, you know, smooth powertrain and fast.
You say quietude?
Quietude, yes.
That's a quietude. I'm going to start using that. I don't know how it is, but this vehicle has the ultimate quietude. No, but exactly that is the expectation around the ownership experience and these other benefits that come along with it. And if you've got the buying power, you expect those things. But that gets down into the lower market, too, for people that are buying an entry-level EV. Those benefits still go with those cars, too.
Yeah, I mean, you can still get a lot of those same luxury qualities that you would get out of, you know, a higher price point in something like a Chevy Equinox now that gets 305 miles of range.
Yep.
So the accessibility is also a great opportunity for people now. It's like it used to be everything is so expensive. And yeah, obviously we see some great pricey vehicles around here, but now normal, you know, everyday people that have a budget, they can get themselves an EV and they can live that same type of lifestyle with the conveniences that you're adding onto it, especially with home charging. That is one thing that I personally always recommend to everyone is that your life will truly change if you have the opportunity to install a home charger. And now we're seeing so many car companies offer it as part of the buying process of the vehicle. And that to me just makes it a no-brainer because it takes all that extra legwork out.
Yeah.
And if we can make it so simple that people don't even have to think about it, then I think that will really force people to...
You just spoke to my heart. Make it so simple that you don't have to think about it. But that is key. I mean, anytime people that come to Expo and they get a chance to see all of what we're seeing today, the big part about that is just creating happiness and comfort. And people have been buying gas cars forever because why? They don't have to think about the gas. It's just they're waiting for them. But they can go then buy whatever brand of car or style of car they want, whether it's expensive or cheap or used or new, and it just has worked. But that is now, I mean, you look around, it's like that has changed dramatically where that diversity of brand product line and the options of vehicles, sizes and prices. But that we talked about earlier too is even the used market and how a lot of those people that were trying out EVs for the last 5 to 10 years, we're seeing those now get into market. And people that can't afford a brand new car, they can get a used EV for something really cost effective.
Insane. And there's still the used EV tax credit too. So you can get $4,000 off for a vehicle that's $25,000 and under. It does have the 2-year limit, so it has to be at least 2 years old. But to your point, there's such a huge influx of used EVs coming on the market that are really great, low mileage, but still meet those qualifications. So it's, I think, the best time ever probably to buy an EV at this stage because of all the incentives around it and the opportunities for the different models to choose from.
Yeah.
Now, if you want a pickup truck, you can get one. If you want a compact SUV, you can get one. If you want a sedan, you can get one. There's very limited, limits to the actual options that you have now.
Yeah, 10 years ago, it was like, do you want that car or that car? You know, it's like, well, things have changed dramatically. And again, that's a big part of what I think we hear too is that, and BJ that founded the Expo, one of the things that he talks about all the time is, well, we do want to talk about consumer choice. It is about choice. We want to make sure that people don't feel like they're being forced to do anything. No one likes to hear that ever. But the beauty of it is the choice of buying an electric car went from, again, very small market opportunity, only a few brands, to now what we see today. And that really does change the conversation. But you posed the question to me about, okay, what's the worst thing we still got to overcome? With all that we've been talking about, what do you think is still one of the hardest things, or what the most difficult thing we got to overcome?
I think the point that I kind of just brought up, which is the education of it, is that still a lot of people are timid around electrification and thinking that it does not work for them because they road trip all the time or they go do this and that. And it's like those are barriers that are not necessarily true. In some cases they may be, but I think for most people it's not as scary as what they think it is. So to have more conversations about stuff like this where we can provide that education to let people know, if you're curious, it doesn't have to be complicated, you know?
Yeah.
It can be simple and the car can do the work for you if you want to, or you know, never have to travel to a gas station ever again, which sounds weird to not think like that's such a great, beautiful thing. But once you experience it, it's like, holy moly, you know?
Once you do experience the benefits, and that's part of what this is about, is you get to experience just the fact the cars are real. You can go enjoy it and say, oh, that actually was fun to drive. I think that one of the challenges, again, as you brought up the challenge of just helping people understand it's easy, is we've got a lot of conditioning built into us just as people for what we've known for the car buying or ownership experience. And some of that will be solved by creatively messaging something. Some of it will come about by just more product being in the market, but also some of it is time, I think.
And some of it is just getting in the seat
Well,
and
right.
experiencing it because it's going to prove you wrong possibly. So that's one opportunity. And I think stuff like this is the expo provides the opportunity to get into so many different types of models and see the differences of how they execute an EV is a great opportunity for people to decide, well, I guess I didn't know that this was something that I was looking for or that I thought was great, but now I have that option. And also, I'm a little biased because there are e-bikes here and scooters, and I'm a huge fan of two-wheel mobility and motorcycles. I have an electric motorcycle, and it is just, I cannot even explain how different of an experience it is to ride on an electric motorcycle in comparison to a gas-powered bike. And I haven't been riding too long, but just the learning process of getting on a gas bike was very frustrating for me, especially coming from someone who's been all electric in their life for many, many, many years, almost a decade now. Going to learn at one of those training courses on how to ride a motorcycle on a gas bike was treacherous for me because although I've worked in the car business for a long time and have had to deal with transmissions and clutches and stuff like that, the frustration of the experience to get my motorcycle endorsement was unlike anything that I've experienced in a long time.
It's still a process to get yourself, behind the wheel or onto a gas-powered vehicle. In the sense that it's not as simple as something that's electric.
But I think people don't realize the massive difference of how simple that experience is in an electric versus a gas-powered bike. And a lot of people are thinking that they are limited because of possibly the range. But everyone that pretty much I've spoken to since I've owned an electric motorcycle has said, actually, you're right. I just drive maybe 50 miles at most, and I'm tinkering around, and I'm going in the slow. I'm not even going on the highway or anything. So most of the models, even on the market today, even the lower entry ones, are plenty enough range for me.
So how does it work over time then with, as you just did a great job of explaining, we hear a lot. It's like, yeah, but you don't really use the vehicle the way that you might have thought you would have, right? We were talking to, there was someone here today that was talking to us about boats. And they're like, yeah, electrified in the marine community. It's like, no, this is a thing now. And they were saying that they were hearing people say, but yeah, what if I'm out in the middle of the ocean and I run out of battery? And their response was, yeah, but this is the same narrative you hear from people that say it for cars. It's like, do you drive your gas car that way? Do you go into your gas boat that way? Maybe, I'm curious to get your thoughts on this. Is it still the consumer psychology part of it that there's an expectation that we're trying to unlearn from?
Yeah, I do. I think that there's just these rigid ideas, and also people just don't really like change a lot of times. So we're
conditioned.
Yeah, and so they're comfortable where they're at. They don't want to be uncomfortable, and so it is a challenge because although the end result is that it is a simpler, more beneficial experience, getting to that point is a hard realization. So yeah, I think a lot of people just don't want to accept change because it's different.
But what's fun is thinking about what we've seen in the last 5, 10, 15 years and watching everything from automotive to just EV in general. And you think about the events that used to happen. Everything from Drive Electric Week has been around for a long time through a lot of groups, and Plug-in America and others. That's something that, again, it was niche, but it was kind of like the Tinkerers still when things like the Leaf came out and the Volt came out. It's like, oh, this is starting to feel a little bit more real now. Then you look at what we have here and you're just kind of like, for people that show up today, they go, oh yeah, of course, this is great, and we're looking at it going, no, the amount of work that went into this is just nuts. It's so much effort from multiple stakeholders to make this happen.
Well, because when you think about internal combustion engine vehicles, the car business, the OEMs did not get into the fueling business and invest in the gasoline infrastructure in order to make sure that people could refuel. But when we talk about EVs, sometimes it's beneficial for them to consider that as a new profit center for them. So a lot of car companies are even getting themselves into an energy division so that they can provide either the charging hardware or solutions for smart grid integration so that they can also be a part of that conversation and also facilitate the experience so it's smoother for the customer.
Well, they're having to reimagine what they've known as core competencies for a long time. We were talking about a little bit with Tom from OUC about, you're energy, but now you're having to think automotive. And now same thing is true, though, for the automotive sector. It's like, we're automotive, we got to think energy. And we're really at the beginning of that. Brands like Tesla set the stage for how that could be reimagined and thought of, but they started from a clean slate. They didn't have any baggage around what do we need to reimagine? There wasn't a reimagining. They just said, this is what we are. Yeah, it's just growth. So I guess, who do you think who stands out to you right now as being they're the best evolved from a lot of the brands that have gone from saying, we don't make an EV to now they're making EVs and they're making good progress?
Well, I think General Motors is doing a pretty good job, and I know they get a lot of flack, but they are now offering a lot of model diversity, which I think is important. And obviously they have a lot of work to do in making their vehicles more efficient, because we touched on it a few times here where they have over 200 kilowatt hour battery and you get great range, but at the same time that's a lot of money to spend on a battery.
The vehicle weighs 11,000 pounds.
Yeah, so not everybody is we need to focus on the engineering side of things and make that more efficient so it's more cost effective for everyone. And I think that they're doing a great job because they're also offering an energy division where they're, they have charging equipment and batteries for their home energy storage and things like that. So I think they're doing a good job. And also they're not retracting, and a lot of other brands really are. I mean, they have said that they are going to continue making hybrids for a long time, but that's a good solution to have for people that do want to kind of dip their toe in the water of electrification. So I'm happy to see that they're continuing to invest in a lot of battery manufacturing in the United States. I'm really pleased, obviously, with what General Motors is doing. I think, obviously, Tesla is one that will always continue to innovate and continue to be a leader because they keep pushing the envelope and creating new technology and optimizing, and they don't stand still. So I think, you can always tip your hat to them. But I also think that Ford is doing a good job, although I'd love to see more EV models in their lineup. When they're trying to get their customers to get into an EV, they're making it simple for them by going to the standard for the North American charging standard so that their customers have more option to charge on even the Tesla network. And also this home charging program where they're paying for the installation and for the charger to get installed. So I'm pretty impressed with the companies like that are not only pushing the envelope by offering more models and a better product in the engineering, but also to make the customer experience, because this is not just buying a car anymore.
No, it is buying a lifestyle.
Yeah.
Yeah, it really is. And then depending on who you're talking to, it's lifestyle A or lifestyle B in a lot of ways.
And the car business is so competitive, and cars are expensive, so you need to have a value proposition that would entice people to want to buy your product. And with an EV, it's almost like limitless as far as what you can do in order to create that value, because you can use your vehicle in so many more ways than what you would expect. So I think, kudos to everyone that's putting their hat in the electrification game, because it's the future, and I'm convinced of that.
Well, I think that's a big takeaway too, is we're not at a place anymore where we're debating on if it's happening. It's clearly happening. Now it's a matter of time. And I think one of the things that's going to really impact what's happening on a global scale, we've got countries like China that are building amazing cars, and they have great technology inside of them, whether we're talking about the battery, the software, things like that. And a lot of the brands we even see here today at Expo, they are... Companies are global companies, and they have to figure out, okay, how do we bring our A game against the competitors that we're also competing against in other markets outside of the United States?
Yeah, and I think a lot of people lose sight of that this is a global business. It's not just something that happens here. Randy, do you have a question?
My name is not Randy.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Matt Teske,
Bob,
Miss GoElectric. I love you both. Awesome educators, informers in the industry. I have a question related to the region where I live in. I live in an area where we experience 4 seasons. And into winter, freezing temperatures, massive snowstorms. Could you give me some tips of how to own an EV, preserve the battery, and drive in the winter?
I think the first thing I would think of is, so my brother, he's worked in Alaska for years, and basically training deep sea fishermen. And so he's for safety training. And one time he and I were talking about this, and he drives EVs, and he said, what's interesting, he said, everybody that has a diesel truck up there, they have to have it plugged in because it gets so cold. And I said, that's true. And he goes, so frankly, this isn't too much of a departure from what we've seen outside of normal ownership in cold environments. I think the biggest tip that I would say as it relates to buying an EV is it gets back to lifestyle. If you do have a home or you have a garage where you can park your vehicle inside and it's out of the coldest elements, the long-standing phrase has been used by a lot of EV owners forever is ABC, always be charging. And so if you have your vehicle plugged in and it's cold and you have it in the garage, then that is going to basically set your battery up for success even in cold weather. If you do not have that option and you have your vehicle parked outside on the street and you know there's going to be colder inclement weather, that is more of a mindset like, again, plugging in a diesel truck where it's somewhere up in Alaska or Canada. The difference, I think, right now is with the efficiencies of the batteries and where we're at in the evolution of the technology is there is some pre-planning related to that if you do not have a home and you park outside, is because your battery will get very cold and you got to make sure you keep it conditioned.
Yeah, and I think because you can even nowadays on pretty much every EV that's available out here is schedule it ahead of time on your app in order to precondition your cabin, because the main issue with winter and EV batteries is that, of course, you want your battery to be at a good temperature so that it can kick on the cabin temperature inside, which is what is going to draw a lot of energy, which is what drains it a lot in the wintertime. So in order to kind of combat that, keep it plugged in so that you can precondition it ahead of time while it's charging, instead of leaving it unplugged and then the car is using that energy to heat up the cabin for when you get into it, and then you're draining your battery for basically no reason. So that's a pretty good tip. And then, of course, this is kind of with any time of the year, but making sure that your PSI in your tires is inflated to the appropriate recommended PSI, because if your tires are not at the proper inflation, and if it's lower than that, then you can lose more range than what you would expect to. And obviously in the wintertime, you want to be thoughtful about that as well, because you want to probably get good traction as well when you're driving in the wintertime.
All this is about, like my dad's always said, you can't fight physics. It's like all this relates back to just understanding how all this stuff works. But I think, frankly, the challenge we have with the public that's coming into EVs, and again, they don't know what they don't know, is they haven't had to think terribly hard around the gas car ownership experience, because it's just kind of been sort of set it, forget it. You know, and so I think that's one of the biggest challenges we're still seeing, is that we're talking about, again, it is about education, it is about lifestyle, and that is a different way to approach ownership. But once it is simplified, or if there are companies that remove some of those barriers that you have to think too hard, well, then you start to have the realization of, well, this is a better experience.
Yeah, and why isn't this working? Like, they should never ask that question. They should solve that problem, whether it's because they integrate it into the infotainment screen, or they, pop up a little message here and there in your app to let you know some tips and tricks like that. I think is going to be super helpful, and I think a lot more car companies are starting to realize that too.
Yeah, leveraging software is going to be one of the biggest things moving forward for every automaker. Is how do you take software and make it very effective as it relates to the user interface inside the car, how it connects to your pocket, and what you can see if you're not in your car. That is going to be, that's a secret sauce when it comes to EVs. Software is king. There's a reason why we have major brands that have been trying software forever. Volkswagen is an example, saying, we're just going to partner with one of the newcomers in Rivian and say, we'll use your software, and you can use us for prowess on manufacturing. It's going to be a great partnership. I think we'll see more of that over time.
Yeah, not only in the vehicle features, but just the simplest things of like the app. I mean, a lot of these companies now, that's kind of like a baseline, is you have a phone as a key, because we're using these every single day. So, I mean, they have a learning tool right here. Everyone uses it. So why not make it as simple as what we're already experiencing with the phone integration?
Yeah, and everything about what we're seeing here today too is you get a chance to drive the car, experience the car in a brief way. And I think our conversation with Amanda was really fun, talking about just how she reviews them. It gets, well, I got 2 weeks here, I get 3 days there. And even for her to say, and that's even still not enough time sometimes, is it speaks to the value of events like this, but also resources and just conversations like we're having here. I think this, having the EV reality check space here, and again, having a company like GreenCars.com say, we see the value in how we need to start top of funnel. And that's what this entire event is about, is you're at the top. You don't know anything? Well, come on in. If we can get you to the bottom of the funnel and you say, wow, I don't have any bruises along the way, that's the goal. And the companies who do that best will be the ones who win.
And some are intimidated because they feel like they're going to get a sales pitch. But a lot of these people here, they don't even work for, the sales team, the dealership. They just work as a product representative or whatever. Yeah, so then you're just hearing the facts of what the information is about the product itself and the whole ecosystem. We have another question.
Yeah.
Thanks for taking my question. On that note about dealerships, one thing that's the sales rep or the person there at the dealership, when I speak to them, they don't mention anything about maintenance, right? All I see online, on Instagram, on TikTok, is an EV battery may cost well over the car's value to replace. But they never talk about the maintenance of tires, brakes, how to maintain the battery. Can you talk to me about maintenance of an EV as a new EV owner?
I think, well, two things about that. I think on the dealer level, one thing is in buying a gas car, maintenance is built in. It's kind of an accepted reality of like, I have to get an oil change. I have to maybe get something changed out one day with a gasket or filter or God knows what. We're conditioned to just think that's an accepted reality of ownership. And so there's a lot of skepticism, I think, that comes along when you say an EV requires very little maintenance, but then the question of the biggest piece and component is the battery. And we had a great conversation earlier about that as it relates to, well, what's happening with the battery technology? And we're already seeing to date, it might be a brand new conversation to some sales reps or some people here at Expo, but we need to point to the fact that we've got 2 decades essentially of modern battery technology data to point to saying, yeah, the older batteries and the older cost of a battery was extremely expensive. And the price on that has come down immensely because the technology has improved over time. And even still, we have cars that are getting hundreds of thousands of miles of range on them, and they're not having any issues. So I think part of this is how do we help the dealers understand how to translate that value of saying, you used to think about maintenance a lot, and for example, if you're leasing this car, you're not even going to think about it. Unless you drive the tires off of this thing, you're going to refill the washer fluid and then come back in and hand us the keys. I mean, that is going to be the most interesting thing about how we help the dealers translate, I think, a lot of that conversation.
And now there's also companies that are providing reports on battery health, which also help provide peace of mind, not only for the dealerships, but also for the sales, the sale of the vehicle from the customer's perspective. And this company in particular that I think is like kind of leading this is called Recurrent. And they do a great job because they provide those insights on a wide variety of models. But also, you have then the ability to kind of track your own health of your EV if you want to, too. So if that is something that you are concerned about, it kind of works like a Carfax, to give you that information on how healthy the battery is. But there are companies that are doing this, which are providing that information for you so that there's peace of mind.
Recurrent is great. Scott and his team there have been doing a great job there. I mean, Cox Automotive has a battery health program that they're working on. So there's a lot of evidence that the peace of mind aspect of it you're mentioning that's important to people when they're shopping is this a quality vehicle? And I mean, for a long time, it's like you go buy a used car, there's Carfax, you take it at face value. This is a reliable brand. This model's known for being good. But the unknowns that people don't know about yet about batteries and things like that, the more transparency we provide, the more confident people can be in buying.
Question?
Thank you very much. I've heard several people ask today, how much do these batteries cost to replace? And there's been a lot of answering from the stage about you don't really have to replace them, but eventually you do. So at some point they end. So what is that? Give me an idea, a ballpark of that number.
Around, I would say, or under $10,000 for a full battery replacement.
And that's I would say
at this stage.
It's even again,
now,
depending on the battery size.
Yes.
Yeah.
So are there warranties for the batteries?
8 years, 100,000 miles.
Yes, or if you live in California emission states, they get 10-year 150,000 miles. So there are 16 of those California
ZEB states, as we love to call them in the industry, zero emission vehicle states. No, but I mean that's a great point. If at the end of the day, people go, okay, do I have to worry about this? It's like, well, no, you don't. It's like, yeah, but what? It's like the buying use case of a car. I got the third row because my in-laws are coming to town, maybe.
Yeah.
So I need it
in 4 years.
So exactly. So just tell me what I need to know. Is there a third row? To your question of just tell me the cost. It's like, and to your point, it's like, I mean, 10,000. It's even below that based on.
It could be. There's a lot of variety too, and it also depends on who you're taking it to for the labor costs and things like that.
But that begs the question of, is this vehicle out of warranty? And we're talking 8 years, 100,000 miles. And in that respect, we just haven't seen a lot. I mean, a lot of instances where a vehicle's been on the road for 8 years or 100,000 miles having a battery issue. It's like, I'm out of pocket on this. We're just not seeing it. We're just not seeing it. So, but in the 0.01 something use case of like, yep, it happened to you. You drove your car 1 trillion miles somehow in 36 months, and you own it for now. So sorry, it could happen. But in the same way, you could have a catastrophic gas engine failure, and throw a rod or something. So there's no perfect answer.
I mean, to that point, how much is it to replace a gas engine?
Oh, I did it once. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Okay, but you're free labor.
No. This is a good story. It was a girl I was dating at the time, and I turboed her car and I blew it up.
Okay. So
but her dad helped
to fix it.
Yeah. It was cool. Out of first gear into second gear, I was like, wow, that was fast. And then we heard the boom, and we both went, oh no. So, but I mean, to that point, can't do that in an EV. It's just fast and it works.
But it's expensive to replace one of those too.
Exactly.
Is my point.
Yeah.
If you don't have a free boyfriend to fix it.
Yeah. It's tiny. If you're going to buy a $50,000 car, again, to replace an entire gas engine with a transmission, whole thing, put a cherry picker in, pull it out, put it back in, we're talking thousands of dollars. Same is true for a battery. So at this point, we're getting to a place where we can say like it's kind of like it's apples to apples in that respect from a cost perspective.
And it's only going to get better, and that's why this isn't a trend or a fad, is because the technology has so much further to go as far
Yeah.
as advancements with battery technology and charging technology and all that. So
Yeah, you can't recycle a gas engine, but you can take a battery out of a vehicle if it's been driven for 250,000 miles, and you can recycle virtually every aspect
almost
of it.
every single bit of it,
Yeah.
like over 90 some odd percent, is completely reusable from a battery.
Yeah.
And people are making sure that there is some kind of economy that supports the recycling so that they
Yeah.
can either put them back into new batteries or use them for other types of devices. I know, like you had mentioned earlier, Redwood is one of the more popular recyclers and have a lot of partnerships with a lot of different OEMs. But I mean, they're even taking in your old cell phone, your own laptop batteries
Anything
and
with
stuff
a battery.
now. Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. So that they can break it down to those raw materials and make something new out of it.
It's in many ways is a paradigm shift. What we're talking about, it's a different way of thinking about vehicles, about products, about electronics, about energy, and we're at the big. It may seem like it's already gotten very far because we talk about it, we hear about it in the news all the time, but we're still at the beginning stages of a lot of this evolution.
Yeah, and to the point with the recycling thing is like they are like, well, we don't have enough old batteries right now.
We got to get more batteries in
Yeah,
market. And then
from the EVs because they're working for a lot longer than we expected.
I think that's the growth opportunity is we're at about 9-10% of new car sales being vehicles that are with a plug, pure electric, plug-in hybrid. But in the fleet here in the United States, it's still only around 1.5-2% of vehicles in the fleet. And so that's really, I think, what speaks to the opportunity for where the change of what's happening. It's 98% of people still aren't living this. And that's where I look at how big Expo has already gotten, the types of crowds we see, the types of questions we're getting. It's like, yeah, but people are curious. So anyway.
We've reached past like the early adoption phase to
Yes.
now like the people that are just curious and they're like, yeah, I think I'll probably go electric, for my next car. But this is something that will solidify it for them because then they can actually experience it. And it's time.
Yeah, and it's credible. I think that's the thing too, is now everything that you look at, whether it's talking to your utility, talking to your local dealer, looking at an automaker's website, talking to your friends and people you meet online that have these vehicles, there's credibility that's wrapped up in all of that community. And I think that's what a lot of people have probably been waiting for, but we're here now.
Well, word of mouth, I mean, that helps so much too. It's like, oh, I know someone that owns an EV and they said that their experience was this. And they're like, well, I guess I could probably do that too. We got a question.
It's a quick one. Is there such a thing as a external battery or something, or is that in the future?
You mean like something you would take with you as like a backup battery?
Yes.
So this has been talked about by.
Yes, there are.
It does exist. The issue I think that comes along with it. So best example.
It's powering his sign. Oh yeah, Cybertruck. Yeah.
So, but you're talking about like if let's say we were driving this vehicle and we towed a battery behind it for extra range. That's what you're getting at, right?
Yes, anything or something that can fit in the trunk or underneath, or is there something like that can get you that extra 5 to 10 miles?
Cybertruck does have that as an extra add-on. You can add it inside of the bed of the vehicle. I think what the only thing that comes along with that is once you're adding more battery, you're adding more weight. And so then you have to ask the question of what is this doing to benefit the trip? And you brought up a great point earlier about Lightship and Pebble, about these trailers that you can tow that are for recreation, but have batteries built in. You're towing a battery, but then they leverage the battery for momentum and motion. That's different
the
than
motors
just
and the wheels. Yeah.
Yeah,
so
that's
that they
different
can-
than just dragging the weight. And I think that's the difference that we're going to see as more people see how to implement that. I don't know if we're going to necessarily see people towing batteries around. I don't think that's going to make much sense because it just costs a lot and it's added weight. I think infrastructure will help with that more than that.
And to the point is like, okay, well, you want a few miles of range, but well, how big of a battery pack do you need to put in the back of your car in order to achieve that? Hopefully you'll be at least close enough to a charger to stop at the charger
Right,
instead
the
of having to
infrastructure
drag
will solve that.
around the battery. So.
Is there ever thought about like an exchangeable kind of method where you come to a charging station, pick up that new one, plug it in, and drop off the old one and continue about your day?
Yep, swapping is very popular in China. There are several companies that are doing it, and it's successful over there. There's only one company that I know of that is really spearheading it here, and that's called Ample. They're based in the Bay Area. They have a few pilot programs that they've run in the Bay Area, but now they're going over to Japan because their Mitsubishi Corporation is interested in putting it in their fleet vehicles. And I think, it's very successful in the fleet application because it's very sensible in that regard. They want to hurry up and quickly, keep moving.
And they
it
have
is
room
a
to store the
complex-
batteries.
Yeah, I mean, it is a complex problem to solve because there's a lot of moving parts, and of course, you have to have a standardization for the batteries to, pop in and out of, and that's a big ask for OEMs to standardize some technology like that.
It's like, hey, you guys, you want to get together and make sure your batteries are identical for how they go in and out of a vehicle? I mean, we had a hard enough time here domestically with the plug types, so that took a long time, and that's just the plug type. If you're talking about the whole battery pack, I mean, all that design, that's a lot to coordinate. So I think that depending on where you are geographically and, I mean, around the world, we've seen NIO and others who have implemented this in other countries. But I think that infrastructure, I think, is the solution here, combined with the energy density in the battery pack over time.
I think that the swapping will eventually happen here in the U.S., and I do think it's a good idea. It is a complex problem to solve because I think it's going to take everything in order to convince everyone to go electric. At this stage, some people that they still have the concern of the battery health, and they maybe don't want to spend, full price on a full vehicle purchase. Then they have the option to either subscribe to or lease a portion of this battery program and just use the swapping stations and still get that gas station type experience. So I think there's still opportunity there. I'm not completely shutting it out. Do I think it's going to take a while to, happen here? Absolutely. But eventually, it's kind of like how I feel like in California, you guys get all the really cool technology first, and then it eventually trickles out to me in Michigan, and I get it. But
That's fair.
I feel it's kind of like that in China with the EVs. Is like eventually we'll get some of this, really cool battery technology, really fast charging, or really interesting swapping techniques. But it takes a lot to get to that point.
The fun part about the free market here in America, and I think of like the SEMA show in Las Vegas every year, it's like, oh man, aftermarket, let that solve it. And
Exactly, yeah.
what could happen over time where it's like, I bought a really old EV, but I'm going to buy this brand new refurb battery that has this new battery chemistry in it. And that original car with this original battery got 240 miles range, but my new battery gets 380 or something crazy. It's like, will that happen in the long run? Yeah, I think so. I do. Sir, question.
Kind of curious about your opinion on this. My wife has we're both familiar with gassing up our gas car at gas stations. EV charging wise, there really isn't the convenience or like the security at these EV charging stations where there's lighting or security. So her concern is EV charging safe for women?
I personally believe so, and I'm a woman who's owned an EV for a very long time. I think that if there's any question, the great thing is that there are companies that have apps that provide peer reviews and images that are right there in your. And
There's an app for that.
What's that?
What's the app?
What's the app?
What is it? What is it?
Chargeway.
Oh, okay, yeah. You guys download
This guy
Chargeway.
knows something about it.
Yeah.
So are people allowed to provide reviews on certain stations on your app?
Yep. Yeah. So that's, and again, I mean, as to your question and your wife's concern, I mean, I will take the position of saying I agree with Lacey. Like, again, listen to the people that are doing it now that have the same experience. Is it from your perspective, you look at it and say, no, here's why I understand it is safe and what my experiences have been. Then my position is to say, okay, take that at face value. And the people that want to hear their questions answered, they need to hear it from credible sources that relate to what their concerns are. And that's, I mean, we see that all the time in every industry about how people can say everything they want, but they have to hear it from the right people. And so to that point, there are a lot of efforts being made related to things about lighting and safety and making sure that when you're doing this, it doesn't feel like a foreign experience.
Right. And also there's proximity to a place where you want to have the ability to stop and get coffee, and it's not like super far away from having to enter where you are trying to get your coffee or whatnot. So I think there's still opportunity. I mean, there's some charging stations where I've gone and they're kind of like off to the side or behind a building. That's not ideal, but I have never been in a situation where I have felt like super unsafe.
I think, yeah. Well, right, to answer the final part of that question, I think the challenge that happened up until recently was that getting a permit, we talked about this a lot today, permitting to get a station put in or anything, they had to find the path of least resistance to get the job done. And oftentimes that related to, well, we don't have to trench for a new option for where we need to put this charger. We can just put it right here. it was fine. It checked a box. It got a charger put in, which may have been something that was mandated from a local utility or a policymaker, but it didn't serve a driver's needs in the ways that it could. We're now seeing the stations being put in have awnings with lighting and they have restrooms. So that's where it's going to be transitioning and pivoting to, is the investment now makes more sense, because previously the permitting to get that other stuff done was cost prohibitive to just getting the station in. But we've graduated from that, I think.
And just having more options is significant, and having the ability to look and see, like, can I vet this location and make sure that it all checks out? And if I don't like what I'm seeing, I can go to the one that's across the highway on the other side of the street. So we have so many more charging stations now that you can choose. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, I live near Detroit, and on the news, like basically every day, there's a carjacking or some other violent crime at the gas stations. So I just Googled it. And last year, there were 11,795 violent crimes at gas stations. But I personally have actually never heard of a violent crime while EV charging. I've never heard of it, and we have charged hundreds or maybe thousands of times at
And I think the
chargers.
other point that is good to bring up of what you say, Tim, is that when you own an EV and you have a home charger, your fuel station is at your house. So do you feel secure in your house? Then there's a problem that's solved right there. But when you're, having to go to a gas station no matter what in order to fill up, you might have to stop at an opportune moment where it's not necessarily the most pristine location.
I think what this also speaks to, you said it was how many, 11,000? And that wasn't the state of Michigan. That was the U.S., I'm assuming.
Detroit.
Okay. Yeah, Detroit. Oh, my gosh. No, but what it speaks to, and I think, as you said, I haven't really heard of this from a public charging perspective. To be perfectly honest, it makes me think of, so a friend of mine in high school, he got carjacked in like a Kmart parking lot back in the day. And he was backing out. The guy held him up. He had to get out of his car, and he ran off. He went inside, told him what happened. He came outside, and his car was sitting in the middle of the drive. And they all stood and looked at it like, why is this car still here? The guy that carjacked him couldn't drive a stick. And so he just left the car. I think part of what again, right now with respect to just charging and things of that nature, I don't think people are
savvy enough. They don't know how to use the charging, or in some cases, like the Teslas, they have cameras
just
everywhere.
track
It's
'em down.
not you're gonna get caught.
Yeah, I think.
Or they can power down the car
Yeah.
with tracking, not only like OnStar type technology, but
There's so many options for how you can protect yourself with software. So I think that, nothing is immune to people doing nefarious things. But I think what we're seeing right now is there's still such a small percentage of the population that is, again, using charging from the perspective of like the 98% that drive gas cars still. I think that over time, because we're seeing improvements at these station locations, like you were saying, it's like, again, it is safer because of what's being built out, and that competition is going to help. That's going to remove a lot of those factors, especially when you're there. Again, if the dwell time is not quick in and out, or hey, I hopped out of my car and I can just hop in and grab the keys. It's like if it's plugged in, there's the people that are doing these things, they look at that and they go, I don't even know what to do at this moment. Why would I try to mess with these people? I think we're still kind of there right now.
Yeah, and on the note of the technology advancement, having the cameras that will monitor around you. One thing that I think Tesla's still doing that I'm surprised that no one else has really picked up on is the pin to drive. It's such an easy, quick thing, but essentially no one can drive your car if you turn on a pin, just like your phone. No one can open your phone if you have a pin for your phone. So such a simple, easy way to prevent people from taking your vehicle. But it's
they get to enjoy your
no matter
car
what,
sitting inside of it. But
they can't do anything with it.
at the end of the day, you want people to feel safe. And I think that the last two questions, I think, speak to that. Is at the end of the day, we need to be thoughtful about the driver's experience. And I think that this industry was going through some growing pains, maybe not in recent years, but certainly 10 years ago or so, and even maybe 5 years ago, where it's like, we got to get chargers in the ground. And so lighting, where it's located, nearby amenities, that was something that was kind of a lower tier thought, because it wasn't necessarily about the driver experience as much as about we got to just get this done. But we've graduated and we're seeing better deployment of charging now, and it's only going to continue to improve because, to your point, the competition is going to matter. And if you want to go to a station where you feel safe and it's got restrooms and it's nearby amenities, you will go to that one. And even if it's more expensive, just like someone will go buy something that they will pay for the convenience, they will pay for that.
Exactly. And another thing is, just when you think about Sorry, I lost it. It flew away. Sorry, my thought was gone. It's
No,
gone.
it's right there.
Goodbye.
It's right there.
Thank you. Try to catch it for me.
But great questions as it relates to just everything related to safety and everything else.
Sorry, one last question. You mentioned previously about tires and tire PSI. I see ads on Facebook all the time about we should buy an EV specific tire. Are there benefits to an EV specific tire versus a regular tire?
There sure are.
Oh, what are they?
Funny you should ask. No, I mean, go ahead.
Well, so it's interesting because when people think about tires, they don't think that there is any kind of like advanced benefit to, that what could possibly be for that technology. But if you think about it, a regular internal combustion engine vehicle, you're not really hearing the sound of the tire as much as you're hearing the engine noise. So when you eliminate that from the equation in an EV, you can hear the road very well.
Yeah, you hear the tires a lot.
So there's been a lot of advancements in tires specifically because they've needed to reduce that sound, but also still get the quality performance out of the traction and whatever you're looking for in a tire, because obviously there's people that swap out from summer to all season to winter. But the other side of it is that, a lot of the companies are using like a foam type material on the inside to eliminate that noise from coming in to the cabin. So it makes it an even more quiet experience. So I think on that aspect, it's good if you want to make sure that the performance is enhanced alongside the quietude that you're expecting.
There it is again. Love it. Quietude, I love it.
That word.
It's such a rad word.
But it really just depends on what you're using the vehicle for. For me personally, my truck has all-season tires, and I personally, when I was shopping for my vehicle, I was like, oh, I really love the wheels on that one, and the tires are knobby, and they're really cool, and I was like, that's the one I want, but I know that I'm going to get better range with this one. So if you are concerned about range like me, it is an important element to consider because the tires have a big, they're a big factor when it comes to optimizing your range, and also the wheels, of course. So I opted for something that was a little bit more efficient on my range, but then I had to get a loaner because I had to have some service done, and they gave me the one that I ultimately wanted with the big knobby tires. And I drove it around, and I was like, oh, wow, it is so much louder.
Yeah.
And I'm shocked because now I'm used to
noise.
driving my setup. I actually I'm really glad I went with the ones that I went with because I wouldn't have liked the amount of noise that I was getting. So it's something to consider because you don't necessarily expect how quiet it really is, especially when you're on the highway, and how tires can affect that.
Yeah, it's the technology that's been improved by some of the major tire brands have done that. It's a range of, again, from a noise perspective, it's a compound perspective, so it doesn't wear as quickly because of things like torque and performance and things like that.
And the weight of the vehicle, you have to also take that into consideration because a lot of times these EVs are heavier, so the tire wear could be much faster because of that extra weight.
So great question. Well, hey, so we've actually kind of like done a joint.
Go over, yeah.
I love you guys.
A joint. Well, we've done a joint effort here on kind of closing things out. I guess it's been a busy Saturday. First time doing the EV reality check here at Expo. It's been great hosting with you, Miss GoElectric.
Yes, thanks for having me.
When I reference Miss GoElectric, I can do that, but then my brain wants to say Lacey.
Yeah,
but then but so I reference, and then there is, but no, this has been fantastic, and I think the fun part about what this is providing is another window into a lot of great questions there's a lot of people out there that still have great questions. You don't know what you don't know, but that's what this event is about. I guess closing thoughts on the first day of 2 here in Orlando.
Well, I'm excited for tomorrow, and I think we had a lot of great questions from the audience, so I hope to look forward to more of those for tomorrow.
Cool. Again, if you can hear our voices, we're at the EV Reality Check booth. It's powered by GreenCars.com. Thank you for coming to Electrify Expo Orlando again, this is only day 1, day 2 coming tomorrow. And again, if you have any questions or want to reach out to us, feel free to do so. But until then, Trey?
Spin it.
Spin it. Oh, she got it. Yeah.
Tint World.